It's here. It started all as we predicted here at World War Now. So there's no surprise coming. No surprises here, I guess. But nonetheless, it is momentous news, momentous occasion. We are monitoring the situation. Dmitri is, I guess, I don't know where he is. He's not here right now. So tell him how much you disapprove of him not showing up to the agreed upon stream time in the chat. I guess he'll be here at some point. I don't know. But it's the solo stream for now because I guess wherever he's at, it's probably like 4:30 in the morning. So here we are covering the war. And look, I mean, it's already, I wouldn't say exceeded expectations, but the Iranians, everybody is, who knows what has like fully gone down, but regardless, the Iranians did not, they did not do a limited strike. They have, as we are recording this, have not only struck Israel extensively, but they have struck the U.S. bases in the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and they have also hit bases, or rather, proxies have hit bases in Iraqi Kurdistan and Erbil. Jordanian bases have also come under fire. Ansar Allah, the Houthis, have joined the fight. The Popular Mobilization Forces have joined the fight. At this point, the only Iranian proxy that has not joined is Hezbollah. We will be watching closely. Hezbollah has said they will only be joining if the regime is threatened. Israeli media, American media, Jewish media, the same thing, have begun reporting that the Ayatollah is reportedly dead. Iranian sources seem to have denied this, and apparently a announcement and a speech from the Ayatollah to all Shia Muslims worldwide is coming. And right here it says, someone asked, can you confirm whether the top leadership is alive or where are they? And then the Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Bagaya said, I'm not in a situation to confirm anything. So I guess that means, look, maybe the Ayatollah is dead. We've discussed this possibility about how the martyrdom, as he would call it, of the Ayatollah would be not necessarily the end of the war by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, it could galvanize the Iranian people further against regime change, turning this supreme leader into a martyric figure. So right here, I mean, I'm just covering Telegram Live. If people want to tune into the World War Now Telegram to see what's going on here, I'm probably going to get the live UA map up here very soon. But before we do all of that, I have to encourage everybody to tune in, not tune in, but to follow us on the World War Now Substack. This is how you can support the show. If you want to support the coverage, everything that we have going on here, get behind the paywall at worldwarnow.co. Of course, you can tune into the live stream there as well. Hello to everybody in the World War Now chat. I actually need to check that out so I can see who all is tuning in on Substack. That is going to say what's up there. Hello, Substack. Good to see everybody. Hit the heart. If you're watching this, like the stream on YouTube, X, Substack, wherever you're tuning in. Share the stream. Do whatever you can. And obviously, we've got mods in chat, so no mercy to Israel shills. Those people can rot in hell and never come back to this stream again, as far as I'm concerned. But we've got hundreds of people tuning in. Thank you all so much. Get behind the paywall at worldwarnow.co. It's linked below. You can, of course, check out our more recent episode 152. We predict everything that's going on. So if anybody, World War Now Patriots in chat that are watching, please go through this and clip it. I'm not going to have time to clip it. I'm going to be covering World War III live. So clip all of our accurate predictions that we have made, because there were many of them. It has happened exactly as we said. It is the eve of Purim. It is the day where we knew that this would go down, the Jewish holiday commemorating their mythological victory over the Persians and their killing of tens of thousands of them. So, of course, there was going to be I had no doubt in my mind that it was going to happen this weekend, whether it was last night or if it hadn't happened last night, I was going to pretty much have known it was coming tonight. So here we are, World War III. You could say it's World War Now. It's almost like there's a whole podcast and show and live stream dedicated to talking about this. So if you're an Orthodox Christian and you know anybody right now in your life that's asking what the hell is going on, send them this stream, because this is why we do what we do. This is why I started this show. And yeah, it exists for no other reason than to inform people in the midst of everything going on, Orthodox people from an Orthodox perspective, without needlessly bombarding them with nonsense. So we have $40. Send in the super chats if you want questions answered. $40 from Port for the overtime bonus for situation monitoring and reporting. Thank you so much, Porfidios. It was very necessary. I only got about 3.5 hours of sleep. Went to bed at about 4:30. Woke up at about 9 in the morning. So 4.5 hours, depending on how much I actually was asleep. 4:15 a.m. I was cranking on the bench press in my garage as the Iranian missiles fell down on Israel. True story. So we're hyped up. I'm a little tired, but in an energized way. So we're very much here in the stream again, waiting for Dmitri to pop in. He will energize us once he gets in here. But we have $10 from H. Brasi, Zogbot Demons, crashing out on anybody prioritizing the lives of our troops and Orthodox Christians native to the region. I know it's wrong to wish for vengeance, but I genuinely hate these people. Well, look, and there's all sorts of people that are like, if you're rooting for Iran right now, you're scum. And of course, I'm not rooting for American soldiers or anybody to die. But as far as Iranian missiles striking Israel, launch every single one. I pray every single one hits Israel. I pray every single one hits its target, and that this regime in Israel completely is destroyed. There's no other opinion that you should have as a human being if you are not a Jewish Shabbos Goy shill, or if you're not Jewish yourself, or a total Shabbos Goy shill. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We have $10 from Yarn Chicken for the higher gas prices. Thankfully, I had gotten gas right last night, right before all this went down. Not because, I mean, I had been anticipating this, but I needed gas anyway. So tank is generally full, thank goodness. So we're going to be watching all sorts of situations. Probably time to pull up the live UA map. So here we are, everybody, waiting for Dmitri to join us. Hopefully he will be hopping on soon, because he did say he would wake up for this time when it needed to happen. So we're here. I've got the necessary books. If you don't think I'm locked in World War III research mode, we are here. So many of the relevant material, here we got Nuclear Armageddon. We got the Eschaton Vigil books. We got Orthodoxy in the Kingdom of Satan, which talks about this. We got the Metropolitan Neophytos homilies right there. So we've got pretty much all the lore available in the English language. We're monitoring Telegram. We're monitoring live UA map. We're monitoring the situation. So keep me in your prayers. Keep everybody involved in your prayers. May God have mercy on us all, because this is about to go. This is about to go worldwide. It very much is. So here we are, live UA map. Look at all these updates. Iran's message to the United Nations: all American and Israeli bases, facilities, and assets in the region are legitimate targets. So, of course, here you see the strikes all across Iran. We have strikes all the way down in Iranian Balochistan, where ISIS-related militias are obviously always active. These were hours ago. Of course, we have the major strikes against Tehran, which you see here all over the place, probably the most concentrated strikes. And then you have, obviously, these are major air bases and reactors and facilities, and we have these strikes across Iran's nuclear bases, their missile capabilities. It seems they're really targeting the IRGC missile capabilities, which is what is the main threat to Israel, which is obviously what they're going to be focusing on right now, because Israel is the main group in danger at this point. Of course, the slightly surprising, not 100% surprising, but the fact that it happened so soon was encouraging to me, at least. The strikes on the United Arab Emirates, the biggest Zog country in the Middle East, of course, outside of Zog, Israel itself. So here we have all sorts of strikes. The Burj Khalifa itself was actually, the base of it was struck. So Dubai, Gulf state, Hijaz decadence is come under threat, is come under attack, and that is something that I can't say that I'm sad to see. So much is happening at once. It's almost hard to know where to begin. Of course, Syrian airspace was the primary vector for the attack. Not only was it something that Syrians couldn't stand up to, it's clear that they allowed it to happen. Aerial refueling occurred over Damascus. So al-Jalani, al-Shara, the regime, all of you people that wanted to see Assad overthrown and still thought that Syria wouldn't become a playground for Israel, where are you now? Syria was the main staging ground for this attack. Jordan has been shooting down Iranian strikes. The Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, like we said, have attacked the U.S. base in Erbil and Kurdistan. So a whole lot of things are going on right now. Seeing everybody in the Substack chat. Good to see you, Felicia, Tim, George, Sherman Island, Cindy, Walter, Tom, Graham, David Lamb. Great to see everybody there. Great to see everybody in the chat here. Feel free to send in a super chat. We will be answering all of those. If you're in the X chat, feel free to leave a message as well. I will say what's up to you. So again, follow the World War Now Telegram at World War Now Telly. I'm actually going to shill that in the chat right now. If you're not on there and if you don't have Telegram, download Telegram. This is the best way to keep up with the news happening right now. If you put at World War Now Telly into Telegram. There should be a Telegram link, actually. Why did that not give me that? Here we go. I don't know, whatever. World War Now put it into Telegram. You will be able to get access to everything. But X is going to be the best place where I'm able to play videos. One of the videos that's one of the craziest I've seen so far was this strike on a high rise in Bahrain. We're going to put that up here on the Jumbotron, or rather the screen share. So head over to X. Check this out. I hope, Bahrain, as much as they've succumbed to American occupation, the videos of the American bases getting hit, the Bahrainis filming it, were cheering, in the major Shia population, very pro Iran. So interesting to say the least. But we're going to watch this video now. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously already going to have been civilian casualties. Someone died in the UAE from falling debris. We're not going to get any accurate casualty information out of Israel or Iran, frankly, for a very long time. So we're seeing more Shahed strikes. Bahrain definitely seems to be the proxy, or the U.S. base in the area coming under the most assault. I guess besides Kuwait, in many ways, it is ostensibly the easiest for them to strike. It's even easier than Qatar. Well, I guess the UAE is even closer physically, but Bahrain is by far the smallest of all of these small Gulf micro monarchical Islamic nations. So, I mean, again, Bahrain, physically speaking, is already smaller than New York City by area. So, again, imagine you're in New York City, any of these strikes, if you would hear this no matter where you were in the city. So the entire country is effectively under assault right now. But Dmitri has joined the stream. Dmitri, how are you doing, man? It's all happening as we said.
Absolutely, yeah. It has well and truly transpired. It's very worrisome. You'd imagine the reaction of American citizens would be more pronounced, but I guess we will see that today, and most definitely on Monday, when maybe, I'm assuming, many Americans who are anti-war, probably a lot of liberal Americans, I think, in the first instance, will come out to the streets and exactly protest this particular, basically, declaration of war by Donald J. Trump, which we saw in the 8-minute video. I have to say that Donald J. Trump was very traditional in the 8-minute war. Well, it was well and truly a very traditional war declaration of sorts. He even called it a war. He didn't call it a special military operation or a peace intervention. It was, it's Operation Epic Fury. That's the name, which is a little bit interesting. But what's interesting is, of course, the Israelis and the Americans both have different names for the military operation. We're seeing what right now, was it Rising Lion that Netanyahu mentioned, and Epic Fury from the Americans. I guess we'll find out in the future whose initial plan actually was. I think at the moment they are claiming maybe the Israelis were maybe the initiators and the Americans jumped on board later, only because apparently the Israelis are claiming they've trained for this particular attack for thousands of hours, identifying exactly the places they would like to hit and strike with their air force. So it's incredibly concerning. Generally, I mean, it does look like, Conrad, given the response of Iran just in the first 12 hours, like we're witnessing a widespread sort of elongated wartime process. Now, I guess we'll have to see, literally as we're talking here, things may, of course, change. But the fog of war is real. I think for both the Israelis and the Americans, they're trying to see probably the lack of internet on the ground as well for their agents is also like a major factor. So we'll just have to see what the responses of Iran and what the back and forth looks like. But the fog of war is a real factor. We literally saw that 8-10 hours ago when there was no information. So there would be bombing, and then there'd be half an hour of delay, significant delay of no announcements, etc. And I think, what am I looking for personally? I think just in the first few days, I'd like to see which side actually strikes targets of significance in terms of personnel, right? Because we know the Israelis, they're all about the beheading strikes. The Iranians, how about them? Because during the 12-day war, not not a single high-ranking Israeli was was killed in combat, right, or killed by bombardment. In the 4-year Russian special military operation, we don't have a single prominent Ukrainian who was killed by Russia. Whereas we can name quite a few Russians who were either killed via terrorism or long range bombardment. you know, it, there's a real difference of approach here. We know the Americans and the Israelis are all about that beheading strike capability, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what they did during the first 24 hours, because that element of surprise is key. Hence the timing of the attack, 9:30 to 10 a.m. in the morning, which is the Israelis claimed that, like, yes, we chose this time in the morning specifically because the Iranians would not expect the sun is up in the sky. Normally, no one bombs with the sun so high in the sky. In any case, so much to discuss, obviously, and look, it's not surprising, Conrad, that this happened, but it is unfortunate. It's just difficult to believe that the president who said no more new wars is the one who brought us here. So here we are.
Fell for it again award. I mean, the plan trusters are already totally coping, saying that, this is based actually, we always wanted this. This was what we all actually voted for. So just stop following those people, just completely tune them out, because they're nothing more than Shabbos Goy race traders that want to see us sacrificed on the altar of Jewish interests. But we have $5 from Brother Brovet 1881, single-digit % Zionist support among U.S. voters under age 40. Zionists are desperate today, knowing their time using the USA is limited. That's very true. $2 from Gerardo Gonzalez. Can and will Iran strike the American mainland? I don't think Iran really has those capabilities at all. Like, again, unless you consider potential, I don't know. Some have always speculated about cartel affiliation, but frankly, the CJNG cartel that is going crazy in Jalisco right now was funded and armed by Ukraine. So the idea that Iran would somehow be threatening the American mainland right now, that's, I think, largely ridiculous. And if something like that does happen, I would be extremely wary of it being a false flag. Of course, people in the chat are talking about one of the biggest happenings that just has occurred in the midst of the strikes is, I believe, up to 85 young girls have been killed. Minimum of 60, I believe, as I've seen, were killed in the strike on that school in Tehran. So, huge public backlash, obviously, in Iran. This is going to be radicalizing people. Of course, those remarks from Ismail Bagaya that we discussed before Dmitri joined was not necessarily encouraging for the Iranians, considering he wasn't able to confirm nor deny whether or not the Ayatollah was alive. If he is alive, it would make sense that communications would be extremely limited. He would be probably talking to an extremely select few people within his inner circle. We have a report that he will be giving a speech to the worldwide Shia community. Of course, unless he does something extremely interesting on the stream, there's probably no way to confirm that the speech is live and not pre-recorded. So obviously, I'm sure he had several pre-recorded messages made in the midst of all of this, probably all sorts of directives to give to people. Of course, in the midst of the build up to this, the Iranians have been reporting that several contingency plans have been put in place, if depending on like 4, 5, 6 layers of assassinations of leadership deep. So in theory, they are prepared for this. I think the real question is how much damage to their missile capabilities were done in some of these initial strikes, and how much would that affect what I'm assuming, as the head of the military and the IRGC have said, is going to be radically escalating strikes as the days and weeks go on. So we're watching it all very closely. $5 from Rasputin Archive. Saint Rasputin, pray for us indeed. Holy Wanderer Grigory Rasputin, pray for us. Chris Brunok says, certified Lord Farquaad moment in Trump's speech. Yeah, maybe we'll watch Trump's speech. At one point he had said he was going to go live and do a speech again today, but that seems to have not been confirmed. There's reports that he's extremely angry that the Iranians are even able to fight back at all, which if that's true, then obviously nobody really briefed him on how this was going to go. But again, everything coming out is going to be complete fake news, kayfabe. There's no reason to trust almost any of it. Obviously, we're going to be waiting on this video and speech from the Ayatollah. We're going to analyze that whenever it happens. But all right, now that the dusk is happening, the videos are starting to get more and more aesthetic. So let's screen share some of this on Telegram here. So share screen, window, Telegram, share. All right, so we got, I think people can see. Wow. These are interceptor missiles in Israel, in the Gush Dan area in central Israel. New salvo fired from Iran towards central Israel and Samaria. Sirens activated in Amman, Jordan. Yes, one thing that we should definitely discuss, if there's any intermediate breaks between the strikes, $2 here from Brother Brovet. Netanyahu said Turkey is Israel's biggest threat. And of course, Yov Galant published a link to his, of all things, his personal Substack a few days ago. Of course, Yov Galant, former defense minister of Israel, the main military leader of Israel for the majority of the Gaza genocide. He published a Substack saying how once we defeat Iran, we will be focusing all of our energy on Turkey and Erdogan and overthrowing them. So the Turks are going to be very aware of this. Not only are they going to be very aware of this, but they have even made contingency plans to go into the regions that border Iran with Turkey, of course, very Kurdish regions, and they want to prevent mass refugees from flooding into Turkey. Potentially, these same Kurdish troops that were neutralized in January in the attempt to do those initial strikes to overthrow the regime, but perhaps some of them will be pushed into Turkey and they will revive what has been ostensibly a laying down of arms from the PKK and other Turkish terrorist anti-government groups. Perhaps the energy from this Iranian revolution that they're trying to start right now with these strikes will spread over into Turkey. We might be looking at, I guess it's not an Arab Spring, it would be the everything else spring, the Turkish Persian Spring would be what we are looking at. But um, yeah, it says 85 students have been killed in the attack on the elementary school in Minab. A lot of the footage is already brutal. We're seeing people holding up arms and legs of these young girls. Major red alerts all across Tel Aviv, so more missiles are going to be touching down. We have yet to see a strike on the same level of True Promise 2 and 3, I believe, yet. The famous, all of the dozens of missiles striking down at once. Of course, this attack has already been more extensive in the sense that it struck all of the U.S. bases in the region, all over Israel. But I think as the evening in the region goes on, we're going to see bigger and bigger strikes on Israel proper. But I'd love to hear your perspective, Dmitri. I don't know what you have pulled up and what you're looking at, but it's all.
No, no, certainly. I would just like to mention that Yoav Gallant's comments are very interesting. Obviously, he himself, and I'm sure all Israelis, especially those in the military, they do understand that history between the Iranian Persian Shias and the Sunni Muslim Turks has always been somewhat complicated. Like the two countries, especially back prior to World War One, have gone to war several times over borderlands like the Iraq region. Azerbaijan, for example, was always fought over. Literally, you had Persians and Turks fighting each other, which was sometimes good for Orthodox Christians in Georgia and Russia because, well, if you have two Muslim empires fighting one another, then they won't look north and they won't look for further conquests against the fellow Christians. So, in a way, they were always acting as a counterbalance. The other thing I'd like to mention, the modern Turkish response, the argument about moving into a land which is about to be disrupted by instability and then prevent waves of refugees. I mean, of course, the Turks would understand what refugee waves are. They're literally the architects of mass migration into Europe. Like the Greeks know that the Turks understand this. The mass migrations into Europe, of course, obviously they come via NGOs, the Mediterranean Sea, and of course Turkey itself has been weaponizing migration and asylum seeking for a very long time now. So Europeans know that the Turks know, and the Turks also have experienced the Syrian wave. Millions of Syrians after the Syrian civil war over the last 10 years have been streaming across the border. They don't want that. I mean, the Turkish economy is not doing that well at the moment. Inflation has been hitting the Turkish lira very hard. And so I don't think the Turks really would like even genuinely good faith 2+ million asylum seekers from Iran coming over the border seeking a better life, especially with the current instability surrounding the Kurds and what's happening there in the northeast. It's just a little bit too much. And so, from a Turkish perspective, you can kind of see perhaps they even have a good enough reason. I think the Turks are more honest here than, say, even the Gulf Arabs who claimed, "Oh no, 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 our airspace will not be used for any American planes, etc." Whilst literally their airspace was used with preparation for these exact strikes, as we saw the planes fly across Europe, the Levant, and then laterally land in the various American base airports located all over the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, etc. Which obviously Iran did strike and hit some of those air bases. We'll yet to sort of find out the exact extent of that damage, but most definitely, even though the launch platform for the initial attack wasn't the Gulf states, as the Gulf states promised. However, they're still involved in the war, and Jordan scrambled its jets right in the first hour of the war. So, really, that's what's happening here. In any case, there's there's some real concerns that obviously Israel will be most likely, as we said before, striking further targets within Iran at the first given opportunity. As we said, even if there is a regime change in Iran, even if it does come out that the Ayatollah was killed in the first hours, it will be a Syria style reality where Israel and most likely America, following Israel's lead, will dismantle every single point of defense capability Iran has, for the future, for the progeny of the Iranians, or whether or not it's a constitutional monarchy that comes into power or a liberal democracy in Iran. It'll be exactly like Syria, where Syria today has no air force, no navy, and basically no heavy ground capabilities. For example, there are no tank factories. There are literally no tank barracks anywhere. There's literally all Syria has, as you've seen from the video clips, is Toyota pickup trucks with heavy machine guns on the back, and and big signs made in China. Right, that's really all Syria has, and that's what they want Iran to go back to, like old style ISIS equipment strictly. And I think probably that's why this is only, obviously we're in the first 12 hours anyway. We know this is the beginning, but well and truly the bombardment will continue because Iran is a big place. There's lots of weapons everywhere, and they want to disarm a potential, literally the potential lion of Iran as much as possible. They want to, cut off its claws for the future. It's not just the Ayatollah they're worried about. It's literally the civilizational threat that Iran poses.
Yeah, so apparently Iran is attempting to strike the Burj Khalifa. We saw videos of them basically striking at the base. That's what this shows.
Burj Khalifa. Sí, sí, va. Sí, ahí pegó. Chico, ahora sí se puso. ¿Qué pegó? Le tiraron. ¿A qué le pegó?
So that was very close by. We know the Burj Khalifa has obviously been evacuated. I don't know if these pictures are AI or not, but these seem to show smoke all around the Burj Khalifa, probably from strikes in the air at the base. I don't think it's been hit like the tower itself, but uh, again, all this that could change at any moment. I believe this was nearby the Burj Khalifa. This strike, these are obviously Shahed drone strikes for the most part. So this is crazy. I mean, they said their response would shock the world. I probably wouldn't have necessarily predicted that they were just going to try to strike the Burj Khalifa. But, if you're going to send a message to the Islamic world for working with the Jews and the Zionists and the Americans and, really calling them Shabbos Goy, then this would be a good statement. Andronikov 1054, prayers that God protects the Ayatollah and the Iranian people. Stay safe. I do hope the Ayatollah is still alive. So that is something that, again, I don't want anybody to die except perhaps the Israeli government members or people that are advocating for this within Israel. But alas, if the Ayatollah went out this way, then you gotta respect him for standing on business, as it were. These guys didn't, they didn't run away, they didn't flee. And I'm not making any slight comments at any other world leaders, but they stood by to the end, and you have to admire that. So many. Again, maybe they weren't religious martyrs in our opinion, but for a righteous political cause, they undoubtedly did seem to give their lives. So we are monitoring the situation closely. It says here, the holy city of Mashhad right now, thousands of Iranians came out to support the Islamic Republic. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everyone, Reza Pahlavi, all of the people that were leading the protests are trying to mobilize their people, I mean, Trump in his announcement said that to seize your destiny, the Iranian people, we have come for you. But alas, I mean, I'm wagering most people in the streets right now are going to be Basijis and other supporters of the IRGC and the regime. So that's the situation right now. Yeah, we have all these imbeciles in the chat that are like, why are you supporting the Ayatollah? It's like, look, man, if you're just unplugging from the Jewish media right now, like, I don't even want to hear it from you, man. Someone's like, the Burj isn't in Saudi. Yeah, the Burj Khalifa is in the United Arab Emirates. If I misspoke, it's because I've been awake for 24 plus hours. But the Burj Khalifa, again, it would be pretty amazing if the UAE, we discussed this with George McMillan extensively. I was thinking about this on the stream this morning with Dumernad and Syrian Girl and all those people, was that the UAE, as we had been discussing this with the George McMillan episode recently, the UAE is the center of Jewish capital and finance in the Islamic world. It's where the centers of banking exist that get around the Islamic restrictions on usury, and that's why it's obvious. That's why there's been so much capital and liquidity flowing into the UAE, because they are fully working within the Jewish system. And we have big reports here. Sirens are blaring in Muscat, Oman. Muscat is the only country so far that hasn't been struck, because I don't believe there's nowhere near as extensive of a U.S. presence in Oman, but alas, it seems that they might be, at least for shrapnel purposes, sounding the alarm. So every country in the Gulf has been affected. Of course, Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. So in theory, as of now, there are going to be no ships for the foreseeable future crossing through there. So again, on Monday, as you said, Dmitri, not only are we going to get the more reactions from the media, but we're going to see the market reaction, which is probably going to be the most relevant thing to dictate Donald Trump and the United States' escalation response, how they're going to handle all of this, and potentially how even Russia and China might respond. But as of now, I'm not holding my breath for any kind of Russian intervention. China, I'm a little bit more interested in see what they're going to do.
Yeah, of course. I think that one of the most pessimistic news we can probably provide is that our opinion here on the show, I know there's a lot of people watching on the live stream on every single platform, is that most likely the Russian Federation, President Putin's administration, will not be intervening in this war, which we've predicted this several times, even based on the 12-day war back in June 2025. And President Putin, will just paraphrase him, from his statement in, I believe it was either early June 2025 or late, sometime between early June and late July, where he said very openly that Russia will not get involved between the Iran-Israel war simply because, there are 1.5 million Russian-speaking Jews living in Israel, which is quite an interesting statement in and of itself. It's an interesting quote if you just go and Google it, check it out, because the quote in and of itself, it simply, displays that, Russia still has a big identity problem and baggage from that Soviet period. I mean, Russia went and engaged in the special military operation irrespective of the number of Russian speakers in Ukraine. So the number of Russian speakers in Israel should not necessarily detract from Russia's ability to help Iran, because Iran at the moment is one of the only, of course, I think, real allies that Russia actually has. If you look at who actually contributed to the special military operation over the last few years, Iran is one of the only countries that has helped Russia. I don't think, beyond obviously the aid that was already provided to Iran, that we're going to see any sort of assistance on the ground. We won't see Russian troops. I don't even sadly think we will see, for example, a Wagner detachment arrive in Iran to, protect the Ayatollah or protect some sort of key military facilities like we saw in Syria, for example, when Wagner was defending the coastal cities, or was stationed in Damascus, or was then moved to Aleppo and all these other places. So keep in mind, we won't see, I don't think, even Russian elite detachments moving into Iran. There won't be anything of that sort. I agree with you, Conrad. The implications with the Chinese economically are much more severe via LNG shipments, via obviously cheap Iranian oil, and gas oil concerns for the Chinese are much more dire, and obviously this will impact the entire economy. Trump risked a lot of things, no doubt, by commencing this on the weekend. He most likely wants it over by Monday morning, so that when Wall Street reacts, and again, this is the Talmudic factor of the entire conflict. It's about money. Think about it. There was just, a school that was destroyed. Obviously, one of the first tragedies of this war, dare I say, because probably there'll be a lot more, given we know that the absolute sort of temperaments and the proclivities of the Israelis. They are completely fine. Their bombers are completely fine of destroying schools with children. So they're trained at that. They're experts at, nonchalantly killing innocent people amidst target bombardments of their enemies. So they've been doing that since the 7th of October. So you have to just keep in mind, most likely the Chinese reaction will be a lot more severe, especially given the economic implications. The only thing that can probably push back against that is maybe if Trump and his administration coordinated this with China as well and then gave them a heads up ahead of time, which I doubt somewhat, because China's still a geopolitical enemy of America. There's still the spying threats that go back and forth, the accusations. So generally speaking, I think, Conrad, what we're going to see is a lot of loud rhetoric from the Russian Federation, from people like former President Dmitry Medvedev, from maybe even Vladimir Putin will give a statement, but we will not see actual like Wagner boots on the ground or elite Russian troops, which a lot of Russians were flexing. They were saying, well, you know, if we were there in Venezuela, we could have prevented the Maduro kidnapping, for example. It's like, well, but you weren't there. Wagner was never sent to Venezuela. Venezuela was left wide open. And in Syria, the same thing happened, right? The Russians were sent back home and Syria fell very quickly. And I mean, Syria was the first major domino leading up to this attack on Iran. We have to keep this in mind. Like, without Syria's fall in December 2024, this wouldn't have been possible if the Assad regime was still in power. And that's, bless you, one of the main, I think, factors in this entire conflict. So not saying Russia's at fault, it's just things are spinning out of control very, very quickly. And the war on the front line over there in Eastern Europe is still ongoing. So yeah, quite intense. But I do appreciate Iran's response, Conrad, actually striking the Arab Gulf states. As you said, those Sunni Muslims who during Ramadan collaborate with the Talmudic Zionist state, which now they're claiming Iran has declared war during Ramadan on the Ummah, on the Sunni Muslim world. I'm like, hello, you're collaborating with
The Ummah cries out as it strikes you, man. Like, that's
literally that's what's happening. And no, I've seen Sunni Muslims declare civilizational war against Iran, claiming, how dare you strike us during Ramadan? And it's like, wait, your country's governments collaborate with Zionist Talmudic Israel and, well, unfortunately, the United States, which in your eyes has been killing. So American-grade weapons have been, shot by Israelis, have been killing Sunni Muslims in Gaza for the last three years or so, indiscriminately. So again, these claims against Iran are completely insane. The Ummah is, in fact, well and truly hashished up, shall we say? Yeah.
Guys, breaking news! Thank goodness, the Bulgarian government has confirmed they were not involved in the attack. Whew! That was
a close one.
But no, the latest here we have remarks from Erdogan, of course, probably one of the top 3 people whose remarks I'm interested in hearing right now. He says, we strongly condemn this morning's attacks, which not only clearly violated Iran's sovereignty, but also targeted the peace and well-being of friendly and brotherly Iranian people. At the same time, we find Iran's missiles and drone attacks against our brotherly countries in the Gulf unacceptable, regardless of the reasons behind them. If space is not created for diplomacy, our region risks being dragged into a ring of fire. So, of course, Erdogan releases a statement that protects himself before first and foremost, and that's why he is still alive in this intense political arena in which we find ourselves. But the IDF is warning civilians in the Isfahan industrial area to immediately evacuate the region as Israeli strikes are coming. So I'm assuming they're going to be basically carpet striking the entire Isfahan industrial area, not just the actual base there. But people are saying, not the Bulgarians. No, don't worry. The Bulgarians have stayed out of this. But some are saying they're preparing a new knife so they can stab Serbia. Perhaps. There was prophecies from Elder Joseph of Atopidi do say that the Romanians and the Serbs and the Greeks will sort of overthrow their globalist governments, but that Bulgaria will not. Whereas I'm sort of skeptical of that. I think Bulgaria would be more likely than Romania. I mean, Bulgaria has an extremely based patriarch right now, so I think that's a point in their favor. But regardless, we are very much into the Elder Joseph of Atopidi 7 stages of World War III. Of course, we know stage 1 occurred with the collapse in 2008 and the 2008 Russo-Georgian War. We then saw the Russia-Ukraine war sort of kick up phase 2, and now the second half really of phase 2 has been this flare up in the Middle East now that Iran has really engaged again. And I think we're going to see Israel massively expand its strike patterns here in the next few weeks. And again, we might I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few weeks we see this thing spread to somewhere not even in the Middle East, potentially the Pacific, or potentially even the Black Sea, extending and connecting with the war in Russia, Ukraine. Who knows? Something in the Balkans could even come up, or even Scandinavia. So This is obviously, people are talking about prophetic analysis. Where do I think this is going to go with the prophecies? Well, ultimately, I think obviously Iran falling and their regime being destroyed is perfectly within the realm of the prophecies. But in many ways, this war does also seem to facilitate, according to St. Paisios and others, ultimately the destruction of Israel. And we know that the Gaza war is ultimately what would precipitate that. Metropolitan Neophytos talked extensively about St. Paisios, who said that Gaza would be turned into a stadium and that the Dead Sea would be their grave, and that Israel was going to face, extensive bombardment. There's even St. Paisios even talks about the Samson option being invoked with Israel releasing all of its illegal nuclear capabilities as the regime comes under threat. So again, potentially Israel, as we understand today, collapses. The Haredi and the massively demographically uh, advantaged Haredi, ultra Orthodox conservative Jews, maybe they'll form some kind of consortium and begin construction on the Third Temple as they realize that the Jewish presence in the Middle East is becoming very much threatened. Of course, this could tie into New Heavenly Jerusalem and Russia, Ukraine. So if all of this is going down, if Israel's being threatened and we see major advances in Russia and in Ukraine from the Russians, it could be one of two things. It could, of course, be the sign that the Russians are taking this seriously now that the Americans are distracted, or it could be a sign that certain powers that be in the Russian Federation realize they need to secure a homeland for, as Putin said, these millions of Russian-speaking Jews that apparently are the concern of the Christian Russian Federation, and maybe they need to be resettled in Kherson, Zaporozhye, Dnipropetrovsk, and these other places, which, God forbid, this reality manifests, because that would mean that in the prophetic context that Russia is fundamentally a slave of the Jews. So we really hope that doesn't happen. Of course, in the midst of all of this, the Turks have discussed forming, like I said, a buffer zone into Iran, and something like that could easily begin to facilitate what could lead to an overthrow of Erdogan, which would then, I think, quickly precipitate into a Russo-Turkish war. So how that will coincide directly with the results of the conflict that has started right now, that is really anybody's guess. I'm going to be combing through all of the prophetic texts and talking to people, and I was talking to Father Peter last night, actually. That was one of the reasons I was able to stay awake for all of the coverage last night, was because I was out late at a service and this concert and this banquet at this Romanian parish with Father Peter Heers. And I was telling him, Father, it was fortuitous that your status was normalized within the church mere weeks before World War III breaks out. So I think that is, at least for those of us who know about Father Peter Heers and his situation, that was very much a sign from God that even though things are about to get crazy, things are all fundamentally in his hands, and all of this is happening for his glory and ultimately the spread of the gospel. So don't blackpill, just recognize that this had to happen, and that a great slap is ultimately being delivered from God on the people for our wayward ways. So pray, repent. But again, as far as how the end of this conflict is going to develop, this could be over in, there's no way this doesn't last longer than 12 days. I think, first of all, the initial announcements from Trump and the military were like, we plan this to last 4 days. There's no way that was going to happen. Obviously, I think they wanted to have this last less than 12 days. So then after it all is done, they could say, look, this was just a cleanup operation. The 12-day war was the real event, and now this was us finishing it up. But that's obviously not going to happen. The scale of the conflict has already vastly exceeded the 12-day war, and I think we're about to see Iranian strikes at that same level of True Promise 2 and 3, because they have dubbed this operation True Promise 4. So again, it's the fact that I was awake last night talking to Father Peter, it's all worked out, and I've been trying to get him to help us get Metropolitan Neophytos here on the show. And now that these fateful events have unfolded, and Father Peter has been normalized, I think we are now closer than ever to having the World War IX Metropolitan Neophytos collaboration. He's doing what he can. So thank you to Father Peter, one of the best friends of the show we have here. I even asked him, because he's in town. I was like, Father, come over to my house and we can be on the stream together. So, I was hoping maybe have this be me and Father Peter would be here, but he's busy. So, win some, you lose some. But obviously, we're probably going to have him on to discuss more of the prophecies. If we get Metropolitan Neophytos on, that will be incredible. But I'm also talking to people I know in the Donbass right now, so we will update you if any of the other major World War III fronts experience dramatic change in light of the regional war, the new hottest front of World War III in the Middle East. So I'd love your thoughts on maybe some of the prophetic realities that we might be about to experience, Dmitri.
Yeah, I think we're well and truly amidst it all. And yes, it's not exactly clear, at least from the prophecies related to at least the commencing of the Third World War, or in this period before naturally an Orthodox Christian emperor or marble king or tsar arises, whether or not the Russian Federation, in its sort of liberal democratic reality, will be on the side of good, shall we say? And that's, I think, the concerning thing. It's like, even I think the prophecy from Saint Paisios in relation to the return of Constantinople to the Greeks, like that particular prophetic reality in and of itself, it could be simply a side effect of a consequence of a sinful war between the Russian Federation and Turkey over, who knows, maybe some sort of Israeli issue in the in the Middle East, which I think is yet to come. And clearly, the concerns, I think, of Israel in this particular context are simply that, to gain as much power as possible to obviously ensure the survival of the Israeli state. But I think, Conrad, as you said correctly, the fact that Ukraine is almost slowing down to a pace. There is a lot of people on the ground discussing ceasefire, peace talks are well and truly better than they were in previous years. It does bring around the potential, Edward Chodos, right, the rabbi of Kharkov who converted from Talmudic Judaism to Orthodox Christianity. He revealed to us more than 10 years ago that one of their plans was to have Ukraine as a plan B in case something happens to Israel via a major civilizational war in the Middle East. And so the Talmudic tribe, the Ashkenazis, the Sephardi's, the Mizrahis, can move somewhere temporarily before later in the future Israel can be reestablished. And that particular temporary place of staying could be the Ukraine, especially now that it's been depopulated. Some regions completely, obviously stripped of anyone living there. As you said, Kherson, Zaporozhye, some of these neutral zones potentially. Like this is, and we're talking about millions of people that need to be moved somewhere. If of course Israel takes this war to its logical conclusion, which is, well, we have two nations that have declared war unequivocally on Iran. And what was Iran's reaction so far? Quite measured. I think what's yet to come, I think we'll see should be more extreme than the 12-day war, and that may spell a lot of misfortune for the Israelis in particular. Those in West Jerusalem specifically, obviously East Jerusalem, I think will be the safest place in all of Israel. Just because of the Islamic and Christian holy sites. I don't think Iran's going to try and anger either its allies in Russia and around the Christian world, nor the rest of the Muslim world by striking things. For example, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, for all intents and purposes, the particular outcomes of this may be very unpredictable, Conrad. If there is another wave, a massive wave of bombardment of Israel by Iran from any of its remaining ballistic sites, you could see, for example, a false flag destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the claims, oh well, Iran accidentally hit this, a Sunni Muslim mosque. Oh well, it happened, and now the Temple Mount is clear. Things like that could take place very quickly, but definitely West Jerusalem, Haifa, Tel Aviv, the Israeli military sites in the desert in the south. These are all potential targets, and most likely, there's going to be bombardments of that. I would also add, again, the fact that Hezbollah hasn't commenced anything yet, Conrad. This is incredibly suspect. It means that most likely they're either coordinating a timing strike with Iran, or the horrible thing has come to pass. That is, the beheading strike was so effective on Iran that actually there hasn't been someone in a position senior enough to contact the Hezbollah militants in Lebanon to say, all right, guys, it's green. We're greenlighting this now. Operation Dismantle Israel is a go. Like, that's not happening, right? And that's the unfortunate thing, is that the reaction hasn't been linear so far. And that's brought around, I think, some interesting conclusions.
Well, Hezbollah has said that they're only entering the conflict if the Iranian regime is threatened. So in their minds, if they attack, it would in theory be a sign to the world that, oh, I guess the Ayatollah was killed, or, oh, I guess the regime is being threatened right now. So I think they're probably going to wait till that is already established in the public imagination. If it's true, they don't want to, they don't want to, in theory, if the Ayatollah is dead, they're probably not going to reveal that until a specific moment when they feel that it is necessary. So if Hezbollah does go in, I mean, assuming that would in theory be a bad sign, but again, maybe that was a bluff. Obviously they should go in regardless, because at this point, this is a existential regional war that is like, there's no way that anybody's coming to the negotiating table anytime soon, at least in the next few days. So we need to be watching closely. Here we have obviously I have here on the screen, it says the Iranian Red Crescent has said that 24 provinces were targeted by Israeli and U.S. strikes with at least 201 killed and 747 wounded. I'm sure the number has already increased from that since this has even been reported. It says here, a source familiar with the matter told Reuters that Qatar was targeted by as many as 44 missiles and 8 drones during today's Iranian attacks. Of course, I think that many are also reporting that this is the first time the U.S. has used suicide drones like the Shaheds and the others in this conflict. So, major warfare update. We are in the 21st century. And the Palestinian Authority has condemned the Iranian attack on the Arab states. So, thank you, Mahmoud Abbas. Very important that you did this right now. $2 from Rasputin Archive. You think Iran depleted their arms after 12-day war? Do you mean the Israeli arms, or do you mean their own arms? I mean, the reports were that the Iranians had rebuilt their missile capabilities well above what they had before the 12-day war. So I don't think Iran is running short because of that. What's clear right now that's happening is the reason there hasn't been a massive bombardment like True Promise 2 and 3 is because they're depleting Israeli air defense and missile capabilities. I mean, we've seen extensive Patriot and THAAD, Iron Dome, David Sling, all of these deployments, probably the most we've seen in Israel up until this point. So they're going to have to deplete all of those before they want to start launching their more expensive ballistic missile arsenals. So we're watching all of this very closely. Of course, one of the main things everybody is waiting to see if there's any way that the Iranians could reach the USS Abraham Lincoln or any of these other destroyers. Obviously, Bahrain has been very much struck harder than pretty much anywhere else we've seen any specific base. So who knows where the American fleet in the Persian Gulf is really going to be centered anymore. But this is World War now. This is why the show exists. So if you haven't already, like the stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people watching. This is obviously why we do the show. So thank you all for tuning in. If you want to ask us any questions, if you want us to address any specific pieces of news, feel free to send us a super chat, drop a link. We will do our best to figure things out. I saw somebody in the chat. Main thing, if anybody's researching, if we've got people trying to find old clips, find some stuff about the prophecy. Someone here says Metropolitan of Neophytos Morphu said a prophecy about 2 rounds between Israel and Iran in a video. Do you have it? I believe I've seen this video as well, and I'm trying to find it as we are doing this. But I do believe Metropolitan Neophytos discussed how the conflict between Israel and Iran and the U.S. would happen in 2 stages. So the level of detail in which the prophecies have talked about what's going on are very much extensive. Of course, I have my cross here that I got from Metropolitan Neophytos in Cyprus that he gave me. That was actually hand carved by a spiritual son of his who lives in Saudi Arabia. So extremely appropriate memento here. And I've got Metropolitan Neophytos himself here hanging out with me as usual. We've got Elder Ephraim, prophesied much of this as well, obviously hanging out. St. Paisios is on the wall in the icon corner over there. And of course, we also have Eldris Galactia, who talked extensively about all of this. She knew Elder Theodore Agiopharagides, who prophesied the 12-day war, who said that on that fateful Friday morning, when the Jews strike the nuclear facilities of the Iranians, then the events that have been prophesied will start to rapidly precipitate. And here we are 7 months later, and the war is, there's no going back now. And Elders Galactia talked about extensive natural disasters to come to the United States, and how ultimately God is going to be punishing the world for our acceptance of sodomy, evil black magic, paganism, ecumenism, and these other things. So she died in 2021. So I pray, Eldris Galactia, pray to God for us. You know, Metropolitan Neophytos told me how Eldris Galactia and Elder Ephraim, when he was in Arizona and she was on Crete, they would be praying at the same time, and they would basically their spirits would meet in the sky, in the firmament above the earth, and they would pray together for the whole world. So no better people to ask for their intercessions than these 2 uncanonized saints right now. So everybody should be praying to their patrons, praying to St. John the Baptist as well, of course, the Marble Emperor, who is going to become more and more relevant as all of these things go down. So I would say it is very likely that the sword is, as this icon portrays, out of its sheath. For those that know what we're talking about, you get it. For those that don't, go to worldwarnow.co, check out the St. John Baptist Ether Hour episodes with Gregory Hears. Get behind that paywall. We do have new episodes with Gregory coming up. We're going to be doing a Julian the Apostate episode with Gregory here very soon. So get behind that paywall, worldwarnow.co. It should be in the description wherever you're watching this. But thank you everybody for tuning in. Like and share this stream. This is we can't not use this opportunity. We've got to grow the World War Now audience. We've been with the censorship and all these other things have been coming for us a bit more recently. So that is the situation. It says Al Mayadeen, citing an informed source, says that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei is safe and that he is busy giving orders and directing the war in the operations room. I pray that that is true, because that is that's awesome. And look, I'm Antiochian American, so I'm in the Antiochian Archdiocese of America. The Ayatollah is a dead ringer. He looks just like Metropolitan Saba, my bishop. So I can't just root for this guy to die. We need a Metropolitan Saba stand-in if he needs a body double. So we can't get rid of the Ayatollah, man. He's got to stay. He needs to live to be 100. It'll be okay. You look, maybe something will happen and we'll experience a mass Shia conversion to Orthodoxy. They're not iconoclasts, so I think there's much more fertile ground there than with the Sunnis, no doubt.
No, of course. And just wanted to mention the Sunni Muslims. I think, and this is, again, not a mistake by Iran, but definitely it will be a strike of consequence. The strikes on the American bases located in Sunni Muslim countries during Ramadan will be used rhetorically against the Iranian Shia regime by literally every single virtue signaling. We're going to take the high road, Sunni Muslim nation in the Middle East. For everything from Jordan, the Kingdom of Jordan, to potentially even Turkey can use this against Iran, to all the Gulf states. They will use this essentially as an excuse. And their claims will be, well, if Iran was struck by Israel and the Americans, why wasn't the Iranian, why did the Iranians strike these American military bases and, potentially hurt some of our citizens on our soil and not the American ships? And I think one of the reasons, as was said on our previous World War Now episode on the podcast, is that, look, I don't think the Iranians have the capacity to actually track the Abraham Lincoln, right? It's moving through the Arabian Sea. Iran only has 2 spy satellites in the particular traveling and actually trying to find where exactly the ships are located. We haven't seen that hypersonic missile response against the aircraft carriers yet. So from what we understand, it's not like the Americans have multiple aircraft carriers and this fleet can actually be easily spotted in the Sea of Arabia. The Iranians actually are not even allowed to approach. I don't think they have any submarines in the region. The fleet actually is quite fast moving. So we have to keep this in mind. It's not like the Iranians can instantly respond and they have laser guided. It's hard to actually even spot the Abraham Lincoln or the Gerald R. Ford in action before you can actually take the strike. But I think generally speaking, it will be that the Americans as well as the Sunni Muslim countries will be using that particular argument against the Iranians. As if this war protracts and elongates, there won't be, for example, a call for a united Islamic response. And that's quite sad to the aggression against Iran. That won't happen simply because Iran already has objectively crossed that line and has attacked American bases on Muslim soil, right? Be it in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the Emirates, etc. And so it's going to fall on Iran essentially with its extra-regional allies to respond adequately. But I think, Conrad, well and truly, the escalation, I'm not sure if this particular conflict that has now reignited, since June 2025, has any ties to the aggression between Pakistan and Afghanistan. It is a very interesting consensus. It does appear that multiple places around the world are experiencing massive instability. Literally, we can see it within the same week. This is not accidental. And I did want to mention those claims that apparently Iran was assisting, the drug traders in Venezuela this entire time, and through Hezbollah proxies, and Iran was, participating in the instability of America through the South and Central American drug traffickers. It's an interesting theory. However, obviously not much evidence to say that, especially, the CIA hasn't really released that for us. The other thing is, I'm just remembering old Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, interviews from 2022 and 2023. Prigozhin actually said, if President Putin gives me the green light, I will organize essentially a Syria or a Ukraine scenario in Mexico. Prigozhin was actually there's an interview with Prigozhin, he offers to turn Mexico into a Ukraine, to actually bog the American. It sounds insane, but Prigozhin was saying, send me and Wagner into Mexico and we will turn Mexico into a Ukraine for America. So interesting claims. Now we understand, these cartels are well and truly under control of different entities, but there were thoughts about potentially the sort of non-linear action by the Russian Federation in terms of fighting against America via their own proxy wars. That hasn't transpired, hasn't come to pass, but it's super interesting to say the least. But we haven't seen an IRGC terror response yet either, Conrad. And I say this because in the context of Afghanistan and Pakistan, we've seen literally claims, Afghanis are claiming, the Talibanis are claiming, patriots are claiming that they have armies of suicide bombers. Like that was said at least once in this current Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict. We haven't seen that yet from the Iranians, from those in Hezbollah, from the IRGC. They're actually keeping up appearances, so we haven't seen the war actually get dragged out into this particular. Because look, we'll have to just call it what it is. Early on, in the war of Hezbollah, the early Hezbollah in late 1970s, early 80s, against the Americans and the French, they did in fact utilize suicide bombers against the French and the Americans in Lebanon. It did happen. So there is such a thing as Shia Islamic extremism, so to speak, or at least these tactics which maybe we white Christians, Europeans would find a little bit far-fetched. Like we don't really, that's not in our tradition to, fight like that. But the Iranians, and I believe most likely in extreme circumstances, could perhaps utilize those tactics, and that's quite horrific. And yes, you understand it is a civilizational conflict, so who knows where all of this will go.
Jonathan Kelly, $10. Hat is on. Conrad means business. The Phrygian cap is on. We are standing in solidarity with our Aryan brothers in Iran, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. All week I've been wearing my Orthodox Hezbollah shirt, my Just Say No to Zog, Randy Weaver shirt, and I'll be alternating between this hat and the Donbass Mandilion face of Christ. So hope everybody's got their World War III drip. I really need to get the World War Now merch out. I can't believe I let this strikes happen without getting the merch out. So hopefully in the future you all can buy this sweater and some other things. But thank you for the $10, Jonathan Kelly, real financier of the World War Now newsroom here. So if anybody else, of course, wants to send any super chats, feel free to send them in. We're answering any and all questions addressing, look, if you're a hater and you want to talk, send in a super chat. We'll read it, but we're not going to let you ankle bite and hate and be a gay little homosexual in the live chat. So if you've been muted or banned, sorry, you're gay. Like if you didn't know, you are homosexual. But we have Father James here. Conrad has his Warrior Gnome gear on. It's true. We're locked in. I also set up the Tsar Nicholas Rocket Brigade patch and mount that I have back there. So we've got Tsar Nicholas Rocket Brigade, Flat Earth map, Tsar Nicholas icon, Rublev icon, got this John Vatatzis icon right there. So we're pretty much locked in. Yarn Chicken, $2. Yes, we want merch. I know. It's just been, there's been so much news with World War III. Dmitri and I have been making sure that we have the most accurate predictions for the past 3 weeks leading up to all of this going on. And I think once the clips settle and everyone's analyzed it, you'll see that nobody was more prepared for this than those who kept up with World War Now. Anthony Westgate, $5. Happy Blood Moon Purim. It's true. Apparently there will be a lunar eclipse, I believe, sometime in the next 48 hours. And there have already been extensive blood moons recently. So, of course, the Purim ritual, the timing of this has undergone. Of course, the 12-day war was begun on June 13th, representing the 613 laws of Moses. So the Jews, they're in full control of this. They want these conflicts to represent their domination of time and space. Like everything happens as they will it, making the world their footstool. That is literally why they do what they do. Thank you, Anthony Westgate. Great to see you in the chat. One of the best friends of World War Now. Maybe we'll go on his channel, do some World War III analysis throughout this week. Going to do some Epstein analysis with him in the coming few days. So lock in. Of course, here we have a Reuters report. It says Reuters reports that prior to the Iran attacks, the CIA assessed that even if Supreme Leader Khamenei were killed, he would likely be replaced by hardline elements of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The assessments, which were produced over the past 2 weeks, looked broadly at what could occur in Iran following a U.S. intervention and the extent to which a military operation could trigger regime change in the Islamic Republic. Now a pronounced objective for Washington. So this is an open regime change war. Nobody's hiding it at this point. Of course, Netanyahu's plane, Wing of Zion, has now left and is flying over Greece after circling for almost 4 hours off the coast of Israel. So Greeks, once again, you are harboring Benjamin Netanyahu. So frankly, if Greeks need to take to the streets, Greeks need to, wherever he is, they need to find out, surround it, say, get the hell out of here, because you have now made your country a target for Iranian strikes, legitimately so, in my opinion. If there are Iranian strikes on Greece attempting to take out Netanyahu, that is more than a legitimate target in this war. So Greeks, you've been put on notice because you are now acting as a shield for Jewry and their genocidal campaign in the region, of which Greek, ethnic Rum, heritage Orthodox Christians are being massacred, largely by Jolani and the other, and of course even in the Israeli strikes on Lebanon and Gaza. So remember what you're doing right now. Qatar has been hit by 44 ballistic missiles and 8 drones. I already reported that earlier from the live UA map situation. We've got World War Now autists helping me with research in the Discord. So if you want to continue the conversation with more people in our community, click the Discord link down below. Join the World War Now Discord server. We've got people in there. We've got people chopping it up, making sure that we're the latest on our analysis. So it's good to see everybody in the chat. Again, like I said, we're reading any and all super chats. So send those in. But as far as what the next stage is going to look like, I think as of right now, I think we're waiting a pretty big strike on Israel proper. That's what I would wager is coming in the immediate next few hours. What do you think, Dmitri?
No, absolutely. I think Israel is clearly the number one culprit amidst all of this. Israel is most definitely utilized some sort of terror cells, spy cells on Iranian soil. We haven't heard of, mass numbers of Israeli assets, Sionim being captured. We haven't actually seen that yet, but no doubt once the dust settles, if the Iranian regime is still standing a week from now, we'll be seeing fast military tribunal style hearings. We'll see more Mossad agents most likely hanging, from cranes, no pun intended, in Iran. If the Iranians have their way, there will be, Mossad agents most definitely sentenced to death for treason and other things. And so I think it's quite clear, Conrad, and you said this earlier, that it is well and truly a spiritual act for these people, for the enemies of mankind, and those who are, in particular are following the whims of the devil and his servants. Because I'd like to add, obviously they have their own interpretations of the Old Testament tradition. So for them, the particular story of Queen Esther and all that story in relation to the Hebrews and their stay in the Persian Empire, they interpret it in this own capacity. And this is why for them, Purim in particular and how they celebrate it has to be accompanied by mass human sacrifice. This is why it's so concerning that this particular girls' school that was hit on Saturday, right, on Shabbat, right, on Shabbat, before Purim, before the triumph of Orthodoxy on Sunday, because you have to remember this Sunday is the triumph of Orthodoxy, when witches, warlocks, Freemasons, and all kinds of other followers of evil are anathematized tomorrow. So you have to keep this in mind. It's a very symbolic weekend on which the attack was chosen. Literally the only weekend which we Orthodox Christians, celebrate essentially this, when we Orthodox Christians perhaps are the most bigoted because we are the least inclusive, and we literally announce in our major cathedrals of all cities as to who exactly is not Orthodox. So that's quite interesting. But also keep in mind, what were the dates of Purim in previous years? Notice it is in fact on the eve of Purim, as we not just predicted, but we just analyzed, because we sort of knew this will be the date. In 2024, recall the greatest recent terror strike in Russia on Crocus City Hall, which led to the deaths of at least 145 Russians. It took place on the 22nd of March, 2024. So if you Google Purim 2024, it'll literally be the day after. So it's notice the particular terror or the tragic strikes, they happen usually either on the particular holiday or just the day preceding it. The other massive symbolic attack against the Orthodox Christians in general was the sinking of the Moscow Black Sea destroyer in the Black Sea in 2022, which happened literally on the day before Passover, on the 14th of April 2022 in the Black Sea, and that's still considered one of the greatest losses of the Russian, and I guess in general, just the largest Orthodox Christian ship that was ever destroyed in recent years was destroyed a day before Passover. Now, these are not accidental connections. These are connections which have been made by Orthodox Christian analysts, historians, theologians. For example, Father Timothy Butkevich in the Russian Empire has already tied Talmudic feast days to tragic events and other provocations. And this was in the 19th century. So this stuff is not really surprising that, wow, Israel and I guess the Trump administration chose the eve of Purim on that weekend to strike against Iran. Is it a coincidence? No, it isn't. This is a long-standing tradition, especially if this war, this regional war right now, which is reignited, is going to escalate and domino and slippery slope into something much greater. And clearly it's a massive act of human sacrifice. And speaking of human sacrifice, we'll probably see a lot more strikes against innocents in the coming days. I mean, unfortunately, it's not that we want these things to happen. It's simply the analysis of the last few years. It has shown that the Israelis have no qualms about accidentally, hitting, oh wow, Hezbollah targets, IRGC targets, and then, a few innocents will die along the way. And this is something that you can see that even in Ukraine, for example, Christian armies, are less likely to do sort of acts like this, although there are always innocents that are lost amidst serious wars. So this is incredibly concerning. One other thing, Conrad, obviously the Straits of Hormuz being closed will have insane implications on Monday, but what's interesting is there were strikes in the initial wave against the Bushehr nuclear power plant harbor areas, which is really interesting because this is directly impacting Russian men stationed, Russian scientists from Rosatom stationed in Iran are actually just on the coast, a few hundred kilometers west from the Straits of Hormuz in the Bushehr area. Now, yes, Bushehr does have a naval harbor. It does have land to sea and like land to air missile launch sites in the mountains and hills just outside of the harbor, but it also has those key nuclear reactors. So the Russians basically, for listeners, there's already a Russian nuclear reactor in the city of Bushehr, which is a coastal city on the Persian Gulf in Iran. It's providing 1,000 megawatts of energy for Iranian cities and locations surrounding them. Now, the Russians, from their collaboration, this is in a civil area with the Iranians, are constructing 2 more nuclear reactors on the Persian Gulf for the Iranians to use. This is just a normal sort of commercial deal. The Russians are also building a nuclear reactor for the Turks at the same time, so we can't say the Russians are just building nuclear reactors, for the sake of just the Iranians. No, the Russians are happy to share nuclear energy developments with any country that's willing to pay. And so there are actually physically Russian citizens, we know this for sure, Russian Rosatom scientists on the Persian Gulf stationed in Bushehr right now. Now, whether or not they're evacuating, whether or not that nuclear reactor is being managed properly, there's no reports at the moment being released. So that's always an interesting question as to what will happen with them. If anything, Conrad, we speculated that, if Russia was going to at least send some sort of troops to protect key sites and areas, it would be to protect the investment, the Bushehr nuclear power plant on the Persian Gulf coast, and that will be clearly a threat, potentially, like that will signal something to the Americans. In any case, as we said as well, obviously, the Stoiky Russian corvette that was doing the military exercises in Oman, we said very obviously this one Russian corvette ship, which, with all due respect, a corvette naval vessel is not the same as a destroyer, and of course it's not the same as an aircraft carrier. It is not, on the same level. Of course, that didn't deter neither the Americans nor the Israelis. So we knew that particular naval exercise in the Gulf of Oman between the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians was not going to stop this massive planned, as we said, human sacrifice provocational event, Conrad. And that's the saddest part, is that when you analyze these particular events on a weekly, almost daily basis via social media channels, it becomes quite obvious what level of deterrence the enemies, I suppose, of humanity really need to have before something can really stop them from acting. And that hasn't been shown. And sadly, I'm not saying Iran was in a position to deter anyone here, but certainly from Russia and China, I don't think enough was done. But we're not here to blame anyone. This is a super complicated geopolitical situation that's ongoing right now. But it will have implications as to what those two major powers actually do in the next week. Will have implications that will be long-standing. You can see on the map right there, on the live stream, the Caspian Sea right now. That is an internal safe sea that Iran, of course, borders. That has been effective for Central Asian trading for centuries at this point, but which NATO has no access to. So if Iran, for whatever reason, falls into the, so to speak, NATO, it becomes a NATO-allied country like Iraq, like some of these Gulf states, that will automatically open up another threat in Russia's south. So the implications of Iran, the Iranian regime falling, despite the complex views on the mullahs and all these other things, it will be tremendous. and of course a net negative for all Christians around the world, I think, generally speaking, right? Because, well, as correctly put with Levan Vasadze, Conrad, in the interview, the Ayatollah allowed the Patriarch of Georgia to visit Tehran and visit Iran completely safely. Christians have been visiting Iran. Yes, evangelization of Iranians has been difficult, but that's a historical issue that has been complicated for the last hundreds of years. It's not something the Ayatollahs created or invented. Christianization of Iran is a century-long process, which, albeit more work needs to be done, but the mullah regime in power now hasn't made it any worse. And so that excuse that, wow, the regime is anti-Christian, I think is completely false and wrong. I think that's completely a red herring. If anyone ever says that, they're detracting from the reality on the ground, which is obviously there is about to be a huge slaughter of human life, and they're just trying to distract you from it.
There are far more Christians in Iran than in Israel. Like, I don't understand what these people are like. I don't understand what people are saying. Like, why was there a reason? Like, look, all right, $20 from Jonathan Kelly. Wait a minute, John Hagee was right. The blood moons of Israel, the blood moons. Yeah, we're about to learn that the two sides that were the most correct were the anti-Semites and the Christian Zionists. It was just, they were both correct in the sense that one was on the good side and one was evil, and the clash is happening right now. It's ultimately, as much as I myself subscribe to a lot of realism within geopolitics, it's these people that are going to try to be looking at this from a rational perspective. Like, why is this happening? It's like we're in an eschatological war against like a race of demons that tried to kill God when he came to earth. Like, this is what we're dealing with. This isn't, oh yes, well, every 80 years these cycles are bound to flare up. Like, yeah, obviously there's a cyclical violent nature to human reality, but this is end game stuff, man. I mean, look, unless you guys believe in more lands beyond the ice wall like me, there's no reason for you not to be worried, because the gospel is able to be preached across the entire world because we've ostensibly discovered the entire world. So be prepared. But we have $5 from Mead Enjoyer 95. And it's a reasonable question. I'm not going to hate on you personally, but people ask, is it wrong as an Eastern Orthodox Christian to hope both sides, an evil Muslim regime and the tiny hat regime, loses? Is there reason to support Iran? Yes, the reason to support Iran is because the reason that Christians have been persecuted in the Middle East is precisely because of the triumph of the Israeli regime in Israel and the region. Because, again, all of the radical Sunni head-chopping regimes, if anyone believing this nonsense that Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror, nonsense. None of these quote-unquote terror groups that Iran funds have anything to do with the United States. Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, Popular Mobilization Forces, none of these can reasonably be called terrorist groups. The only Iranian proxies that could reasonably be called terrorist groups would be Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other factions within Gaza and the West Bank, which, again, I also contend are not terrorist groups. I think they're engaged in legitimate resistance against Israeli occupation, but they are ostensibly sub-state actors that engage in political violence against a state power that I don't even recognize, being Israel. So the fact that the United States supports Israel is the tragedy of all of this. We should be allowing Israel to get completely destroyed by its Islamic neighbors, but us Goyim have been roped into this conflict by the Jews because they can't defend themselves. The idea that Iran is our enemy because we have been told to hate them on behalf of the Jews. Look, if they're an Islamic country and that's a right to hate them, we should be able to bomb every country, because every country is secular or Muslim or Buddhist or Hindu or something. Very, very few actual Christian nations around anymore. I would like you to point them out to me. I don't consider Vatican City one, and you've got Liechtenstein. So by this standard, the only countries that we can really allow to keep going are like Liechtenstein and Georgia and maybe Greece and the Russian Federation. So obviously, just because they are Muslim does not mean that we should destroy them and go to war with them. If you believe in that, then you're basically supporting a war for gay butt sex, because the moment the Iranian regime falls, whatever the United States picks to replace it is going to be pro-sodomy and pro all this other stuff. So full support for the Islamic Republic. Anything short of that is Zionism. That's the take, and I think anything else is incorrect. And I'm sorry if that's too much for some people. The Department of War says no American casualties in the Iranian retaliation. Not necessarily any immediate reason to believe that, but I guess we will see as things go on. We, of course, have reports of a direct targeting of one of the sites where American officers are located near the Iraqi consulate in Erbil. So it seems to be protected residential area for soldiers has been struck. I'm assuming there was no one there, but it shows that they're going for people. Suicide attacks continue to pour towards the headquarters of the main U.S. Naval Command in Bahrain. It says here, shipping insurance companies are canceling all insurance policies of every ship stuck in the Persian Gulf and are raising prices across the board. And vessels are actively turning away from the Strait of Hormuz, confirming the IRGC shutdown of the strait. So the Strait of Hormuz is actively closed. And as you can see on the screen, not only will the Strait of Hormuz be being closed, but it seems the Red Sea is soon to follow. This says here from Al Jazeera, Houthi leader condemns attacks, says Iran is within its rights to hit U.S. bases in region. Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the leader of the Yemeni rebel group, has called the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran cruel, blatant, criminal, and barbaric, and without any right. The Houthis are one of the militia groups that Iran supports throughout the region. We are on alert for any necessary developments. There is no concern about the Islamic Republic of Iran regarding this aggression because it is powerful, its position is strong, and its response will be decisive. The statement continued, it did not mention whether or not the Houthis would join the conflict on Iran's side. It is Iran's legitimate right to target military bases belonging to the Americans who are participating in aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I've already seen some reports that Houthi movements are indicating they're about to restart their blockade on the Red Sea, specifically U.S. and Israeli boats. U.S. is saying minimal damage, but no casualties. Look, the U.S. is definitely going to be trying to downplay the damage done right now, so don't take any of these with anything less than a grain of salt. Ismail Bagaya, interview with Al Jazeera, said Iran's actions are in self-defense. We're facing an unprovoked act of aggression, an egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. Not seeing any immediate new updates here, but we have $10 from Nick Bucci 96 logistical support. Thank you, brother. The supply line has gotten 10 feet longer thanks to your logistical support. So thank you. E-war mapping. Do you think China is actively providing Iran necessary intelligence, i.e. satellite data or aircraft carriers? Potentially. I mean, look, there are Chinese data gathering ships in the Persian Gulf that are detecting submarines and other things. So potentially there's Chinese infrastructure and personnel that could be coming under fire or even shrapnel or other getting caught in the crossfire here, because they are very much in the Persian Gulf, which has pretty much been entirely closed, is now an active war zone. So we're going to learn more, I think, how much China is really helping, but I wouldn't assume it's going to be much more beyond intelligence sharing in the immediate future. But again, one of the, again, I'm not saying I think this will happen, but something within the realm of possibility that would really shake this up is if China went into Taiwan in the midst of all of this, as America is spread thin, navally speaking. $10 from Adam Sisk 3355. Thank you for your coverage as we live through history. God bless. God bless you, brother. Thank you for the $10. Really keeping the lights on here at the World War Now bunker. It says here 20 volleyball players were killed in the city of La Mer de Fars province by an Israeli or American cruise missile, which hit the sports hall they were playing in. So a lot of civilian casualties. I'm assuming the Iranian media sphere is going to be amplifying these reports of these civilian casualties to rally the Iranian people towards resistance, because obviously they need to use this opportunity to unite everybody, because that's the only way you survive here, is if you rally everybody around a focus point against Israel and America. Pictures here, it says a burning frigate over the Iranian Navy in the Khorramshahr naval base after airstrikes by the U.S. And Israeli forces. I can show the pictures here on the World War Now Telegram. Actually, let me see if those will come up somewhere else. This Telegram is not the best for sharing images, unfortunately. But what are U.S. strikes on Iran? All right, I'm going to be finding some more footage, but I'm hearing some people saying that, oh, this is not a real war, this is fake. I think we're going to see, again, if this is a weeks-long operation, neither side are going to be throwing, quote unquote, literally everything that they have in the first few hours, if this is going to be a weeks-long sustained operation. So I think people are going to be a bit surprised by how things develop in the next few weeks, but who knows? Anything can happen. Here we have, all right, I got to show the Telegram at this point. Share screen, window, Telegram, boom. All right, it says an Iranian attack hit the Palm Hotel and Resort in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Scenes shared on social media show the aftermath of the Iranian strikes. So, man, the UAE, as this tourist, rich Mecca, maybe coming under, that may no longer be the status quo when all this is said and done. Says Israeli assessment, air superiority Iranian skies expected to be achieved by tomorrow. You have 600 plus fighter jets, basically 10x what Iran has. Nobody ever claimed the U.S. won't be able to get air superiority over Iran. But at some point, the economic and diplomatic pressure on the United States will be too much to bear, even if only 10 missiles are launched a day, which is far from happening. So again, once the markets open on Monday, we're really going to get a picture of what this is going to look like, because Strait of Hormuz has been closed. In theory, any moment now, Red Sea blockade could begin. So that's two of the most vital energy choke points will be coming under extreme duress. So this all, whether that will prompt people to make a deal even further, or whether it will give the Iranians the resolve to continue pushing the Americans, that is yet to be seen. But I want to thank everyone for tuning in. A lot of super chats. Thank you, everybody, for sending them in. Feel free to send something in if you want to ask us a question, have us address a specific news item. But I don't know when we're going to wrap this up. We'll probably be on here for a bit longer, but probably also going to be doing some streams with some other people, maybe Kotel, like I said, Anthony Westgate, Father Peter, maybe going on his channel to do a stream about World War III. So stay tuned to everything and share World War Now with everybody that you know, because this is when we can build the audience a bit more and get some more people locked in on this analysis, which is only going to get more and more prescient.
No, of course. And I think one of the really interesting things is that Iran has been preparing for this conflict. They knew it was going to come after Operation Midnight Hammer. They had months to prepare. Now, albeit no one can really prepare for a third world war in 6 to 8 months, over the span of the late 2025 year period, especially when heavily sanctioned. But we do know Iran should have those Russian Sukhoi latest planes that they purchased, at least 20 to 30 of them. Allegedly they've been shipped over. There should be Russian S-400 anti-air defense systems. Generally, the anti-air system integrated, the Russian anti-air defense systems integrated into the Iranian existing defense system should be enough to deter any further attacks by Israeli air forces, which is why the 12-Day War was even successful in the first place, because you had basically on-the-ground sabotage drone strikes against the anti-air defense systems, which essentially precluded and preceded the actual Israeli planes flying over Iraq and dropping those bombs. So we'll, in fact, I think, see whether or not all of those claims about Iran being incredibly effective and all of the talk, right, the issue that the Iranians were putting out over the last 8 months, whether or not they will actually yield any results. Because, again, it'll be very similar to when the leader of Hezbollah, prior to, of course, his murder by the Israelis when they dropped 16 bombs onto the particular suburb where he was staying and killing him on the ground. You remember Hezbollah also had very, very powerful statements that they put out almost on a weekly basis that they will destroy Israel or they will retaliate appropriately, and it never actually came to pass. In Iran's case, I'm hoping they actually prepared properly and adequately. But we also see, again, the fog of war is incredibly real. That protest footage, Conrad, from Iran, from some of the major religious sites, it can also go both ways. If Iranians that are pro the regime of the ayatollahs and the mullahs, if they're happy and comfortable going out onto the streets during essentially an emergency wartime situation, what will that say for the liberals who also may come out onto the streets again protesting against the Iranian regime? This is why this attack by both the Americans and the Israelis, Operation Epic Fury and Operation Rising Lion, respectively, is so staggered, because they want to see the Iranians again rise up internally, destabilize the country, and then proceed to pick off any military targets they, of course, they can sort of spot, and that they of course can take advantage of. So I think it's almost like a two-phased process. We can see maybe a combination of protests internally inside of Iran, which is why Iran shut down its internet. I believe in the first 6 hours, something like the internet capacity of Iran dropped domestically from 100% to 4% roughly. So if you didn't have, for example, a Starlink satellite terminal, you couldn't actually connect to the internet in Iran, which of course would complicate things for liberal, pro-Pahlavi or pro-liberal and democratic protesters on the ground, or any sort of weird separatist groups like the Kurds in the northwest of Iran. So I think all of this will probably be a combined result of the initial strikes, Conrad, and most definitely we'll see some sort of anti-regime protest. But if I was the Iranian regime, this is the time to shut down the protests, I think, as intensely as possible, as humanely as they can, because really, this really cannot be afforded. I mean, we know from Russian history the fact that those protests even took place in cities like Petrograd and Moscow during the First World War, brought around very bad results for the Russian Empire during the First World War, and they were completely, as we understand now, there was no evidence behind the reason the people were protesting in capital cities. So the techniques used by Israel and its allies has been used for centuries already, where it's you destabilize the country internally and you also strike it from abroad at the same time. So this sort of combined war of attrition is well and truly a strategy that will be used. And that's the unfortunate thing is the world is experiencing warfare on multiple fronts right now. Obviously, we know Pakistan is at the moment, I think officially war has been declared by the Taliban against Pakistan. So there is in fact a war where China, for example, like if you think about China being a supportive base for Iran, they have to consider multiple fronts at the same time. They have to consider Russia, Pakistan, and Iran. All three of those nations China has been supporting well and truly, at least on an economic and selling military aid to quite intensely. So now at this point, you have to consider all of these things that China has to keep its mind towards. And obviously, the Chinese relationship with the US, despite all the sanctions and tariffs, and of course the massive tariff and sanction freeze of October 2025, it's still well and truly bound by umbilical cord of sorts to the Americans. Like the Chinese-American relationship economically is so strong, it is actually like people don't appreciate how much money is actually transferred, exported, imported between the US and China at the moment. These two nations are not exactly at odds. They're not exactly, they are geopolitical opponents, but they're not exactly in an economic war of sorts. And the Trump administration, I think, has timed this attack against Iran almost perfectly when the US's relationship with China is not exactly at its worst, because it has been better, since October 2025. So Trump and Netanyahu are well and truly, like, they are timing this very, very perfectly for them. Now, it'll be interesting to see. I think someone in the chat said, what about the holy sites, obviously, in the Holy Land, Iran potentially striking some of the Orthodox Christian or even Roman Catholic or some of the Protestant sites located around the Holy Land? Look, the reality is the three key cities that the Israelis, again, occupy, they have the houses of the elites are located in the decision-making centers in Israel. As far as we know, the three areas are Haifa on the coast, on the northwest coast of Israel. Then south of that, you have Tel Aviv in Gush Dan, and then you have West Jerusalem, where all the courts and the major government buildings are located. The Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, the Old Jerusalem sort of location are very two different. It's very widespread. So East Jerusalem most likely will not be targeted at all by the Iranians. But again, just like with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, what happens is the missiles they fly overhead, they're shot down by, for example, the Iron Drone, and the missiles end up falling on random civilian targets. So yes, potentially there may be Christian churches actually damaged during the bombardment. There's no doubt. I mean, that's what happened in the Ukraine, and has been and continues to happen when a missile fell, for example, on the almost hurt the Metropolitan Agafangel of Odessa when it fell on his compound. And this is an Orthodox Christian, like the oldest Orthodox Christian bishop in Ukraine. A Russian Shahed drone was shot down, and it crashed into his monastery compound. No, completely by accident, but that's what can happen in these particular conflicts. Again, speaking of symbolism and the more esoteric, notice the city of Tel Aviv, the LGBTQ capital of the world, right? They themselves call Tel Aviv the gay capital of the world. It was built, this neo-Israeli capital city was built on the location where the tribe of Dan used to live in the Old Testament, on the Gush Dan. That's literally the central business district of Tel Aviv. Notice the symbolism. We know the Moshiach of the Talmudists will be actually born from the tribe of Dan. So you can kind of see, like, these people even pre-planned the construction of Israel according to their own futuristic end times apocalyptic model. So every time the Israelis are like, oh, I don't see any explosions over Gush Dan, it like raises almost, eschatological implications, because it's like we're constantly reminded that the Israelis, in fact, it's not just a secular nation. It is a nation with its own Talmudic eschatology, its own sort of views of what the future will look like. And yes, eventually they will be, this is why this war is even taking place, Conrad. The project of the Greater Israel, of expanding Israel, of securing the future of this particular country and its people, is so that in the future, when the Moshiach is born, he can reign over an established territory, and Israel will be entirely safe and sanitized from any of these, the silly goyim who occupy their native lands, and, at least can be defended in some logical capacity, which, again, Israel has always had. I mean, this particular land, Palestine, the Holy Land, has always been an intermediary in many, many civilizational imperial wars. And this is why the Greater Israel project is well and truly from an Israeli perspective a practical end that they're going to approach through any sort of means, including killing Iranian girls, bombing them in a school on the first day of the war, so to speak. So that's these particular horrible portents. I don't think we should be surprised at them. Again, these people have prepared for this morally. Listen, they've actually probably psychologically trained their pilots by bombing innocent Palestinians in Gaza. They prepared them psychologically to, of course, take Iranian lives. And of course, for them, they've been claiming, well, look, the Palestinian, these Hamas assets, these innocent people that we're killing in the Gaza Strip, they're actually agents of Iran. So killing Iranian children, killing Persian children, in a ritualistic type way, dropping bombs on them from the sky, will not be very difficult for Israeli pilots. And look, we're all made in the image of God, but they've conditioned themselves to take as much of that conscience away from their actions as possible. And this is why the 7th of October, so that these 2 years since then, it has, I think, really assisted the Israelis in preparing for this major war. And that's the sad reality is, you can in fact condition yourself to commit major war crimes. And this is, I think, what the Israelis have, brought themselves to at this point.
I very much agree. And it says here, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, Sky News UK, several IRGC commanders were martyred as a result of the American-Israeli attacks against Iran. My question is, why is anyone talking to Sky News UK or any Western media? The UK is actively involved in this war right now. British jets are in the air. I don't know if they're striking Iran, but they're certainly defending against Iranian strikes. So not sure why we're talking to Sky News. Not an encouraging sign, if I'm being honest. But you all saw me post this. These were... I guess we're getting some more videos from from Epic Fury, Operation Epic Bacon, as it's being called. I guess we have here, before launching Operation Epic Fury, Trump was warned the attack on Iran was a high-risk, high-reward move that could cause major U.S. casualties, but might reshape the Middle East in America's favor. Officials briefed him on risks, including missile strikes on U.S. bases, proxy attacks in Iraq and Syria, and limits to regional air defenses. One official said the operation carried no guaranteed outcome. Trump acknowledged the stakes, saying the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, but called it a noble mission, vowing to destroy their missiles, raise their missile industry, and annihilate their navy. So this is total war from Orange Man. It says here, while the U.S. and Israel have gained air control over the western and southern parts of Iran, Israel believes complete air superiority is expected tomorrow. I already discussed that. President Trump to Israel's Channel 12, I have many exit strategies from the war. I can choose to make it long or I can make it very short. We'll see. Okay, I'm not sure if Trump really controls the escalation ladder as much as he really thinks. It says here, Her Imperial Majesty Princess Noor Pahlavi in a post on X, thanks to the United States of America, President Trump, for launching Operation Epic Fury. Yeah, of course, the Shabbos Goyim are getting behind this fully. But I wanted to read, people tune into the show to figure out learn about the prophecies and figure out what's going to happen next. So, of course, those who've watched the show, this isn't going to be news, but we have a lot of new people watching, undoubtedly. So we're going to be reading here from Metropolitan Neophytos. It says here, first there will be a great slaughter. This is from, let me put the context. This is from a sermon he gave January 13th, 2026. And it says halfway through the talk, he says, first there will be a great slaughter in Syria. The Jews will strike the nuclear program of Persia. They are already preparing. Either before or after this strike, Erdogan will fall. At this moment, Erdogan is considered one of the great leaders of the world. The president of America came out and said the guy is smart. That's how he called him, the guy. What can we do? He says, this is how things are in our era. Whoever has the power of weapons prevails. This one, he says, managed it, and moreover, without much blood, he says. And they took Syria. He legitimized them. In essence, he's talking about the Turkish-backed takeover of Al-Jalani and the massacres of the Christians there. He says, I will say another word. He fattened him up. In modern Greek, he encouraged him. He even praised him. He's saying that the U.S. supported the Turkish operation. He did this on purpose. He set him up to start a war with the Kurds now. He said the Jews want allies. Their great ally they feel in the Mediterranean Sea is the Greeks, the mainlanders in Cyprus. And in the east, it will be the so-called Kurdish state. 40 million, mind you, are the Kurds. So America is promoting them. And finally, we will have a clash of the Jews with Turkey. What does America want? America does not want, under any circumstances, to lose Turkey from the Western camp, but it wants to control it. Can it control Turkey with Erdogan in power? It cannot. They will find a way to bring down Erdogan. And this will happen. And those who will come out after Erdogan will be pro-Western and very, very much against Russia. So then we will have the Russo-Turkish War. During that period of the Russo-Turkish War, the new generation of Turkish politicians will strike in the Aegean. They will also make some incidents in Cyprus. St. Paisios said it. One slap the Cypriots will receive, so that we may be humbled. And then when they attempt to attack and reach up to 12 miles around the islands, the Russians will strike them so savagely that within 10 days at the least, most cities of Turkey will be bombed. Then Turkey will withdraw its troops from Cyprus, since it will see that their destruction of the Lord is happening. This is how Cyprus will be liberated. So it's clear that, I mean, look, the Turks know that they're next. The Israelis have said the Turks are next. The question is will the United States go along with it, or will Israel have to covertly take down Erdogan? It says U.S. officials to Israel Hayom, the war will go on for a few days and will end with an overthrow of the regime. U.S.-Iran talks were intended to be a deception. Well, we knew that, but thank you for admitting it, Jewish News. I guess we will report this because that is what they're claiming. Not in people. I post something on Telegram. People are like, "Are you endorsing this?" It's like, no, I'm just reporting the news. It's a news feed. It says here, multiple USAF tankers working civil control over the Strait of Gibraltar in the last couple hours. Observers hint that they might be fueling B-2 bombers. I reposted that earlier. So yeah, tonight we might see the full extension beyond Midnight Hammer. We might see the major big bunker busting bombs thrown down again. And again, I think we're still waiting on that video from the Ayatollah. Middle East Spectator. Again, this is the reason I repost this source so much, is because they are deeply connected with the Iranian regime. It's run by Iranians, and they largely post things that frankly would be approved in a lot of ways by, not 100%, but when they post real things, it's ostensibly they're taking into mind what the Iranian government would want them to post. So it's an interesting source to keep up with. And they say that people should be preparing for the worst. They have no idea whether the Ayatollah is alive or dead, but they're claiming it is possible that he is dead. So people need to be aware of that. It says here, Tehran City Council member Maysam Mozaffar says the son-in-law and daughter of Iran's supreme leader were killed by Israeli raids in Tehran. I don't know if that is a sign that he's more likely to be dead, but I would assume that he probably wasn't with his close family, but maybe he was, if he was assuming he was going to be killed. So fascinating times we live in. I hope everybody is praying. We get your komboskini, your prayer rope, your lestovkas, get them out. Start saying your Jesus prayer. Make sure everybody's, keep up with your fasting and everything. I'm saying this more for myself than anybody else, of course, because I'm hopeless at these things. But we need to be learning from the prophecies, which is, why does this show exist? Why was the prophecies given? Why did the saints give them to us? Why does this man, who's been persecuted so much by his own church, take the slings and arrows to recount these prophecies to us? It's because they're to call us to repentance, because fundamentally, both in a demonic spiritual sense, the powers and principalities of the air, but more than that, the governments and evil, shady powers behind the scenes, the Epstein class, they've already planned all of this out months and years and even decades in advance. So the only recourse that we have is not necessarily right now to take up arms, overthrow the government, not right now to, I don't even know, commit terrorism or what some people might call for. The answer is prayer, repentance, perhaps public religious displays or mass church events. But that's what we can do here to really fight this spiritual battle. So in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, may the Lord protect his children, and may I would say the just triumph, may the guilty flee, and may all of this be for God's will. At least that's what we can all hope here. It says here, the defacing of the Jordanian Media Institute website. I guess Hezbollah K has attacked is on a cyber rampage. Drone exploded near Erbil Airport. Islamic resistance in Iraq. Our fighters began carrying out a number of operations against the American bases deployed since noon today. I mean, look, the Popular Mobilization Forces have been posting some of the most impressive missile tunnels, Hezbollah, Iran level tunnels recently. And these are where some of these were previously unknown militia groups there that had never been heard of before publicly. So a lot of infrastructure is about to be used on both sides.
Yeah, and look, one of the major concerns, I think, for all of this is that the United Nations, there won't be any international rule-based order institution stepping in to mediate. We know this, was it about 8 days ago, Conrad, at least within the last week, perhaps, that letter that was sent by the Iranian Foreign Ministry, right, and the Iranian United Nations delegation to the General Secretary of the UN, to all of the United Nations members, in particular, 2-page document literally requesting for the international community to come and diplomatically intervene in this coming conflict. Like, they knew that Israel and the US would strike against Iran, and the Iranians actually, they came with a letter to the UN requesting that this institution that was formed after the Second World War in order to, again, de-escalate situations like this, to intervene and to actually stop this from taking place. And the UN didn't do that. Again, it's a complete failure of this rule-based order that was created after the Second World War, which Jonathan Peugeot speaks about so often. And, like, yes, it has that rule-based order after the Second World War. This is like its last breaths of life. I mean, the UN is completely useless. It is absolutely just like a club for networking, a club for disseminating some sort of ideas on an international scale. There is no point to the United Nations. I mean, after this, yes, there are benefits to being on the Security Council, especially if you have a permanent seat. But even a country like India, which has nuclear power and the largest population on Earth, doesn't have a seat on the Security Council. Like, no permanent seat. Like, this is an outdated institution, and I think the Iranians are understanding this first and foremost, that there's no plea you can make to the ICC, to the ICJ. I mean, they've put out warrants of arrest for Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and other figures within Israel, and yet, they haven't been executed. Like, this is not a serious international community we're talking about here. So yeah, Conrad's completely right. I mean, everyone should be in church this Sunday, on this weekend. Like, absolutely, this is like mandatory. If there's any a Sunday to go to church on, it's like this weekend right now, and to engage in repentance, prayer, have confession, have communion if you can. And like that's just mandatory. And yes, coincidentally, it is the triumph of Orthodoxy Day for the Orthodox Christians around the world, new and old calendar. So yes, absolutely, you should be in church praying for the Lord to, again, for his will to be done, for him to have mercy. And the other horrific thing, Conrad, is like you can kind of look at news stories just 24 hours ago preceding this particular tragedy that's taking place right now, and you see the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, putting out these crazy reports, which again most likely push the needle just that little bit towards the slaughter we're seeing. And they've said, oh well, look, we've circulated reports this Friday that Iran well and truly is in fact enriching uranium up to 60%, and that's just a short step away from weapons grade purity, and we have concerns. So some of these international institutions, which have so much clout and have so much of this huge reputation around the world, they've been contributing to escalating this conflict, very sadly. And look, when all of this is said and done, when the Third World War is completed, hopefully the international institutions, if there will be any around the world, will be a lot more conscientious and a lot more appropriate for the goals that have been set out for a long time since the Hague Convention. And because we have to keep in mind, international law is incredibly an interesting subject, but it has Orthodox Christian origins. One of the first people who proposed to have an international peace conference in world history was in fact Tsar Nicholas II, who the Talmudic tribe eventually ritually murdered in July of 1918 anyway. So he proposed that well and truly early on in his reign, I believe it was the late 1890s. So Tsar Nicholas II was at the forefront of creating these ways of actually convening peaceful negotiations, amidst powerful countries in the world, be it just European empires, but that was a good stepping stone towards what we have now. And yet now, naturally, without a powerful, and now the Russian Federation is majority Christian, but it is, of course, now led by secular politicians, unfortunately. If the Russian Federation was an Orthodox power, it would, in fact, I think, push these sort of values in the international community. But we're not seeing this in this Iran. Yes, there are claims, there are talks about God, right, from Trump, from Pete Hegseth. There are these Zionist Christian perspectives being put out, but we have to keep in mind it's a very different brand of Christianity we're seeing. I mean, Zionist Christianity, as pointed out by many people, Jay Dyer, even former CIA officer John Kiriakou, this is not a serious religious response to what's happening in the Middle East. Zionist Christianity, evangelicalism is not. In fact, it only makes things worse for the Middle Easterners and some of the most ancient Christian homelands located there. And in fact, no, it doesn't actually assist in bringing Christianity and bringing the gospel to the people of Iran and Persians. It doesn't actually improve the situation at all. Supporting Israel is It's complete non sequitur. Being there and supporting the state of Israel, supporting Zionism, does not in fact improve the lives of Christians nor spread the gospel in the Middle East. And that's the massive conclusion we all need to come to. That's what you need to tell your friends, relatives about. We need to completely disconnect Zionism from the idea that Christianity needs to be spread around the world. And yeah, I think it's come a little bit too late, because that particular message is going to be absolutely propagated all over Fox News. Come the Sunday morning reports, come Monday, all of next week, there's going to be all this messaging that our greatest ally is now under threat. They're, of course, threatening the Holy Land, the land of Jesus, that Jesus walked on. All of this crazy evangelical messaging is absolutely good. They're going to push it to the limit. And I think that's the quite the curious thing, because yes, Zionism has been exposed to a large extent, even by people like Tucker Carlson. I mean, we've spoken about it in depth for a long time now, but I think the message is just a little bit too. There's still a lot of boomers, Conrad. I think you'd probably agree, even in the United States of America, who are still like incredibly brainwashed. And it's unfortunately, it is going to, as you said, like God is going to allow a tragedy to happen to sober people up to the reality as to what Christian Zionism is, and what the illusion that we've all been under this entire time. Well, not all of us, but many of our relatives, friends. It's basically like a disease, an infection, and it needs to be basically burnt away. And yes, here we are now.
Indeed, here we are, February 28th, 2026, the eve of Purim. And I liked this tweet from Daryl Cooper, Martyr Made. He says, all right, now attack Iran during Purim, the Jewish holiday celebrating the massacre of 75,000 Persians. Start the attack on the 11th day of the 9th month on the Muslim calendar. But sir, won't that cause people to reconsider who was responsible for 9/11? Do it. Make sure Purim coincides with a blood moon that peaks at 3:33 a.m. on March 3rd. But sir, I know 3 is a highly significant number in Jewish Kabbalah, symbolizing a third party ending an unresolvable conflict between 1 and 2. Now do it. But have a Jewish journalist publish an article admitting how significant the symbolism is and comparing Iran to Amalek. And that's what's happening right now. So their symbolism, they say symbolism will be their downfall. So we'll see if the 80-year curse comes to pass, if that is true. But we did see here, it says obviously there's been only 2 strikes on Iran in the past 2 hours, not a whole lot in the past hour, not a huge amount going on right now. I think both sides are pre-preparing for the next round. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this operation will continue as long as necessary. Patience is also required. This war will lead to peace, real peace. Yes, and the only peace that Jews care about is total domination, is where tikkun olam, healing the world, they will, where the rest of the world, all the goyim are their footstool. That is real peace, according to these people. Let me check the Al Jazeera live updates. Obviously, this is from Netanyahu's televised address that he is going on. So it says, there are many signs that Khamenei is gone, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Many signs, but there's no confirmation. So we're watching all of this very closely. But let's share this. Let's check the map. Boom. Oh, the dang ads always popping up here. But no, if anybody wants to ask any questions or have us address any specific news items, feel free to send in a super chat. We're answering every and all super chat. Israel, Netanyahu says the plan to destroy Israel no longer exists, and there's a high likelihood that the tyrant does not either. They mean the Ayatollah. Khamenei is no more. Well, we're gonna see if that's real or not, right? I think. I mean, I've been assuming it for the past few days, despite his brief public appearances, that the Ayatollah was tucked away in the deepest, dankest, most protected bunker that the Iranians have. But who knows? Maybe he was sick of the job and decided to, at least in his mind, take the fast pass to heaven, right? But says here, people of Iran, do not miss this opportunity. It is a once in a generation opportunity. Take to the streets, overthrow your murderous regime. We are with you. I'm assuming the U.S. strikes have died down so that people will watch this this speech, which is also, again, the Iranians should be striking extensively right now to disrupt the speech. So I don't understand why the why the pause unless there's, again, people are speculating that there's been an internal compromise, that there is a faction within Iran that has betrayed the regime, and then the next few days that's what we're going to learn. But I haven't seen any explicit evidence of that. And if that were true, perhaps something like that would have been farther along just a month and a half ago in January, when the actual huge protests that could have potentially been a threat to the regime were going on. So I'm not super confident that there's a huge amount of defectors, but I guess we'll see.
No, of course. A very interesting sermon, in fact, from Metropole, and I think it relates to this issue as well, and to all Christians, I think, and given the implications of this conflict in the Middle East. Metropolitan Luke of Zaporozhye in Ukraine, right? Obviously, he's one of the persecuted bishops. In his recent sermon, he says, this is really interesting, he says, everyone keeps thinking, when will the persecutions against our church end? And what do you think, he asks his flock, will you think they will end? Especially in light of the Epstein Island and the things that took place there. No, they will not end. They can only end if the people who call themselves the church stop denouncing sins, but they can. But then, will that be called the church outwardly? So he also contends that as soon as the church and Christians begin, again, stop denouncing sins, then persecution will end. So as long as Orthodox Christians of Ukraine, Metropolitan Luke says, will continue to call out the powers of the world and evil, persecution will continue. And, just in light of all this, Conrad, I think the reality on the ground is for all the claims that, Israel is the last safe haven for Christianity in the Middle East, we have to keep in mind, for all the listeners who maybe are unfamiliar with the state of Christianity in Israel, you can go listen to the recent Tucker Carlson interviews. I think it's a good introductory point, but also keep in mind all of the major cathedrals, be it Orthodox Christian or Roman Catholic cathedrals in Israel, they were all built prior to the state of Israel actually existing in the first place. So that's a really interesting contention. So they were actually built while the Holy Land was under the rule either of the Palestinian, the Mandate of Palestine, or during the Ottoman imperial times. So in fact, Christianity has existed in the Holy Land for a very long time, even prior to the existence, of the State of Israel, and it flourished. In fact, the golden age, you can almost say, of Christianity in the Holy Land after many, many centuries was in fact the 19th century, when pilgrimage escalated to a large extent from Eastern Europe and Central Europe and other places, to the fact where Kaiser Wilhelm I, the German emperor, actually participated in a pilgrimage to Jerusalem himself in the early 1900s, and you can find those photographs. And he's visiting basically majority Islamic Palestine, the Holy Land, with many other Christian denominations living there. This particular idea that Israel is the nation which defends Christians in the Middle East is completely bogus. People need to stop advocating for it. It's completely insane. And I mean, we Eastern Orthodox Christians and Roman Catholics understand this, but perhaps those of the more Protestant persuasion, they do need to sort of, check that particular presupposition, and it needs to be debunked very quickly. The other, I think, good news, Conrad, that we need to mention, and look, this is the power of prayer, right? Most of us, we've been praying for Metropolitan Arseny of Svetogorsk Monastery, and in fact, he has been released from prison after 2 years. This is a Ukrainian bishop which was persecuted by Zelensky's Talmudic regime, and he in fact has been released from prison. Now he's on simply house arrest in the city of Dnipro. So absolutely amazing, because again, an Orthodox Christian, an innocent bishop who was being persecuted, is now free at least to participate in the Great Lent on his own in his home, not in a prison cell. Which again, how can you even, and look, the reason we even mention this is because the Zelensky regime, if they haven't yet put out a massive statement about Iran and Israel, most likely they will. And who do you think Ukraine will side with? They'll side with Israel. There's no doubt about that. They're going to condemn Iran. Iran officially has called out, some of the war crimes Ukraine has committed in the last, few years. But you have to keep in mind, Iran and Ukraine are not at war, but yet we know inherently who Zelensky's regime will be siding with in this particular dispute, right, between Iran and Israel. They'll be siding with Israel, and we know why, because the Ukrainian elites have genetic, cultural, heritage ties to the same elites from Israel. There is a complete link there, and naturally, I think the implications of what happens in Eastern Europe, there's a clear, there's a trickle down, and that affects exactly how Israel behaves as well. I think, Conrad, geopolitically speaking,
definitely the fact that Russia's still bogged down in that Russo-Ukrainian conflict, it also gave the impetus for, I think, the Trump administration and for Netanyahu to greenlight these particular two operations against the Iranians, because they understood, hey, Russia's still very busy trying to take Konstantinovka and Kupiansk. There's obviously probably no realistic opportunity for the Russians to send any sort of troops or further air defense systems, because look, the Ukrainians are actually bombing the Russians quite hard right now. Flamingo missiles flying deep into Russian territory. They have Ukrainian drone swarms have been, I mean, how many attacks on Moscow have there already been? Probably like 20 at least separate drone swarm attacks on the Russian capital city. The Russians cannot spare that many air defense systems, to simply provide to Iran, either through a gratuitous gift of sorts or to sell it to the Iranians. So, just keeping all of this in mind, Conrad, I think the strikes against Iran were well and truly timed. Not just with Purim, not just with the blood moon, as they say, on the triumph of orthodoxy in Ramadan, but very, very clearly because Iran's allies are in this in a bit of a pickle. They cannot simply outright help Iran in this time of needs, and so Iran at the moment is very, very isolated. And there's a lot of weight on Hezbollah, on the Houthis, especially. Look, all these claims that Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed. If that's true, and there are many ayatollahs, there are hundreds, I think there are thousands of ayatollahs in Iran. So there are lots of mullahs, religious leaders. There is a clear tree of succession, which I'm not sure if it's open for us. It's not really an open source, document sort of outlining like a tree of succession, right? Like in a modern monarchy sense, explaining which Ayatollah will take over next. But they do have a hierarchy. So even if Ayatollah Khamenei has been in fact killed in the first hours of the attack, there are other Ayatollahs who will be taking that position. It's already an established tradition within that particular religious Shia Muslim system. So with that in mind, will that prompt, I think, Hezbollah's involvement, Conrad? Because we see a lot of movement in northern Israel. We see some of the ballistic missiles hitting northern Israeli sites, potentially like softening them up for Hezbollah to at least engage. And I think, look, if this war ends badly for Iran and Hezbollah does not respond adequately, or the Houthis do not respond, I think it'll be extremely suspicious. I think if there was a direct attack on the heads of the Iranian state, then it is only appropriate for the allies of Iran to actually escalate according to their own promises. I mean, this is even the name of the Iranian operation, True Promise. Like, this is what was the pledge and the oaths taken by Iran's allies. It sounds very medievally and like fantasy-esque, but yes, they in fact did promise to assist. And here we are at the moment. Iran is outmanned and outgunned, and it needs its regional allies to at least put some pressure on its enemies so that the war can maybe come to a ceasefire before it escalates out of hand. But look, I'm not very hopeful about a ceasefire at this point, Conrad. That would just be completely speculative and out of order. I think, look, we have to just trust President Trump. And he himself has said, as you said, it was like, we will destroy all the ballistic missile systems in Iran, which is an insane statement. Iran has so many mountainous missile bases that they've utilized during the Iran-Iraq war 40 years ago, which they've planned, they've built them into, I mean, the Iranian countryside is littered with military outposts with ballistic missile systems. We don't even know all of the locations, and obviously it's not, I doubt the Americans have even, their spy and Mossad spy networks have even identified all of the military targets. For Trump to claim our goal, I mean, this is very similar to maybe President Putin's special military operation objectives. If you remember denazification of Ukraine, what does that actually mean in reality? Just thinking about these things. So Trump's saying we'll destroy the Iranian Navy. That's quite clear, but we'll destroy all of the missile systems within Iran. Does he understand what he's saying? Iran is the size of half of Syria and all of Iraq, and it's so mountainous. It is like Afghanistan. It is going to be incredibly complicated to actually rid Iran of any sort of missile capacity. I mean, Israel hasn't been able to do that against Hezbollah on just south of the Litani River. Hezbollah still has missile systems installed in various locations. So again, the lofty goals that Trump has set out, I don't think he'll be able to meet them. And what will this say about Trump's capacity to just keep even military-esque promises for the hoorah sort of Zionist crowd in America? Again, not that we want President Trump to continue this conflict. Hopefully he comes to his senses and leaves Israel on its own. But yeah, this is it's very concerning indeed. I think Trump's 8-minute declaration of war type speech, I think that was quite telling. I think it highlights well and truly where this particular conflict will go. But yes, if Ayatollah Khamenei has in fact been killed by Israel, has been murdered, right? Because that's exactly what it is. It's they strike at him before even a declaration of war. It's just the straight up backstabbing. It's an assassination. This will obviously have implications for the entire Middle East, for all of the allies of Iran, and they will in fact, I think, begin activating very, very soon. So as we said before, hopefully the majority of the American troops are well and truly leaving their bases. Again, I'm somewhat doubtful, Conrad, about those reports in relation to the Bahrain base. That footage, the Iranian drones and ballistic missiles hitting the base, the naval base, that is, and then the Americans claiming that no personnel were lost. I mean, why aren't they stationing the base in the first place? Is it just Shabbat, or what exactly is happening? So again, or maybe did they get a heads up from the Iranian regime that this base was going to be struck, similar to the 12-day war attack on the... Yeah, it's just really curious. I think the fact that no American lives are lost, not that we want American lives lost, but it is quite bizarre. Like, has Iranian missiles that slow? I don't think so. In fact, I think there is more that meets the eye here. Either the Americans have abandoned their own bases, or if they just have very tactical use of safe rooms and bunkers like the Israelis do, and they can just hide and escape to safety when the first missile reports come in. So either Iran is that much outgunned technologically, or I think we're just getting false reports about potential American casualties.
Unfortunately, this is not a good sign. It says here the Iranian Ministry of Culture reports the Supreme Leader Khamenei will not be delivering a speech. So, again, that seems strange to me, because I'd assumed that even if he was dead, there would be a pre-recorded speech. So, with that in mind, I don't think that is necessarily an immediate sign that he is dead. I mean, again, I'm completely speculating here. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he was assassinated, but they might benefit from having them think he was assassinated if he was not, for a very extended period of time. That would, in theory, that could easily benefit the Iranians strategically. So all sorts of things could happen right now. Again, obviously, Dmitri and I included, it's hard to assume that the Iranians will come out on top, and that when it's a 50-50 on how something will go, whether it will go their way. But we are getting reports that there was no guaranteed outcome, but the Israeli media is openly saying that this was all decided months ago. All of the negotiations, everything else between Trump and Netanyahu and the Iranians was deception, which I firmly 100% believe. So if anybody has any specific, there's so many different things going on. There's the Afghanistan-Pakistan war, which is still ongoing, very much hot right now. So there's so many things going on. If you want us to address something in particular, feel free to send in a super chat. We were briefly getting raided by what appeared to be major Israeli bots. So we were, I was having to ban and delete several comments. If anybody, I need to make some more mods. We got E-War mapping in the chat, holding things down thanks to him. Iranian drones are targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Initial reports of explosions in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So looks like things are heating back up again. I don't think we're going to be getting any major break anytime soon. I don't know what my sleep plan is. I guess I'll maybe try to go to bed a little early tonight so I can wake up early tomorrow and get back on things. I don't know how many more streams we're going to do. I might be going live multiple times this week. Who knows? Maybe I'll be going live on my phone from specific locations. Who knows? Interesting. I've got some interesting ideas on what we can do with the, because I can go live on Substack and at least on my phone, as well as YouTube and Twitter and other things. And the I don't know if I can use StreamYard for my phone. I've never tried to do it, but we will see. But I want to say hello to everybody in Substack chat. Howdy, howdy. Had some spurgs in there. Had to shut some people down because people want to unironically do the, if you're not neutral on this and if you're rooting for Iran, you support Islam over Christianity. Like, if you're saying that, you are such a Shabbos Goy and Zog slave bot that you deserve to be ruled over. You deserve to have the Jews use you as a footstool, and you deserve to be treated like cattle, because you are. So that's my perspective, at least. As much as I am against world Jewry, the Goyim still have gone insane. Seeing some of the Goyim in these comments is just, it almost makes you want to join the other side, if we're being real. But no, I would never do that, because we know the side that the Lord is on, and that is the side of good. But alas, if the Ayatollah is dead, he will be a historical figure that I have immense respect for. That is That is how that goes. And that does not mean that I endorse Islam. That does not mean I endorse his religion. That does not mean I even think that he is in heaven or anything like that. It simply means this is ultimately a geopolitical podcast. Yes, it is orthodox, and we've put everything through that lens, but trust me, most of the people saying this do not live consistently. If that is their, as I said before, by their logic, we should be we should support Israel bombing every country ever. Basically, it's just absolutely absurd. So keep the Shabbos Goyim nonsense to yourselves. I understand it's Shabbat. I understand that you guys get your money from turning your stoves on and off, opening these people's fridges, shilling for them on the internet, running interference for the Jews. But we're not going to tolerate in this chat. This is a Christian monarchist chat, so we do not tolerate Jewish nonsense under the guise of free speech. I see people complain like, "Oh, guess you don't believe in free speech if you're banning people." Never claimed to believe in free speech. You can suck a fat one. But it says U.S. service members capture the moment Patriot air defense system failed to intercept an Iranian missile over Al Udeid air base in Qatar. Let me share this, and we can watch this on the Telegram, which is unfortunate because that means it won't be full screen, but it's okay. Boom. Yeah, they're launching multiple launches. I guess that's the missile. Oh, boom. Look, man, I said it before, as much as regardless of what even happens, it's cool. This is cool stuff, it's fascinating to see. I mean, if you're a man, at least, like, I was always fascinated by the military growing up. I don't think I mean, if you had normal levels of testosterone, I think everyone was. So, it is, they focus they teach us so much about World War I and II in school that it's undoubtedly true that this kind of thing, living through it, is perhaps somewhat cathartic for a people who I think have lived in a very stagnant status quo for the past few decades.
No, I think it's quite curious, Conrad, that at the moment, we have reached a slight lull in the bombardment. Right, there hasn't been that many explosions just over the last hour reported. There have been, I think, one or two strikes by the joint Israeli-American forces somewhere near Isfahan. We have to keep in mind, right, one of the main targets that the Israelis and the Americans will be aiming for, maybe if they do have an Operation Midnight Hammer 2.0, will be Pickaxe Mountain, right, located just outside of Natanz. This is like one of the uranium enriching locations, because you have to note that there are like hundreds of kilograms of enriched uranium centrifuges, which we know the Russians have already announced that they're not in Russia. So these enriched uranium centrifuges are located somewhere, and most likely they're underground in a particular facility, probably at this Pickaxe Mountain, which, again, American media has been highlighting for us for quite a while. I do want to mention, Conrad, there is some quite a bit of coal, in fact, being posted in the Russian media about the Telegram ban. The Telegram ban is, in fact, going ahead. They are going to be slowing it down in the Russian Federation, so a lot of Russians will be, again, moving to VPN systems, things like that. It's, in fact, at this point, the Russian government is well and truly pushing the narrative that Telegram is a terrorist app. It is basically used to spread terrorism, and the example they're using, and this is quite egregious, this is, again, a show of military grade disinformation. They're claiming Telegram killed, and this is the Russian newspaper, Rossiyskaya Gazeta. This is a major newspaper in the Russian Federation. They're claiming Telegram killed Daria Dugina in August of 2022. I'm not even joking. That was literally the headline. And then they said Telegram also committed Crocus City Hall. Like, yes, the terrorists the SBU terrorists that killed Dasha Dugina in 2022, yes, they may have used Telegram. Yes, the Crocus City Hall Tajik murderers who murdered 145 people in the eve of Purim, they used Telegram as well. But the benefits coming out of Telegram on the front lines of the Russo-Ukrainian war, and even in Iran, Iranians use Telegram, like Russia's allies, and all. I mean, in Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, etc. All of those countries use Telegram so heavily. Like it is not. It is quite a popular app. If you remember, when Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran, one of the versions of how the Israelis tracked his location was because they actually tracked his whereabouts via WhatsApp, which is a Meta, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg app. So Telegram, in fact, was used for safety reasons by even the Palestinians. Even Hamas used Telegram. Like this is so it's really interesting how the Russian state is actually, and this is coming from the very highest point. They're actually using even the memory of Daria Dugina in a way to try and foster this Telegram ban, which is so disingenuous and so evil. I think it shows you the manipulation, like military grade, mind warping, psyopy things that are happening at the moment in Eastern Europe. Very, very bizarre. And yes, the claims are that Telegram fosters terrorism, but that's, I think, a little bit insane. Bad people do use Telegram, but Telegram's also used for many good things. For example, collecting humanitarian aid, spreading news about the Orthodox Christian persecution in Ukraine. That's happening primarily. Where do we get most of our stories? From Ukrainian Orthodox Christians who post. There are entire parish chats and parish newsrooms, diocese newsrooms on Telegram dedicated, which Ukrainians can use to spread that information. And yes, Iranians use Telegram as well. Surprise, surprise. It's no problem for them. So again, it's just quite curious. And yeah, these launches are quite incredible. I am very interested as to the location of the Gerald R. Ford, the aircraft carrier, and the 3 destroyers that were moving alongside it, whether or not they've made it through the Red Sea. Conrad, I'm not sure if we have those reports, because if both aircraft carriers, yeah.
I thought the Ford was headed to Haifa, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah, that's the last reports I've seen. So in fact, maybe that aircraft carrier is in the Eastern Mediterranean for the reason of defending Israel from Hezbollah and from Lord knows what else. Yeah.
We have here, Trump spoke to leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and NATO chief. President Trump has spoken with the leaders, blah, blah, blah. He spoke with Mark Rutte. It's from Caroline Leavitt. So Zog is coordinating. Bahrain keeps getting smacked. I mean, Bahrain is getting hit almost as much as Israel, which is crazy. Yeah, a tall apartment building in Bahrain caught fire after being struck by Iranian drones. Several buildings in Bahrain. Now that night has fallen, though, I'm expecting at some point we should see more massive strikes on Israel.
So the Iranian Red Crescent is reporting that 201 people have been killed. This is being live reported. 201 people killed. And this is the Iranian Red Cross, right? Mind you, they changed to Red Crescent.
Yeah, I reported that like
747,
40 minutes ago. I don't think it's changed.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Iran has officially shut down the Strait of Hormuz, through which about 20% of the world's oil passes. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced all ships navigating the Strait of Hormuz are forbidden. So, I mean, this is going to be the main thing the Gulf countries and Trump were just talking about, I would wager. Excuse me. No, I mean, that's the problem with a new going live would be a problem because we're never going to know when to, we could stay live forever. I almost wish we could get GSP and Isaac in here, and then we get 4 people, and then we could all rotate out so people could take breaks and eat, because I need to go get some lunch or something, because I'm going to get hungry here. But alas, this is why we do what we do. I've been waiting. I knew this would happen. I've been waiting for this moment. This is not surprising to us, so I can't complain, obviously, but it is. I knew it would be this way. 2 hours, 20 minutes, and I mean, we could, again, there's going to be no shortage of content that even if I'm just reading Telegram, it will stay up to date. But definitely throughout this week, I'm going to be really honing in on some of the prophecies and some of the specifics, because when you can get into it, and when you have a discerning mind, you can really cut through the fog and the BS and see what these, see what was foretold. And I think, and I really want to talk to Metropolitan Neophytos, or even just get some messages to him through Father Peter, because I think that would be what that's going to be really informative. I did consider going live last night. I was awake, right, like I got in bed like 5 minutes after I'd gotten in bed, after taking a shower and hanging out for a bit in my house after some long evening of church. The strike started happening, so I hopped on a Twitter space. I was in there with Syrian Girl, Dumernat, a bunch of other people, some Jordanians, some Palestinians, I heard. So we were listening to the alarms in the West Bank live. Some people live on the space were seeing the missiles flying overhead. So I've been as locked in as somebody in Central Texas can be. But alas, it's all in God's hands now. At the end of the day, like I said, it's certainly no coincidence that God got Father Peter received into the Romanian church just a few days and weeks before all of this goes down. I don't think this is going to be a nothing burger. And even if there is, and again, it's like Joseph of Athlopedi said, there will be periods of intense warfare and periods of bizarre calm in the midst as World War III flares up and down, because fundamentally we're years into World War III at this point. I believe Metropolitan Neophytos, it was 2022, I believe, if not 2020 itself. I believe really 2020 is when he puts the beginning of the Third World War. So we're 6 years in.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be surprising, because really the war against discerning human beings, against Christianity, it really did commence in 2020, right? If you recall, even all the fake news that was being put out during the COVID pandemic, the church won't save you, the Eucharist can transmit COVID, all this crazy blasphemous fake news, the sacrilegious attacks on church-going Christians, etc., gathering, you have to put on a mask before you enter into church, things like this. This was all being propagated, and naturally, what then escalated from there, as we can recall, very, very, I think, unfortunately, is the escalation of the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, and then naturally the Middle Eastern conflict. And look, lest we forget what is taking place, at least in the north east of Africa, right? There's literally massacres taking place right now in Sudan, continuing. And yes, notice who's funding that, Conrad. Again, it's like the UAE, the country which is now crying as it strikes innocent people in Sudan by supporting the rapid support forces. So it's quite insane how some of these we're celebrating Ramadan, Ummah, Sunni Muslim countries, how they can cry wolf as they literally support foreign wars, support proxy wars. And yes, lest we forget, again, the neighbor and the competitor of the Emirates, Qatar. Qatar is one of the main funders of the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS regime in Syria, alongside Turkey. Qatar, of course, supported Hamas in Palestine and all of that, but they've also actively supported all the head choppers and terrorists within Syria. They are one of the main protectors of that particular Christian head chopping regime. So I think the particular perspective that the war, truly commenced in that 2020 period and then onwards, when they're experiencing these various phases of it, I think that's completely realistic, because again, the Second World War, it was also quite elongated, outstretched, but also wars these days are not symmetrical. They're not as linear as they used to be. Warfare has in fact changed. There is a massive, obviously, info war ongoing, and the info war has been ongoing for a long time now. But it has drastically escalated since I believe the COVID pandemic, at the very least, especially with all the vaccine wars and all of that. So at this point, Conrad, we are in this very almost very apocalyptic time. It does feel like we're on the precipice of something quite dramatic in the Middle East. And the saddest part is, as we were reporting on this show, like step by step, the building up towards these massive attacks on Iran, you could see it so clearly, and you would hope that maybe somebody in the Trump administration would pull his shoulder and say, look, that's a bad idea. Or J.D. Vance, why at the time, on the day of your selection at the Republic, why did you mention the attack on Iran, J.D. Vance? I thought you were, a good Christian, a Roman Catholic. Why is your main concern attacking a country in the Middle East that somehow opposes Israel? Is that coincidental? Again, huge, very concerning signals from the Trump administration from the very beginning. Not saying Kamala Harris would have been better, but the Trump administration, one of its main goals upon election was, in fact, what we're seeing now. This is one of the main objectives, I think, in terms of foreign policy, is to dismantle the Iranian regime. Some really horrific footage going on there.
Yeah, I got reports here, initial reports that Iran has bombed the Jebel airport in the United Arab Emirates. So the UAE, look, the strikes on the UAE just make me happy, man. It's something we love to see. Between the UAE and Azerbaijan, those are the two countries besides Israel that that would benefit Russia the most to have them taken out, because Russia, unfortunately, seems to love hearing what the Emiratis and the Azerbaijanis have to say and implementing them. But we have $10 from Jonathan Kelly. Thank you. Time for another super chat. Keep up the good work, men. Thank you, soldier. We will watch you watch the land, we watch the skies. That's what's going on right now. So thanks for the $10. $10 from Mr. Moss E. God bless and thank you guys. Thank you, Pepe Patriot. Great to see you in the chat. People want to join the discussion in the Discord. The Discord link is obviously in the description below. I would greatly appreciate if anybody wants to know how else they can help if they're trying to get involved here while we're streaming, while I'm going to be reporting on the news. If you could go back to the old streams, World War Now episodes 152, 151, 150, going back all the way to, episode 140, and find some clips of Dmitri and I talking about this, because we predicted all of this in some pretty good detail, specifically even end of February 2026, going back several months. So find those clips so that we can further vindicate the World War Now army, because that is that's what we are here, is vindicated. It says here, this Polymarket user copy traded and turned $5,000 into $25,000 trading yes on U.S. strikes on Iran. This is an ad, but it is likely real. The crazy Polymarket bets. I stepped out. I chose to not participate in that, to not be accused of divination at the toll houses, because I would say the prophecies would give us an unfair advantage here. So that's my perspective there. But we've got a solid amount of super chats coming in. Thank you, everybody. Good to see everyone in the Twitter chat as well. So say what's good in the chat if you are tuned in. Now, let me check the Substack chat. Howdy, everybody. We got GM Swede, Ryan Evans, Jonathan, Catherine Kramer, Andrew Dunn. A lot of great people in the chat. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Like I said, super chats, anything you want us to discuss, send it over. We've had thousands of different users tune in so far. I'm seeing the metadata. So great stream. Thank you all so much for making World War Now your center of analysis. I think we've done a pretty good job, Dmitri. But yeah, I mean, UAE, I don't think I haven't seen any strikes on Oman. So I think Oman has still skirted being directly hit. Obviously Yemen as well, but Yemen I think is going to come into play here very soon in their own right. So that is what we are looking out for. I think I'm curious about Pakistan, Afghanistan, because that's something that could easily bleed into Iran if the Balochis and ISIS-K start getting involved here. So between Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria, Azerbaijan, those are the countries I think I'm watching the most closely right now, outside of Iran and Israel themselves.
Yeah, Azerbaijan, that is, hasn't issued an official statement yet. Anything beyond, for example, to tell its citizens to, leave certain areas of Israel or to leave Iran in general. So Azerbaijan hasn't actually put out, Aliyev hasn't made a condemnation statement of the Iranian or the Israeli regimes. I think they're biding their time. Naturally, we know that if the worst comes to pass and the Iranian regime is dismantled, the country begins to fall apart internally, breaking at the seams, Azerbaijan will be taking quite a slice of the pie. There are many Azeris, ethnically speaking, those like Turkic peoples from Central Asia, located and living in Iran. In fact, the border between Azerbaijan and Iran is not, as many of you know from listening to the show, is not really natural. It's almost like the countries were meant to be conjoined at some point. And yes, especially along the coast of the Caspian Sea. So that's quite the reality, is that there's many nations that would like at least a part of Iran to go to them, and maybe even the Iraqi regime. The richest areas of Iran, the gas and the oil fields, they are located in adjacency to Iraq as well. Keep that in mind. Unfortunately enough, Iraq is filtered out and basically is littered with Iranian, I think, IRGC cells. Iraq is one of the main secretive places, locations which Iran has invested very heavily into since 2003 to sort of establish points of interest for themselves, because Iraq, they have had their massive war, which led to, hundreds of thousands of casualties over 40 years ago now with Iran. And they, the sirens are insane. There's there's certainly a lot of different nations which that looked like a Shaheed drone, I think. At least sounded like one.
Yeah, the drones are smacking Bahrain. I just wanted to show that one. It really had a good sound and satisfaction there at the end. But yeah, no, keep going. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
No. The Shahed drones, they have this like almost electric scooter motor sort of sound, and like we heard it all throughout the Russo-Ukrainian war. So, I mean,
I heard it in person. It sounds just
Wow.
like that.
No, it's some really weird, like futuristic, and they are very, very loud. Amman, as someone said in the comments, yeah, it's absolutely in the mediator role. We recall the recent negotiations in Switzerland. It was essentially the Ammanis who were playing the mediators in the conferencing between the US and Iran recently. So they are very truly, I think Amman has been actually quite in good faith, not joining the other Gulf states and its Sunni Muslim neighbors in sort of taking up this anti-Iranian position. So they're probably the only honorable Sunni Muslim country, at least in the region, that's kind of like kept to their own and remained consistent. And that's quite unfortunate. It's sadly one of the last kingdoms in the Middle East that's outside of the Gulf states. Jordan has well and truly become like the Shabbos goy dog, like scrambling its jets among the first nations in order to defend Israel. It's pathetic.
Rerum Novarum is reporting that the Ayatollah has been killed. That's not a reliable source for a confirmation, but it is a broadly reliable source in general. So that will ostensibly, until confirmation is otherwise, that will now be the operating wisdom, I think, here on the coverage, is that he's probably no longer with us, or has been critically injured and is not going to be able to do an address. But we shall see. Again, fog of war, specifically things like this are very much not going to be known until there are truly official sources with video confirmation on these sorts of things. So watching closely. But again, people think, oh, it's over if the Ayatollah is dead. Even the American calculus on this has been that hardline elements within the IRGC are likely the most poised to take over in a power vacuum if the Ayatollah and others are taken out. Obviously, I'm assuming the IRGC strikes on these other people were those hardliners that they're trying to shear the ranks so there's no people to take their place. But fundamentally, every strike you do, you create more hardliners. You take the center-right people, you turn them into hardliners. You take the Pezeshkians, you turn them into center-right people that are willing to caucus and work with the hardliners. So again, fundamentally, many of these actions are set off domino effects that the U.S. doesn't properly understand, because they are, I think they still do believe, I think they overestimate a bit of the support for the liberation. Not that they necessarily overestimate support for people that don't approve of the Iranian regime, but there's fundamentally no united resistance against the Islamic Republic, very factional between the monarchists, the communists, and the liberal Democrats. But as of now, it does seem the Ayatollah is no longer with us. And to me, yes, that combined with the no speech, again, I'm surprised they didn't release something pre-recorded, but again, fog of war. We're seeing how this is going to go down. I see Tim Honeycutt in the chat. I'll read his as a show guest. I'll read his comment without being a super chat. He says, to what extent has Iran fired at Israel, not only their international assets and people, but their country as well? Thanks for the show. Yeah, Iran is obviously, dozens of touchdowns have happened in Israel, but I don't think they fired more than 30 plus missiles in any individual salvo at Israel proper just yet. Drones as well, of course, but I would wager that there are going to be larger missile salvos towards Israel as the night goes on, but we shall see. I'm assuming some of these strikes were an attempt to totally throw off the logistics for coordinating strikes, but at a certain level, I would wager that each individual base location has handwritten operations on what to do until they are literally destroyed themselves. So I can't imagine that communications were the 100% major issue here, at least that will be in the first few days.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how obviously the Ayatollah's potential assassination, which most likely, I think, Conrad, if it did happen, it happened in that first hour of bombing. Like most likely, he was one of the first targets. They pinpointed him, his location. I think it was, and I've heard many Iranians actually mention the fact that the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, he was such a humble man. He obviously they've probably taken security precautions in Tehran or wherever he was located, but he wasn't somebody who always had the most guards around him. So in fact,
they've probably traced his movements, his location, and then probably hit him with either a Tomahawk missile from an American destroyer, or so it could have been an American Tomahawk missile that took him out, or potentially one of those Israeli, you know, guided bombs dropped probably from the territory of Iraq. I mean, this one of the two potentials there, but also, Conrad, that may explain why Iran's retaliation so far has been somewhat measured, I would say, and there hasn't been an all-out declaration. But yes, now I guess once this report will be confirmed by more sort of official sources, maybe from within Iran. I mean, clearly now's not a time for mourning. Now is a time of war and self-defense for Iran, and the mourning can come later. And the concerns about the future of the country at the moment are absolutely at the peak attention for all Iranians. And yes, you're right, even the moderates, Pezeshkian or Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, like, they have been becoming more and more radical as these diplomatic failures with America have been escalating over the last few months, or even before June 2025. It's quite clear this Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff combination. Wow. Yeah, it's absolutely not doing Iran any good diplomatically. And now this shows, actually, Conrad, the backstabby nature, the absolutely venomous serpent-like behavior of the Israelis. On one hand, they send the Americans to negotiate on their behalf, and then at first opportunity, they do a premeditative strike, killing the leader. And by the way, the Ayatollah Khamenei, he's not just a political leader, he's also a religious leader. So he's in a similar position to maybe like a patriarch or a pope for Shia Muslims. He's the head Islamic mullah, the head Shia Muslim teacher. So this loss is a religious one as well. It's almost as if the Ukrainians would try and, for example, kill Patriarch Kirill and the Russian Prime Minister in the same day and in the same person. It's quite I think, quite a big move for the Israelis to commit to. And yes, there are successors in line, but potentially, Conrad, there is a scenario wherein Iran, maybe the moderates in Iran are now like considering coming to the forefront, saying that, look, there's a big internal debate within the Iranian safe rooms and bunkers as to how exactly to proceed now that, okay, so succession moves to the next Ayatollah, but should we continue the tit for tat? What should the response be? We've attacked these Gulf state bases, we've attacked Israel a few times, there's American aircraft carriers nearby. How should we respond? Should we go all out and basically potentially, risk the future of our civilization, or should we bend the knee and admit defeat? Because that's exactly what the alternative is. It's either they fight until the very end, or Iran admits that it's been essentially tactically defeated and its state has been essentially beheaded in this particular conflict. It isn't a victory in any case. Yes, the Shia Muslims will, the Ayatollah Khamenei, if he in fact has been killed, he'll be a martyr in their particular religion. He'll be considered essentially a saint. And in fact, yes, he definitely was a person who was very much integral to that particular denomination of Islam. So keep in mind, the Iranian response, I think, will be very contingent, Conrad, on those news of Khamenei's whereabouts, his life or death status. And it is quite telling, I think. Look, it's still shocking to me that the Israelis are so they're so prominently aimed for the beheading strikes when you consider that the Russian Federation hasn't done the same in Ukraine. In fact, not a single prominent general or a politician in Ukraine has been killed by the Russian armed forces since the beginning of the special military operation. So you see the difference of approach between a country like Israel and Russia. Very, very obvious, I think, to anyone really following. And yeah, no, e-war mapping, absolutely. This is one of the main questions now. Is Ayatollah Khamenei alive or dead? And if he was killed, where was he killed? Because remember, Ismail Haniyeh, I think, was killed in a hotel or the lobby of some event he was visiting. So, the Israelis really, I don't think they would even mind killing the Ayatollah amidst the crowd of Shia Muslim followers, frankly. And yeah, look, we're literally talking about a regime that they've killed so many innocent people as collateral. There is no safety in numbers. Even if you're surrounded by 100, 200 innocent people, you're still potentially a target. That's the sort of demonic enemy that the Iranians are facing right now.
Yeah, it's real. And again, remember, there are all sorts of principlist politicians still alive. Saeed Jalili and Mohammad Ghalibaf themselves are both still alive. Jalili was the hardliner that lost to Pezeshkian in the 2024 election. He's very much still alive. So the idea that there aren't trained, capable leaders with connections with all the necessary components within the military and in state is obviously untrue. Again, we're probably going to hear more reports and confirmations about specific officials that have been taken out, but undoubtedly there are multiple hardline factions that would be poised to take power at this point, probably with more popular support from armed factions over any moderates that, again, wouldn't be able to publicly support opposition, but again, they would have to come to some kind of deal. So again, we could all be wrong about this. Who knows? Maybe Iran folds like a paper tiger, but that's not necessarily how I see things going here, at least in the first week. I think there's going to be a lot of, again, the level of fog of war right now is insane. I can't imagine that we're going to be getting an accurate portrayal as the info war ramps up here. Reuters has backtracked on confirming Khamenei's death, reiterating that Israeli officials and Israeli outlets are confirming his death. I'm assuming, again, I'm not saying I think he is alive 100%, but in theory, the Israelis could be benefiting from this. They're trying to foment popular uprising in Iran. And if there's a huge perception that the Ayatollah is dead, maybe they can bring people to the streets. I'm not sure the calculus, but I am not pronouncing anything until I hear the Iranian government and the office of the supreme leader itself confirm it.
No, Jonathan Kelly, I completely agree. I'm a big proponent and a big fan of the Putin has body doubles theory, right? Where there's 5 different Putins and they all look slightly different and their ears are in, I actually do believe there are probably body doubles. Plastic surgery has come a very long way, and the Jim Carrey footage recently has been absolutely insane. Whether or not a religious leader like Ayatollah Khamenei, with all due respect, would undergo something like that, I think, look, we can definitely trust. And look, it's not just my theory. It's Colonel Igor Strelkov, the former defense minister of Donetsk. He actually personally has an opinion that, yeah, President Putin does have body doubles, in fact, and sometimes they make public appearances, or they, especially in times when, as far as we know, the issue of body doubles, this particular theory is we don't know of a technology that humanity has not come up with, a public technology that can change the voice of a person. So it's not like a Mission Impossible or James Bond movie where you can adjust something in your throat and suddenly change your voice. So the voice is very difficult to mimic, whereas the appearance actually quite simple and quite easy. So that's the only contention here, is that you can't really mimic somebody's voice during an interview or a presentation. But AI maybe can assist in that in the future, so who knows, digitally speaking. And in relation to the Mossad agents in Iran and who could potentially have assisted in this maybe hypothetical strike against the Ayatollah, absolutely. They're called, if you Google the Sayanim, Sayyanim, these are the Mossad agents. These are cells, and yes, they are located in many different countries. They're basically friends of the Mossad. These are not exactly like your James Bond, Mossad, CIA 007 agents. These are basically assets who provide information when called upon, and they may be dormant for many years, if not decades, planted in various countries. And yes, physically speaking, they do appear to look exactly like Iranians, because even maybe on a genetic level, they've even intermarried or intermixed with Iranians. This is like a real issue, I think, in the future. In many Eastern European countries, this is going to be a problem that's going to be raised. But yes, Iran does have a very ancient Jewish community there, the diaspora of Jews in Iran. I mean, they're the ones who published the Babylonian Talmud, so to speak, compiling it. That was the reason it's called the Babylonian Talmud, is because it was essentially compiled in the Jewish community of Babylonia, which was under Persian, Parthian / Seleucid Persian control at the time. So yes, the masquerading as Iranian Shia is absolutely something they will do, and the Subotniks and the other particular cults within their religion sometimes allow them to masquerade. In fact, there's even, I think, they have even some religious concessions that allow them to pray in mosques in a similar way to how they pray in synagogues. So they can, in fact, go to a mosque and pretend to be Muslims, but in fact be praying in a Talmudic fashion. It's all very, very interesting, how the chameleonic fashion of conflict. But yes, well, this is one of the Achilles heel of the Iranian regime in the first place. If you go look up some of the speeches of the first Ayatollah Khomeini, right, in 1979 and 78, when he came to power, he very clearly outlined that he will not be persecuting the Talmudic community of Iran. He was against strictly Zionism, not obviously the religion of Talmudic Judaism. And he said, we will not touch any synagogues. So there are, yes, hundreds of synagogues operating within Iran, historical ones, and the Shia Muslims are very tolerant and very, they're quite fine with all the Talmudic community living there. So I'm not saying that all of these synagogues are potentially spy industries, but it's probably very easy for Mossad to, have an asset here or there, or sneaking in people from abroad, or perhaps even hiring, assets within Iran. It's absolutely, and in fact, Conrad, we were saying this before the 12th of June 2025 conflict, before the 12-day war in June. We were in fact calling out the fact that Iran has allowed these people into their country, and they've allowed them to stay there, and they've in fact infiltrated very, very deep. And why we even say this is because, yes, the same thing happens in Palestinian Gaza, the Gaza Strip. There are agents, there are Sayanim, there are Mossad agents integrated among Hamas agents and things like that. So it goes both ways. Mizrahi Jews are very Arabic looking in appearance. Iranian Persian Jews look very Iranian and Persian, and that's just the nature of the various tribes and small ethnicies that make up the greater sort of Jewish people, and again to their own advantage. So that's exactly exactly like I would just say that at the moment it's not exactly confirmed if Ayatollah Khamenei has been taken out officially by the Israeli-American strike. And also, Conrad, it'll be interesting to see who claims the death of the tyrant, because if it'll be Donald J. Trump, he'll have that sort of he'll have that claim. I kidnapped Maduro, I took out the Ayatollah, I took out his Soleimani back in the day during my first administration. Trump will come out as this sort of predominant American hero, and this will be used as the most insane propaganda. In some ways, it's even, I think, more beneficial if Trump admits to a Tomahawk missile with an American flag on it taking out the Ayatollah, because it'll take the heat off of Israel, Conrad, I think, in terms of like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. And it'll, of course, Trump will love the clout himself. For him, this will be like the cherry on top of the cake, the crowning jewel for his particular collection of heads, which, I mean, he has been doing some head collecting, Yale University style recently. So, and I think that's Trump's personality as much as some of the people standing behind him as well, pushing his foreign policy.
Says here, Hebrew Channel 12 reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been briefed and shown documentation on the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Israeli Defense Minister Katz is set to deliver a speech in the coming hours in which he will likely confirm Khamenei's death in an official capacity. So we'll be looking for that. And this is here, it says, Iran's government will not be toppled by bombs. Change in government must come from within. We know from experience that regime change can't happen through air power alone. So the U.S. can bomb and strike Iran as much as it wants, but that will not facilitate the fall of the regime. That has to come from within. That's a lot less likely to happen. Everyone is scared to leave their homes because there are constant airstrikes, so there needs to be some kind of day after plan here. What happens when the airstrikes stop? We're not going to have boots on the ground. That's unfathomable, given the U.S.'s own experience of regime change in the Middle East, he said. So again, the guaranteed nature of regime change is not here, even in the midst of the Ayatollah's assassination. United States President Donald Trump has told the Axios news site that there are several off-ramps from the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. Oh, yeah, we've already read this. This has already been reported. So here we are. Khamenei's office, the enemy is resorting to psychological warfare. Everyone needs to be careful. Who knows? Obviously, many are saying that, generally speaking, Israeli reports on assassinations are accurate. They don't like to... It's unlikely they would report on it like this if they could get debunked, but who knows? That we are so deep in the fog of war that both sides will be engaging in such deep informational, intellectual, psychological warfare that it's hard. But again, it would not be it is by no means out of the realm of possibility, and highly likely that the Ayatollah was taken out. See, not seeing as many strikes or footage right now. And again, I mean, if you take all this back to October 7th, you have to recognize, look, I'm not going to go around lionizing Hamas, because in many ways they were installed by Netanyahu through his assistance. But look, if the goal was to prevent the full end of the Palestinian cause and to keep resistance going to the Zionist entity, then Yahya Sinwar and all of the architects of October 7th, they succeeded. Maybe if the Abraham Accords get back on track and Saudi Arabia normalizes with Israel after some Iranian regime collapses, maybe then you could say it was a total failure. But until then, it has definitely delayed what would have been further Israeli integration into the region and, at least diplomatically speaking, closer collaboration with the other major powers. So I talked to many Palestinians last night. Much like the Bahrainis, the Palestinians are cheering when they see the Iranian missiles fly overhead. So they, for those that say like, "Oh, both sides are bad," like, yeah, okay, I'm sure you said the same thing about October 7th as well.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the Straits of Hormuz situation, Conrad, as some people are saying in the X comment section of the live feed, it's probably one of the biggest bargaining chips Iran actually does have in order to deter further conflicts. Like, yes, if the Ayatollah was taken out and Iran is willing to come to some sort of futuristic negotiating table, if such an opportunity even is provided, right? Apparently, Keir Starmer and Macron are actually claiming that a diplomatic solution is still possible, which is absolutely insane. But yeah, these European leaders are well and truly on the sidelines. But I do know there are, of course, F-35, I believe, and other British fighters located in the Akrotiri Cyprus base. So the British have in fact positioned themselves to support the America and Israel in case things do escalate out of hand. But it's just really interesting how the Straits of Hormuz, it is the one thing that the world and sort of the beast system, the global capitalist bourgeois, extended Talmudic New World Order really cares about, right? It's the world trade, and for this particular economy, which they've, of course, invested heavily into, for it to keep going, for it to live on, the Straits of Hormuz need to remain open. And they can't be mined up by the IRGC, small ship navy, and things like that. So it is one of the bargaining chips for Iran. They do have a one Trump card, two, essentially. The hypersonic missiles we haven't seen yet, one. And number two is the Straits of Hormuz. If they say, look, we're ending the conflict right now, the Ayatollah, in fact, has been killed, but we want this to slow down, that's the only thing they can really bargain with, is to open the straits before Monday, before the markets open up, or else there will be huge implications economically. And that's one of the things, of course, Trump has been claiming. He wants the American economy to do well. That's one of his winning claims of the election, is that he's going to improve the economic situation. If that doesn't happen, then he's going to appear as a loser, and Trump's ego, I think, will be heavily affected. Again, Trump's ego, I think, comes second to the concerns of the Greater Israel Project. I think that takes preeminence here. However, we do have to understand that some of these big figures in politics, they do have these personal proclivities, and yes, I think a lot of it really will depend on the talks that are happening right now behind the scenes. And we know there are, even though the Iranian internet seemingly is completely shut down, 100% there are Iranian diplomats right now through some cable, some secret channels actually talking to the Americans right now, because we know the Iranians actually admitted it. They said, look, we gave the Americans on the Qatari base during the 12-day war, after Operation Midnight Hammer, the heads up to leave the base. And that was during a conflict, right? Diplomatic relations are severed between Iran and America. So there are ways of Iranian politicians to communicate to American politicians, and maybe even Israeli politicians, unofficially, to try and de-escalate things and to try and maybe work out a deal. But again, Conrad, how bad does it look for Iran if the Israelis and the Americans can simply kill their religious/political leader, take him out, behead him, slaughter an entire school of girls, innocently kill hundreds of people, and then bring you to the negotiating table by force and shackles? I mean, that is, you're basically conceding your state sovereignty in Iran. If Iran, again, tries to push for a diplomatic solution here, I think Iran will well and truly be in that subjugated position, sovereignty-wise. And maybe, look, that's the only way the Iranian regime can actually survive, is actually, again, conceding. But I don't think Israel is going to give them that opportunity, as they didn't give it to the Assad regime. They wanted to wipe it off the face of the earth. And I think that's probably what will happen here. Even if there's a regime change in Iran, you will have Israeli planes flying overhead, destroying every single military asset. They're not going to take any risks. And that's just, I think, some of the analysis we've been putting forward on World War Now, our weekly shows, that, look, Syria is a good example. Syria was the preamble. It was the entree to this massive meal that Israel is going to participate in as the predator, and that is over Iran to dismantle its military capabilities entirely. And in fact, Trump mimicked that exact thing during his 8-minute speech when he said, look, we're going to demilitarize Iran. I don't want to say President Putin created this theory, because he mentioned we are demilitarizing Ukraine, remember, during his initial 2022 special military operation speech. But literally, that's what they're going for here. So yeah, Trump's ego is completely out of hand. But in fact, look, I think the main goal is obviously demilitarizing Iran, removing this regime from power, and to make sure the Iranians are as submissive as the now, obviously very docile, mostly docile Iraqi people. Like, they do not want another Saddam Hussein type figure anywhere in the Middle East. None of this sort of independent, autocratic, Ayatollah type theocratic monarchy. This is complete nonsense. And yes, Lord forbid a European country ever comes to a political system similar to Iran, they can expect Tomahawk missiles and potentially Mossad agents on their soil as well.
I want to remind everybody, thank you all for tuning in. Please subscribe to the Substack if you want to keep up with the analysis. Look, again, middle of war with Iran for Israel. We could get banned from YouTube at any time. The Feds could send in the order. So check out the Substack, worldwarnow.co. I'm going to drop the link in the live chat if you want to check it out. It's obviously also in the description down below. But of course, you can check out all of our recent episodes where we've been predicting all of this very, very accurately. Check out our recent conversation with Ben from Cleve to Antiquity. Check out our recent discussion with Andrei Afanasyev, my friend, Donbass war correspondent, Russian Orthodox TV host in the Russian Federation, somebody that we've talked to extensively on this show. Listen to our recent episodes, Levon Vasadze, our episodes with Dr. Matthew Raphael Johnson. If you get behind the paywall, you get our full conversation with him about an extremely wide array of issues. You get access to our Death of Empire documentary, 4.5-hour documentary translated from Russian for the first time into English, telling the truth about the Russian Revolution and the falsity that is communism and Bolshevism. So please, if you want to support the show, consider getting behind the paywall here at worldwarnow.co on the Substack. And if you're already behind the paywall, or if you want to support the show a one-time way, in a different way, please visit the Buy Me a Coffee at buymeacoffee.com/worldwarnow. You can make a one-time donation. You can support the show because, again, we are entirely funded by you. This is my full-time job, so I've got no other income coming in besides what the audience on Substack, YouTube, and Buy Me a Coffee provide for me. So thank you all so much for your support. I will send this link it's in the description, obviously, but I will send it in the live chat as well. So thank you all so much for the extensive support, everybody in the chat. It's been a joy. 3 hours of live stream so far. It's really been great hanging out with everybody. The situation, obviously, we are probably waiting for Israel Cats. I don't know when we want to end this stream. It's been over 3 hours, so we can maybe land the plane here fairly soon, but I'm sure there will be further streams in the near future, no doubt. So again, buymeacoffee.com/worldwarnow, worldwarnow.co. Visit the Substack, get behind the paywall. If you go to this Ether Hour tab right here, you get access to the hundreds and hundreds of episodes that paid subscribers have. You get access to my interviews on the front line with the St. Alexander Nevsky Volunteer Brigade. You can see me talking with on the front line in Russia, Ukraine, in the Donbass, hanging out with Orthodox Christian volunteers. One of the very fascinating moments in my life, for sure. All sorts of other incredible pieces of content. My interview with Gabriel Doroshin, the 8th great-grandson of Tsar Nicholas the First. We had my interview with him is on here. We, of course, have my discussion with Metropolitan Mitrofanov of Gorlovka and some refugees from Chasiv Yar. It's the Donbass bishop. It's an incredible opportunity to interview him. So check all of this out. It's all of our World War Now analysis and more. This is your home base for World War III, which just got a whole lot hotter and a whole lot more interesting. So you're going to want to have a central node of information for keeping track of everything, and that is World War Now. So thank you all again so much for tuning in. But keeping track, again, doesn't seem as any strikes are happening right now. Feel free to send in any super chats. Obviously, we will answer and address any questions, even things that aren't necessarily World War III related, even though I can't imagine what else people would want to ask about. But South Frontier is confirming that one of the strikes on the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar fully destroyed a $1.1 billion American radar system. So I'm sure at the end of all of this, even after day one, the price tag of the damage is going to be extremely high, maybe the highest of any conflict we've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah, huge price tag. Billions of American taxpayer dollars used up on bases in the Middle East. You'd have to think, like, wait a minute, what's America doing in these Sunni Muslim countries that invented Wahhabism and invented basically head chopping? Like, what exactly is going on? What are these bases located there for? Oh, it's to be the world's police officer. I mean, some of these really basic geopolitical talking points which have been brought up by, even media systems like Russia Today, all those decades ago, come out to be true. In fact, these are all, I think, points of unfortunate, like cringy investment that the American establishment has made in the Middle East. It's not the American people; it's the military-industrial complex, really, that even Eisenhower warned us about ages ago. And Eisenhower's not even like a good president by any stretch. Like the fact that the military-industrial complex has invested in the lives of Americans to be present there in the Middle East, always within reach of regimes which, again, do not like Americans from the very beginning, that are very wary of American presence. Again, these are all things which the American establishment will not hold responsibility for. They will, again, look just what's happening in Israel at the moment, the presence, these massive projects, the rebuilding of Gaza, all of these overinvestments. A lot of people have mentioned the Monroe Doctrine, but I think the Thomas Massey approach to American politics is the correct one. And Donald J. Trump has not taken it. He's not followed the Ron Paul example of decades ago. He's not taken the sort of paleocon position. He's in fact gone completely in the pro-Israel direction. And what today's acts, I think, solidify that. Like in the last 24 hours, we've seen, unfortunately, President Donald J. Trump has gone full Zionist. And just keep in mind, I believe it was in 2017, during the second year of his presidency, President Donald J. Trump, he was the first actual tenured president who actually, whilst still a president of the United States, to visit the Wailing Wall. And maybe that was a sign, the beginning of greater things for Israel. And that, in fact, I think has come to pass right now. So at the moment, we do need to stay in prayer, regardless of which denomination of Christianity you sort of belong to at the moment. No excuse not to go to church this Sunday. Absolutely. Go to church this Sunday. For Orthodox Christians, it's the triumph of Orthodoxy, the first weekend of Great Lent, very important time for us all to stay in prayer, to pray for the innocence of the world, to pray for the Lord to have mercy, firstly, because so many of us, so many of these various regimes and countries, collectives of people, in fact, they do deserve the harshest judgment by the Lord, and only His mercy, I think, will hold back what is due to come onto all of us, I think. And for some of these other nations and people who've been, misbehaving is putting it very lightly. Okay, so I think that's generally been the message of the show from the very beginning, from that late period of 2022 when we began analyzing world events. And I think me and Conrad both agreed that well and truly we are amidst the Third World War, and it's good to actually have an Orthodox Christian analysis of it from the very beginning, as per the prophecies, as per church tradition. And here we are looking at it live today.
No, I mean, this is, becoming Orthodox. I had wished that there was a show like this, and I still wish that we had a higher production studio and could, employ more people for research and stuff. But I think we do provide a service here for people. Here's an analysis from CIG that I find good. CIG is great. They share a lot of World War Now content. I talked to the mods. They are a great channel if you're not subscribed. But they say main takeaway is that the Iranian response was timely instead of the 24 to 48 hour wait last time. Pretty decent day one for Iran. Expected performance by the US at all. Global shipping might be the main casualty here. Unknown what will happen to oil and gas. The main damage caused by Iran et al. In recent years was by shutting down the Suez. The US also appears to be shifting towards lower cost kamikaze drones, taking a page out of Iran's book. Iran focused on radars and anything which aids interceptions. This is better than hitting symbolic buildings like last time. They're taking big hits, and their leadership may or may not be dead, but they are prepared for decentralized military coordination. So it's like a unit by unit basis of commanders making self-authorized decisions. Main U.S. military impact is that this will functionally use up the remainder of munitions that would have been used on China. Also, the U.S. is not invading Iran shock and awe style. It took all the King's horses and airlift to move a couple AA batteries. U.S. sea lift is pretty much extinct these days as well. This might be the final big war for all the fancy and expensive toys wielded by the U.S. Iran successfully implemented their eyes and fist strategy by blinding/evading missiles without spamming anything. So that's a more optimistic perspective on everything going on right now. Again, we are in the West, so we are going to be inundated by pro-Jew propaganda as far as the war is going to be going. And again, we are only, 14 hours in, almost 13 and a half hours in to all of this starting. So so many words and so much digital ink has already been spilled that the fog of war is so dense. We are getting videos of Israelis dancing in the streets upon hearing the unconfirmed rumors that the Ayatollah has been assassinated. Again, if the live stream, if the television does go live with Israel Katz, and he confirms that I'm going to be pretty much 90% of the way there and believing it, but I'm still not going to 100% confirm until the Iranians lock it in, obviously. But again, as I said, there's every individual base, let alone every individual unit and commander, is going to be able to operate independently right now. The plan is ostensibly somewhat simple. Obviously, there's going to be complicated elements to it and decision making, but the plan is strike Israel and the U.S. and bases. So that is what's happening. Not seen any super chats recently. So again, if you want to ask any questions, if you want to get more involved in the conversation, send in a super chat. Huge thanks to Jonathan Kelly, Mead Enjoyer, Nick Bucci, E-War Mapping, Adam Siski, Mr. Moss, and all of our super chatters for supporting the show. Of course, for Porphyry, Alan, for H. Brasi, Yarn Chicken, Brother Brovet, Gerardo Gonzalez, Rasputin Archive, Chris Brunock, Andra Novick, Anthony Westgate, and everybody else. Again, huge stream today of super chatters. So be sure to join their ranks if you want to support the show financially and have us read your question and give you a big World War Now Patriot salute. But feel free to join the Discord as well. I will send a active Discord invite link to anybody that wants to join the server and get vetted. If you do anything retarded, you will be immediately banned, and we will do everything we can to ruin your life. But join up, have a great conversation. We're chopping it up in there. Fox News is apparently confirming the death of the Ayatollah, so that's another major source confirmation. But again, they are beyond prepared for this reality. So the idea that this would somehow be the end of anything is far from the truth.
Yeah, of course. I think once these major news sources, if it does come to pass that he, in fact, the Ayatollah has been taken out, the anticipation that I have is that you will have the presidential office of the People's Republic of China announce their condolences. There'll be most likely United Nations. There'll be a lot of big words, said at the United Nations Security Council meetings or General Assemblies in New York, in the the heart of the beast itself, right? Really. The New World Order sort of establishment zone. There'll be a lot of harsh words said by, no doubt, Sergei Lavrov, right? There'll be a lot of really probably strong worded statements by Vladimir Putin himself, the president of Russia. But in the end, I think, unfortunately, if this conflict will descend into further anarchy, in the Middle East, will descend into further bloodshed. I think the unfortunate fact is that the Iranians well and truly are on their own. They are fighting for their own survival against a much stronger force, and they will probably use everything they have at their disposal, which sometimes most likely there will be American lives lost, as Trump himself admitted to in the speech. So it is very unfortunate. My prediction, Conrad, and this is well and truly like a sobering one, is that no, we will not see any sort of major Chinese or major Russian Federation interventions. And I think that is to the detriment of those countries long term, just as it was to the detriment of Iran and Russia that the Syrian regime of Dr. Bashar al-Assad fell in December of 2024, because from that period until June 2025 until now, there is a clear linear progression or regression, shall we say, in the axis of resistance, or at least the particular alliances that were built. So it absolutely, my stomach in itself is turning, like noticing these things, and as we were following it week to week to week, and the fact you can see it almost like a tragic story unfolding before you, and yet it eventuates with, on the morning of Shabbat, Israeli planes or American Tomahawks just killing the Ayatollah. And deep inside that maybe there will not be like an adequate response by Iran's allies and friends. And that's just, that's just the nature of modern diplomacy. Two-faced, backstabbing, cowardice is ever present, and that was the reality since the Russian Revolution's time, since the taking of the Catejon from this particular world. People have become a lot more treasonous and evil. And these world regimes in power at the moment, unfortunately the occupied United States and all of its various allies in Europe, as well as the Zionist state of Israel, they will be utilizing every single anti-Christian, immoral, and unethical tactic in order to achieve their ends. And that means, yes, killing innocent people. And if the Ayatollah was at that school of girls and they killed him, I don't think they even flinched before pushing the button. That's I think, the reality of it. And that we have to understand that that's who the Iranians were facing. If the Ayatollah was visiting that school on Saturday morning and they killed him and all those children in the bombing, we shouldn't be surprised.
No, not at all. Of course, we have people protesting against the war. We have people celebrating the war all over America. There's going to be a wide array of opinions, but after the crackdown on the pro-Palestine protests since October 7th, I can't imagine there's going to be much energy for anything coming out to challenge the U.S. government in the midst of all of this. But we have all sorts of people coming out of the woodworks to explain how this is actually really based in Israel is awesome. So really embarrassing display from supposed patriots here. But yeah, this is true. Israel has reimposed a total siege on Gaza. Israel has closed all crossings into Gaza, including Rafah, until further notice. Kogat says humanitarian staff rotations are postponed, meaning no aid personnel can enter or leave. Israel falsely claimed the substantial quantities of food that have entered since the beginning of the ceasefire amount to 4 times the nutritional needs of the population. Therefore, the existing stock is expected to suffice for an extended period. UN says less than 170 of the daily 600 trucks have been entering Gaza since the ceasefire began. So obviously they're going to use this opportunity to fully reimpose the siege on Gaza. We are waiting for, what does this say? We have a statement from a member of the Houthi Politburo. Says Netanyahu's speech and that of his defense minister are the speeches of the defeated, proving their powerlessness in achieving any goals of overthrowing a regime. They appear to be begging the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow their regime. I swear to God, is there a single sane or victorious leader who kills his own people and then calls on them to overthrow their regime? So Mohammed Al-Farah, member of the Houthi Politburo. Now everyone's posting pictures of Trump in the Situation Room. The propaganda is kicking up in that regard. So, Dmitri, I'd love to hear your thoughts on when you think the Houthis are gonna start launching missiles.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting, and maybe that's what the Gerald R. Ford attack group is actually for. Maybe it's to mark that sort of Hezbollah Houthi issue, because again, Straits of Hormuz is one thing, but the blocking off that Suez Red Sea trade route is a completely. I mean, that just adds. What is that? Something like 40% of the world trade, some insane number, like potentially. And yes, the Houthis have every grounding, especially after the recent Saudi/Emirati intervention into Yemen. They have every reason, especially after their religious, not co-religionists specifically, but their religious ally in the face of the Ayatollah, if he in fact has been assassinated, murdered by the Israelis, and again, listen, the Houthis, they were very much integral in terms of to sustain and to protect the Palestinians. Remember, the main concern was for the Palestinians to essentially stop getting genocided. Like, that's why they engaged in the first instance. And if right now the Hamas, if the Palestinians begin fighting back against the Israelis from a very disadvantageous position, because almost half the Gaza Strip is still occupied, and Hamas is, from what we understand, at least greatly weakened compared to what Hamas was in October of 2023, and the Palestinian slaughter commences anew, even in maybe a smaller proportion to what it was maybe in 2024. Still, that would, I think, prompt the Houthis to begin again shutting down that Gulf of Aden, Red Sea area. And yes, the implications for the world economy will not be good come Monday, especially if Straits of Hormuz remain closed and the Houthis again kick in. What will that mean for the Americans? Look, the Americans have shot, over the last two and a half years or so, they've shot over 100 Tomahawk missiles at the Houthis. They have no issues sending in more destroyers, or maybe the USS Georgia located. That's the American nuclear submarine. I think it's armed with tens of Tomahawk missiles. In fact, it's the most heavily armed, I think, U.S. naval craft in the region, in the Middle East right now. The USS Georgia is apparently located somewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean. Those Tomahawks, they have the names of members of Hezbollah written on them, apparently, according to the U.S. That is meant to mark special tactic positions of Hezbollah, maybe the Houthis. So if that submarine ends up, again, aiming for those enemies of Israel and apparently the U.S. of A in Yemen, let's not be surprised. So a new bombing campaign of the Houthis will definitely recommence if there's any sort of trade route closes, because again, I think that's the reality. The Trump administration, Conrad, is really very much banking on the fact that the world economy will not shut down. This is a special military operation, like with Maduro. We took Maduro out in 2 hours and that's it, finished. We're very efficient and effective. So the efficiency play from the Trump administration, and no doubt he's going to claim not only did we start this military operation, but we also brought peace to the Middle East. He's going to add this to how many peaceful wars he's ended, to the war that he himself begun. Like, it's going to be that crazy, I think. And yes, so absolutely, if in fact the regime, if the Ayatollah and whoever was around him was in fact hurt, I expect the Houthis to retaliate. I mean, they promised to do so. They promised to at least respond. The Hezbollah has certainly done so multiple times, as you yourself confirmed, Conrad, on stream today, and many others have been saying that. So that was the one condition. For the Houthis, it's the lives of the Palestinians. Think of it as a chain reaction. For Hezbollah, it is the Iranian religious leadership, because Hezbollah, as the Shia Muslims of Lebanon, right, which they are in the majority, they, of course, the Ayatollah for them was almost like a patriarch, or maybe even, as some Shia Muslims described to me, is similar to a pope of Rome. So it's a very significant religious figure. And if Israel or America just killed him like that in cold blood before the announcement of war, in this assassin-type, degenerate fashion, this dishonorable, very un-Aryan, un-Christian way, I mean, look, they can expect for Hezbollah to retaliate appropriately. I think if Hezbollah wishes to keep their word.
The reports are that Netanyahu has been shown a clear photo of the body of the Ayatollah, which raises really more questions than answers. How did they get a clear photo? Was there a Mossad person right there taking photos? Was this done by a satellite? Was this done by someone at a distance that was watching? Not sure how this is happening. Again, this could easily be real. It could also easily be high levels of psychological warfare. But again, if the Ayatollah is dead, it is likely that hardline IRGC leaders are fully in control now. And there won't really be any way to centrally stop the strikes. That is one thing, that when you lose the Ayatollah, he ostensibly could call for a ceasefire, but I don't even know who would do that at this point, if now that he is no longer there. So in a way, there's the argument that they might have done this to extend the conflict, to ensure that they have to go for weeks and weeks and weeks to do basically what Israel did to Syria in the aftermath of the takeover, where they just completely demilitarize everything in Iran. So very, very interesting. What does the Al Jazeera page say? It says U.S. Embassy says high-rise buildings unsafe amid potential strikes. Current confirmed reports of high-rise buildings being struck in Bahrain. We've already seen all of those videos. Reuters and Israeli media report Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei killed. Fox News as well. So that is the latest. I'm not sure how soon till we're going to get the Israel Katz television address, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came in the next hour.
Yeah, I think it'll be very telling. If the reports do come out, we will see Israeli officials giving speeches. You'll see Ben-Gvir with this huge smile across his face. There'll be all kinds of, obviously, dancing. I mean, the Israelis are dancing right now. They're definitely not in shelters, even though there are, reports, the red alerts all over Israel, and there have been for many, many hours now. The Israelis are not as keen to go into those bomb shelters as they were during the 12-day war. And yes, Conrad, the response at the moment really hasn't been on the same level. In fact, I think somebody in the chat mentioned earlier, have any hypersonic missiles of Iran being used? And the answer is probably not. We don't have any footage. We've seen, at least during the 12-day war, we saw at least 2, 3 maybe hypersonic missiles being used, and you could see the difference. Like our standard missile has a certain speed, the hypersonic, as it actually strikes its target in Israel, in Tel Aviv or Haifa, you could see that definitely this was some sort of next level technology being used, because the speed, it's almost like a lightning bolt striking its target. Very difficult, if not impossible, to intercept. And yes, look, everything we've said on the previous episode of World War Now in preparation for this, the various approaches that Iran could take in terms of retaliating for the strikes, they still exist. I mean, the IRGC cells, they're still in Iraq. There are still agents across Syria, although no doubt the al-Jolani, al-Sharaa regime has worked to dismantle as many of Iran's allies in Syria as they could have. The Shia Muslim communities there. There is still Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, Palestine. There's still major concerns, I think, for any Americans located. In fact, if I was an American, I'd probably be on the first flight out of the Middle East right now, only because at the moment the military-industrial complex of the U.S. and the Israeli state have they've essentially harassed the beehive, the wasp nest. And yes, the Shia Muslims enraged or other allies of Iran right now may not be as discerning whom they take out their wrath on, especially in relation to, you know, American citizens. People wearing MAGA hats, for example, like in the Middle East, probably not a good idea. So definitely, and I mean, American citizens were told to leave certain places in the Middle East already in preparation for these particular events weeks ago. So if there are any like weird tourist type situations taking place, I think now's probably not the time. In any case, it'll be very interesting to see. I'm still looking for. There hasn't been really an official statement by the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at least on from like Lavrov, I believe, maybe Maria Zakharova. I'm not seeing almost none of the Russians who I follow very closely. Some of the really based Russians who have participated in the Donbass war, they're remaining silent. So at the moment, the Russians are not commenting on this too deeply. We haven't seen anything from Pavel Gubaryov or Oleg Tsaryov, or even, you know, obviously Igor Strelkov's in prison, so it's hard for him to really comment on this. But it is very curious. Conrad, I just wanted to ask, like, what do you think? There's a chance that the Iranian regime is there any sort of movement here for regime change to take place from within Iran? Like, do you think the reformers, or have the reformers actually, you think, come more towards the right? Is there any chance for an internal Iranian soft coup to take place after, of course, the killing potentially of the Ayatollah? I think Pavel Gubaryov had this theory in June 2025, which didn't come to pass, that he said, well, look, in Iran, this sort of war will bring around an internal revolution, and it won't be just on the streets. It won't be just the Kurds and the libtards and the Pahlaviists. It'll actually be, you know, the reformists will try and shape and somehow change the regime in Iran from the inside. Do you think there's a chance of that? I think there is a small percentage chance that that will take place, but at the moment, I think Iranians are, religiously speaking, if you're a Shia Muslim, like, you have to be like united around the idea that, look, these people have just killed the head of your religious school of Islam. You can't, it's not simply like, if they killed Dr. Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, that would be entirely different. It's just like, you know, Saeed Raisi, the president of Iran, his helicopter crashed, leaving Baku, Azerbaijan. Oh, well, we'll just elect a new president. There will be no response. So it's a very interesting hypothesis. I think it has well and truly fallen. I think the killing specifically of the Ayatollah has actually decreased the chance of an internal top-down revolution. There won't be like a February Revolution-style revolt like with what happened in Imperial Russia.
No, I think everyone's noticing I got the hiccups. The Jews hit me with the freaking goy beam, and now I'm having these horrible racking hiccups. So maybe it'll be time to wrap up the stream in the next 10 minutes, as I don't want to be talking like that the whole time. But look, Mossad clearly has an intense penetration of Iran. I'm sure there are high-level people that were in the Ayatollah's inner circle that probably have been working, or at least began to work recently, even with American and Israeli intelligence. But fundamentally, at this point, the idea of any regime, besides the decentralized IRGC structure, being able to operate at in a kind of centralized way and call for anything to change in this war in the next few weeks, I just don't see how it happens. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to show everybody this here. It says here, massive, whoops, share screen, boom, boom. Massive pro-government crowd chants death to America in Fars, Iran. So again, as far as there are videos of people cheering on the strikes, but as far as people's ability to organize, they are very much out there. Anthony says, Fox News now reporting Israeli propaganda on the Ayatollah's death. I mean, look, generally speaking, the Israeli government's a reliable source on who they have assassinated. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's 100% propaganda. But again, we haven't seen the confirmation, so it is still exclusively a report. This is breaking here. Apparently, the IDF has released a list of Iranian figures that have been assassinated. The list includes Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Forces, Ali Shamkhani, the head of the armed forces of the General Staff of Iran, Hossein Salami, deputy for security and law enforcement affairs in the Ministry of the Interior, Hassan Jalali, commander of the Air Defense Force, Mohsen Fazrizadeh, the head of the SPND, which is Iran's Organization for Defensive Innovation and Research, as well as Katam al-Anbiya headquarters, which is the head of the intelligence department. So Jalali, Shamkhani, Hajizadeh, these are high-profile targets. But again, it's interesting that maybe they mean this on top of the Ayatollah, but they're releasing this independently as well.
Mm-hmm.
So forgive me for these hiccups. They're like painful. What am I reading here? Fox News, Trey Yingst reports that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there are many signs Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah may no longer be alive following his Israeli airstrike, although his fate has not been independently confirmed. So even Fox News isn't like coming out and saying he's dead. So we are deep in the fog of war here. I have been struck by the discombobulator, it seems, here 3.5 hours into the stream. But alas, here we are. But this is what we live for here at World War Now. And I think I'm very much prepared and locked in for as much as I hate, people might not say this, but this is going to be a cozy few weeks here at the workstation. So excited to have everybody with me. Going to be seeing a lot of me here. So thank you all for tuning in. Not seeing any more super chats, but would appreciate a few people want to send in a few more super chats, ask us any more questions. We'd appreciate gauging the audience, what you guys want to talk about here at the end before we wrap this up. But I'd say 10-15 minutes before we land this plane, Dmitri, but I'm sure you're going to be monitoring the airwaves as much as I am.
No, absolutely. I do want to note that most likely that list of targets that Israel claimed to have taken out, obviously they most likely selected them ahead of time. They've probably tracked their movements independently from outside. Obviously inside, as you said yourself, CNM, Mossad agents have passed on, and they obviously passed on their locations, and they're coordinated to take them out all basically in the first hours, most likely, that most of these deaths did take place. It's exactly like the strikes during the 12-day war against the Iranian scientists, who most of the scientists, they died within the first half an hour. Like, by the way, if you remember, the Israeli strikes against the scientists was literally an act of terrorism in June of 2025, because there were literally, the scientists were civilians. They were just nuclear scientists who were working on potentially, nuclear enrichment technologies. So what? The Russians have a ton of nuclear scientists who work on nuclear enrichment, all kinds of other things in Iranian nuclear facilities, and they're currently constructing 2 further nuclear reactors. But the Israelis took it upon themselves to slay those scientists as well as their families at around, 2 or 3 a.m. at night, with their families in their apartments. So just keep in mind, this is the level of disparity that these people, kind of depravity these people get to. And I think it's quite easy to kind of downplay the ability of Donald J. Trump to take accountability for all of this. You can just say, well, he had no choice. Iran was calling out for the death of America. The Ayatollah was putting out this sort of rhetoric. Trump needed to respond. And you will have, as you said, Conrad, these pseudo-patriots online saying, well, look, they killed the Ayatollah in the first hour. Like, this conflict only lasted a weekend. It's quite easy. This is America's superiority. But they do not understand this. In this entire conflict, it was prompted and it was pushed. The Americans were pushed to actually engage in it from the very beginning by a foreign interest, by Miriam Adelson's and the other donors from the inside, by AIPAC, by all of these manipulators. There is nothing that benefits America in agitating the Iranian regime, as they were doing from the very start. And again, obviously for the benefit of Israel, and now engaging in a further war in the Middle East. There's nothing that benefits the American taxpayers. This is, I think, very, very symbolic. And look, generally speaking, Iran itself has not engaged, Iran has not engaged in persecution of either the Talmudic Jewish community on its own soil, nor any sort of Christians in retaliation. It just hasn't been done. So in fact, whereas, look, maybe perhaps after 9/11 or something, like a certain degree of Islamophobia was permissible and acceptable, notice in Iran, it's a high IQ, high cultured civilization, very ancient. Notice they're not burning down churches, these Shia Muslims. They're not rioting on the streets. And I mean, God forbid they begin doing that, but they're not actually engaging in any sort of behavior that we would potentially expect, as per the propaganda of Middle Eastern Muslims to conduct themselves of. Wow, why is that? Well, maybe because it's actually a lot of the propaganda we were fed was exactly lies about Iran, about these people being barbaric, etc., etc. So just keep in mind that's the reality. And look, it's not really a realpolitik approach to all of this. Has been quite at fault recently because look, the reality is the Obama administration tried to make concrete deals with Iran in relation to the nuclear situation, despite the fact that Israel also applied, pressure onto the Democrat Obama regime. It didn't escalate to this point. And you can have a look at Donald J. Trump. It's clear his opinion changed throughout the last few years, Conrad. If you recall, like his tweets, Obama is preparing for war. There will be a war with Iran. Trump tweeted these things. They're still up on X, on Twitter. You can find old messages about Trump saying we need to avoid another Iraq, another Middle Eastern war. One of the only political spokespersons, I say journalists, that have actually improved, maybe turned 180 degrees consistently, is probably Tucker Carlson, who's actually warned President Trump, apparently, as per White House sources, personally, he's been telling Trump not to engage, not to follow Netanyahu's lead, not to engage in sort of this demilitarization, denazification strike on Iran, so to speak. But yet, I think I think Trump's ego really got ahead of him. Most likely, look, I'm not saying this has anything to do with the Epstein files, Conrad, but well and truly, this does distract strongly from all of that blackmail, weird, satanic material that has been, of course, that has come to light over the last month, which has, I think, polluted the media sphere. Well, at least not in favor of the elites. I mean, they're viewing it as media pollution. Like, wow, stop talking about Epstein. But now, well and truly, like, what can really move the needle and the conversation away from that awkward subject is, let's engage in a war with the greatest sponsor of Islamic terror. I mean, hilarious that the fact that Trump called Iran the sponsor of Islamic terror in that 8-minute speech, considering he shook hands with al-Jalani al-Shara in the White House not even 2 months ago and sprayed him with cologne and all these other things. This is just pathetic behavior. It's completely degenerate. Al-Shara al-Jalani had sex slaves, had war brides. He was, he's a serial Wahhabi polygamist. The guy is just a terrorist. He prayed with suicide bombers before they went out on their missions. He's physically chopped the heads of kuffars in Syria. This is a terrorist warlord similar to Osama bin Laden and friends. And yet Trump invited him to the White House. So this claim that the fight against Iran is a fight against terrorism is completely false. And we've, again, debunked it on many, many episodes. But that needs to be just, if someone ever says, well, Trump is fighting against terrorism, just show them a photo of al-Jalani al-Shara, former al-Qaeda, friend of ISIS, with Donald J. Trump in the White House. 2 visits, spraying cologne, etc. That completely throws that entire narrative off. I mean, this is just, these people are two-faced, they're hypocrites, and they literally spread misinformation in order to confuse you. And then, of course, during the 8-minute speech, Trump is hoping all of the boomers and all of the Americans who've been eating, again, CNN, Fox News slop, will jump on board and say, well, Iran is a sponsor of terrorism. Ayatollah equals Saddam Hussein equals Osama bin Laden, when in fact, Trump invited the new Osama bin Laden to the White House not even 2-3 months ago. Insanity, double standards, just like the Pharisees who Christ criticized in the New Testament.
Indeed, brother. Of course, you guys are seeing on the screen 4 explosions in Dubai. Iranian missiles headed towards Israel, North and Central Israel, on high alert. And we had more confirmations reportedly from Israel about the other assassinations. I already said Ali Shamkhani, Supreme Leader, Security Advisor, Defense Council Secretary, former IRGC commander. Mohammed Pakpour, IRGC commander, former ground forces commander, oversaw a violent crackdown on protesters and commanded strategic fire arrays against Israel. Saleh Assadi, head of intelligence at Qatam al-Anbiya headquarters, the top Iranian military command senior intelligence officer involved in strategy against the U.S. and Israel. Mohammad Shirazi, head of the Supreme Leader, Supreme Military Bureau since 1989, responsible for liaisons between senior commanders and Khamenei. Aziz Nazirzadeh, defense minister, we already discussed this. Hossan Jabal Amalia, head of the SPND, the Organization of Defensive Innovation and Research, responsible for nuclear, biological, chemical weapons programs. Reza Mazafari Nia, former head of the SPND, advanced in Iran's nuclear weapons efforts. Israeli Channel 12 says that the operation began with a surprise strike after Amman, Israel's senior military intelligence directorate, identified 2 locations in Tehran where senior Iranian security leadership had gathered. Interceptors have been launched in Tel Aviv. We've already seen this stuff about the supposed visual confirmation of Khamenei's death to Netanyahu. So looks like we're already back to the back and forth with the missiles. So even when we end this stream, it will certainly not be an end to the conflict. So stay tuned to all World War Now channels in perpetuity. But we have $5 here from Silversight. Do you and Dmitri believe this will result in nuclear war? I'm sorry if I missed you talking about it. I tuned in late. No worries. As far as nuclear war, I don't believe in nuclear war in the conventional sense that there's nuclear winter is a possibility. However, according to the prophecies of St. Paisios, and I'll probably pull up that timeline that I posted recently. I'd wager because God allowed it to be posted recently. Perhaps it is somewhat relevant. Let me find that post. Yeah. But Israel, I think if this does go on and Israel is threatened as a state in any capacity, they will undoubtedly use nuclear weapons. And I think there's good evidence that they've used tactical nuclear weapons in Lebanon, Syria, and even potentially Gaza in the past without having that be disclosed. So I do think the Samson option is potentiality. I think Israel using these weapons is possible, and maybe even someone like Pakistan. A lot of prophecies, I think, have talked about Pakistan actually using their nuclear weapons. But let me share that Twitter thing really quick. We can read that. I posted this as a prophetic timeline of World War III from St. Paisios of Mount Athos. He says Soviet Russia will collapse 70 years after the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. The prediction was made in the late 70s to early 80s. He saw a vision of the Turkish invasion of Cyprus in 1974, 2 weeks before it occurred. He foresaw the destruction of Turkey by Russia after Turkey attacks Greece. NATO will oppose the Russians, but its forces will be destroyed. He says the nation Israel will be destroyed 70 to 80 years after its conception. 2/3 of the people will become Christians. As if you didn't know, we're close to 78 years since Israel became a state. Excuse me. The beginning will be near after Turkey closes the Euphrates River Dam. Turkey will be divided into pieces. One piece will go to Greece, one piece will go to Armenia, and one to Kurdistan. The Dome of the Rock will collapse from below. Armageddon will be close when Solomon's temple is ready to be rebuilt. Israel will attack its close neighbors with nuclear weapons when they see their end is near. So, obviously, there's a bit of interpretation what needs to do to read into some of this, but I think, generally speaking, that's not far off from what we are living in the midst of right now. Jennifer Griffin here, Fox News, I'm reading from Telegram, says U.S. military has carried out nearly 900 U.S. strikes in the first 12 hours of this operation, U.S. defense officials tell me. The strikes came from land, air, and sea and include drones, all the while defending against hundreds of incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. Iran has fired about 300 missiles today. They have 2,000 long-range missiles and 2,000 shorter-range missiles. They had built back up their arsenal since last summer. In Bahrain, at the 5th Fleet HQ, the Iranians hit an empty warehouse and a radar installation. The dome seen in the video from the strike. There are multiple redundancies, and nothing that has happened has affected the mission, according to this official. What is the goal/end state? Iran doesn't have the capability to attack its neighbors. No drones, no missiles, no navy. The U.S. and its partners know where Iran's highly enriched uranium is, but it's hard to get. Expect the operation to last a couple of weeks, but POTUS could decide to off-ramp early if he chooses. There's still a number of air defenses left, according to U.S. officials. Will take a few days to suppress. So clearly, this is a propaganda leak meant to instill confidence in the American people in the operation, meant to, I think, not have any kind of panic. They're going to be trying to assuage the media market to save the market when it opens on Monday. So we're getting major reports of impacts in Israel. Huge red alerts are expanding. We're awaiting video confirmation on that. For the first time since the beginning of the war, confirmed impacts in Tel Aviv. This barrage was around 20 missiles. So yeah, we'd seen touchdowns all over Israel, but never in the city of Tel Aviv itself. But we apparently do have visual confirmation. Loud blasts in Tel Aviv. So I think we'll probably get the confirmation up. Someone's saying, yeah, no, we're doing that immediately. If anyone starts saying no sound and there is sound, just immediately ban them, because those are Jewish trolls. But I think we'll try to get this visualization up of these strikes on Tel Aviv. Iran is starting to fire larger and larger missile salvos at Israel, as we expected. What is current time in Tehran? Let me pull that up, Dmitri, while I hear your thoughts on these latest strikes.
Yeah, I think that's sort of expected. Some of the news stories are actually coming out that Ayatollah Khamenei, when he has been killed, he was actually with his family. So him being old, I think, does that mean grandchildren? Does that mean his adult children? What exactly, family, his wife, etc. Who exactly was killed with him? Should it be surprising? It's like, no, not really, because if you recall, as we mentioned, Ismail Haniyeh, one of the leaders of Hamas, they killed his grandchildren first, then they killed his kids, and then they killed him. Israel killed step by step over several years. And there was a news story that was released, I believe, unfortunately, in the Russian media when they killed Ismail Haniyeh's grandchild, a young girl, I think aged 4 or 5. And for whatever reason, this Talmudic Ashkenazi Russian publication straight up said Ismail Haniyeh's granddaughter liquidated. The term liquidated was applied to the death of a young girl who was completely innocent living in the Gaza Strip. So these people, what can you expect? If it comes out, the report that Ayatollah Khamenei has been in fact killed along with his family and there were children there, let that not surprise you. This has been, there's precedent for this. This is the behavior of Israel. This is very, very common. And another very interesting point, obviously, there is, he's an 89-year-old, right? So this is not as old as Patriarch Ilya, if I'm not mistaken, but he's a very old religious leader, one of the oldest. If you think about various world religions, right, and his particular position among them, this is one of the elders of any sort of world religion. So this is quite a massive strike. Again, the Trump administration tries to portray him as this sort of political manipulator and things, but I doubt the Ayatollah Khamenei even participated in the minutiae and the micro decisions of the IRGC. There are obviously many, many other generals and political religious people under him that most likely one of them will be taking the reins of power very, very soon. And yes, let's not be surprised if Israel continues to be bombed throughout the day over here as we, of course, move through American time and throughout the night in Iran. There will be, I think, further footage released. Iran, we cannot expect Iran to stop now, especially after the killing of the second most important, after the first Ayatollah Khomeini, who passed away, according to just from old age, essentially. This is the second most important person in recent Iranian history, and he was killed by Trump and Netanyahu. I mean, how can you not respond to that? Unfortunately, this is just, you cannot blame the Iranians, right? We cannot view Iran as, we cannot take the Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK's position here and claim, oh no, Iran needs to come to the table now. Like they need to, it's all about peace. We have to think about the Dubs and peace and the United Nations. It's absolutely that. So Rasputin Archive in the chat, they did this to the Romanovs and Rasputin, who they tortured, and absolutely, that's exactly right. They murdered most of Rasputin's family. We don't know exactly what happened to them. They tortured Rasputin. They, of course, murdered the royal family itself. These people, if you think about it, in a way, they killed the Tsar of Russia in a similar fashion. No respect for any sort of religious / especially monarchical leadership, any sort of theocratic persona, you will be murdered along with your families. So it's very, very true. I don't want to draw the exact analogy between the Ayatollah and Tsar Nicholas II, but you can kind of see it there. I mean, both were killed by essentially, you can almost say Talmudic agents, right? There is that is exactly correct. And very interesting that you draw those sort of parallels. I think there's definitely more to explore here. And notice the burning of the Baal statues, for example, in Tehran and Isfahan just a bit under a month ago. Like that clearly has drawn the ire of Israel. Look, the Iranians, like the average IQ in Iran is like 101, if not 103. Like this is an incredibly educated country. Like these people understand. They were putting up like photographs of Jeffrey Epstein onto the statue of Baal. They knew the link between Epstein, Israel, Baal, these ancient Hamitic, Semitic, symbiosis, ancient pagan religions that the Pharisees and the Sadducees took upon themselves, and that they've basically, integrated into their twisted version of the Old Testament religion that they've completely, of course, butchered and turned into their own evil Satanism, basically. Iranians understood that, again, with their own Shia Muslim Islamic flavor, but notice no other country burnt two Baal effigies with the flag of Israel and a photograph of Jeffrey Epstein attached. Russia's never done that. So just keep in mind, that's how brave the Iranians were. And now they're paying the price. If you go against the Talmudic tribe in power and you disrespect the powers that be, the powers of the world, the prince of the world and his servants, you and your families will be killed without a declaration of war. Just you will be assassinated in your apartments, in the school, wherever you are. So that's basically the message that we're seeing here. It's not necessarily like, oh, we're demilitarizing Iran. It's more like, you disrespected us and we will kill you and your family. So it's not about innocence or guilt. There's no real justice here. This is simply just a ritual sacrifice on a mass basis. And I think the destruction of the school kind of highlights that, I think, for all of us.
No, 100%. They don't care if they kill civilians, but it seems that we are really witnessing you could almost call this phase two, massive Iranian salvos towards Israel, more going towards Bahrain and the UAE. So here we have a video impact on Tel Aviv seen from the West Bank. Let's take a gander. You just love to see it. I'm sorry. Doesn't it just bring a smile to your face? Like, I'm not, I hate to be that guy, but it's just great. These people, they've destroyed the region. They've destroyed America. They've waged war on the white race for millennia at this point, against Rome, against Romanity, against the church. So people are like, but it's Muslims that are shooting at them. It doesn't matter, man. Like, look, the Good Samaritan was still wrong, but he was the one that helped the injured man on the side of the road. That's what's happening right now, effectively. And here we got impact site in Tel Aviv. This is what it's all about. They didn't deliver it to us. I was hoping to see this when I was awake at 4 a.m. Last night. I was literally hitting the bench press at 4 a.m. because I was, trying to stay awake and everything. But now we're getting the goods, which is the strikes on Tel Aviv. And again, people asked about the holy sites being struck. But look, generally speaking, unless they're striking direct IDF military or settler targets, Iran is not going to be striking currently recognized Palestine. They're not going to be striking within Gaza. They're not going to be striking within the West Bank. They're not going to be striking the Christian and Muslim districts of East Jerusalem. So that generally leaves the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Bethlehem, Nazareth, in a lot of ways. Even it would keep, and then of course other sites in the Jordan and other sites in the West Bank. It would keep these generally safe. That's not to say that there's a war going on. There's shrapnel. There's debris falling from the sky. There could be Israeli operations. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel cracks down crazy in the West Bank in the next few weeks. So that could be a problem, but it would not be because of somehow like Iranian strikes are a huge threat necessarily. That's at least what I would say.
Yeah, we're already receiving certain, European Union, Polish politicians on X, Twitter, all very happy that the Ayatollah has been killed, completely not understanding that what the implications will be, like, in relation to the current, bombing campaigns of both the US and Israel against Iran and Iran's retaliation in the Middle East. Who knows exactly what this will do to the price of oil, to the energy crisis in Europe. I mean, the European politicians should be literally the last people cheering on any Middle Eastern crisis, the people who've literally cut themselves off from Ukrainian and Russian gas. I mean, they're completely insane. Yeah, as someone said in the chat, Golem, Shabbos Goy, these people are insane nutcases. And yeah, I mean, most of them, they pretend to be right-wing, pro-Republican, patriotic, and they support Donald J. Trump. But here, listen, as conscientious, Americans or any people in the world, I think we just need to understand that Trump's conservatism, it only goes so far. It does end at the Zionist question. And if it means serving the state of Israel and actually following the tenets set up by Miriam Adelson and friends, like the donors, the money of AIPAC really comes first. Like, that is the priority here. It's not Christianity. It's not, of course, furthering the church or some sort of even an evangelical vision for the Middle East comes second. I think the first thing priority is the Greater Israel Project, and only secondly does Christianity come into the picture here. And this is why Trump really, I think, deceptively enough, gave us a bit of a history lesson in relation to the Iranian mullah regime since 1979 in his 8-minute speech. And this is it highlights his sort of two-faced position. He tries to justify the current actions with basically historic, alleged crimes that Iran has committed against Americans, say 40 years ago. However, look, 40 years ago, many things have happened. I mean, America created Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan 40 years ago. Like, no one's really answering for these sort of things. George W. Bush Jr. didn't answer for Iraq. I mean, we cannot bring up these massive historical crimes and wrongdoings and justify modern warfare. So absolutely, it's just very, very concerning that that is the justification. It just comes off as fake. So who knows what the real reason was? But if the killing of the Ayatollah, if that was just, if they believe, because look, the calculus here, I think, Conrad, is they believe they can actually dismantle the Iranian regime or throw it into disarray by killing the top guy. Whether or not that's true, I think the only country that can prove us wrong is Iran. If Iran right now stabilizes itself, responds adequately, stays on course, and has a proper tactical approach to the fact that, yes, their leader has just been killed, if he has in fact been killed, then I think all of these theories that Iran is a weak, destabilized third world country, well, they'll fall apart. They'll tear at the seams. It's not a Kim Jong-un like in North Korea, who essentially there's pretty much no successor to him because it's such a dynastic system. In Iran, it's a little bit different. And I think it would be, in a way, the Ayatollah is not like President Putin. Like in Russia, unfortunately, a lot of things actually hinge on President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin himself, personally, because a lot of the propaganda is tied to his figure. There is no successor. We spoke about this recently on our Eighth Hour episode of Andrei Afanasyev, where we analyzed essentially, not the last episode of Eighth Hour, the one before that, we've analyzed essentially the future of Russia, like what successor could Putin have, and potentially there really isn't one on the cards. Like no one has been in fact prepared, and even in Russia they understand this is an issue. In Iran, that's quite different because the Ayatollah is both, they have both the political and the religious figure, and they have other bishop-like mullah figures that they can then elect to the highest position. So it's a weird calculating. I mean, maybe it is a sign of disrespect, Conrad. I think primarily maybe it's a symbolic attack as much as it is like a realpolitik strike against the leader of Iran. It's more like showing all Shia Muslims around the world, look, we can take out the equivalent of your Dalai Lama and you will do nothing. Or like your strike, you cannot adequately respond to this. We will just literally kill him and his family. And you can watch it happen. We'll do it in the morning on Shabbat as well, just to spit in your face during Ramadan. And how, after all this happens, right, we have to think from the Iranian perspective, right, before we blame them for being hyper-aggressive in the next coming strikes. How can we blame Iran for going over the top in the coming retaliatory strikes, for seeking retribution against either Israel, America, or the Gulf state allies? Can we really, after what just happened? I mean, look, it's the best way to provoke Iran into an essentially irretrievable wartime condition. And I think that's the tragedy of it all, is that they chose to not just potentially kill the leader, but also kill an entire school worth of girls, right? Multiple like classrooms were destroyed at the very least, to murder all these innocent people. And then they say, oh no, now we can come to the negotiating table. Those are some of the claims, at least from European politicians. Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, they're saying, oh no, so we've just killed all these people, but now you have to seek peace with us. Now we can talk. Now let's be Christian. It's like, hold on. So again, listening to these people do not play by Christian ethical games, so we shouldn't view so-called Western politicians as Christian politicians or crusaders, as some Muslims call them in the Ummah. These are not crusaders. These are more like rabbis. I think that would be probably the more correct answer.
Getting confirmations. Looks like one of those strikes on Tel Aviv was a big hit. President Donald Trump monitoring U.S. military operations. We had some interesting updates from the Al Jazeera here, so I'll go face mode and we'll just read those. It says here, explosions continue over the skies above Doha. We actually also got reports of a ship was struck in Ashdod, Israel, so a potential Israeli naval vessel was struck. This was big. Trump on the reported Khamenei killing. We feel that that is a correct story. Trump has offered his clear statement yet on the reported killing of Khamenei, which, as we've been reporting, has been reported by Reuters news agency and Israeli media, citing unnamed sources. Addressing the reports that Khamenei was killed, Trump told NBC News, "We feel that that is a correct story." Trump further said that most of Iran's senior leadership is gone. The people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone, he said. I'm not sure 100% how true that is. We've already, weeks ago, we saw reports that Iran had, what was it, like 6 layers deep of succession plans for these sorts of things. So not sure what that is meant to accomplish, but we have $10 from Rasputin Archive. When the foundation of your religion is the rejection and killing of God himself, nothing is off limits, not children, not natural hierarchy, not human dignity or morality. Everything is allowed. That's so true. And that is what St. Paul meant when he said that the Jews who killed the Lord Jesus Christ and are the enemies of all mankind. That is what he meant. They do view the ontological reality of the rest of humanity being made in the image of God. I mean, they're like demons in that way. The demons hate the mother of God because she gave Christ a body and allowed him to come incarnate and save the human race. And Jews are in many ways the same way. That's how they think of the Goyim. They think of the Goyim the same way that demons think about us humans. So that's an important. It says, Hamid Rasseh, member of parliament. I write with information that Imam Khamenei is in full health and wellness. So some Iranian sources are fighting back. I did see certain Mer News and other Iranian semi-state affiliated sources are confirming this. So the mystery begins, the hunt for the Ayatollah, whether or not he's alive. This could be a weeks-long endeavor of no confirmation. So I'm wondering if people are ready for that level of info war. I don't think most people can handle that.
Well, I think eventually it should be of really no real consequence. I think if Iran wants to respond, there's already been strikes against innocent people, strikes against, at least we know, certain military targets most likely have been killed, people in leadership positions, even if it wasn't the Ayatollah. And at the end of the day, like, the Ayatollah is, he is a former member of the Iranian military. He does have military experience, but it shouldn't stop the IRGC from calculating, using their military protocols, carrying out the retaliation in the way they see fit. They already had these plans in the works for a long time. So even if the Ayatollah, in fact, if he's incapacitated, if he's in a coma, the show must go on. And in fact, that's the Iran knew. Remember, I believe a few weeks ago, Conrad, we said the three countries that can potentially do the preemptive strike and to lead the combat in the Middle East will be, of course, Israel, Iran, or the US. Either one of those three could, of course, engage in essentially a premeditated strike and completely justify it. And it turned out it was the US and Israel jointly actually striking Iran at the same time. And then the Gulf states later joined in, I think, after the fact. Well, most likely, apparently as the victims, as they claim now, the Ummah was attacked. However, now the reality, we understand that the Gulf states, their military bases were used to perpetrate the war against Iran in the first place. So who knows exactly where all of this will go as the week progresses, but you're right. If Iran's dignity is to be sustained, if they want to avoid humiliation, and mind you, in the Vostochная kultura, like in the Eastern sort of Middle Eastern culture, like disrespect and to, keep up appearances in terms of dishonor and honor, it's a big deal. Like if they're going to just kill military high command leaders and not, an eye for an eye logic still very much applies to Middle Eastern cultures and various religious schools. So that particular approach, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is exactly what I think the Iranians will be, the logic they'll be applying here. And so will there be an attempt to take out certain leadership of Israel in retaliation? I'm not saying the Ayatollah, somebody equivalent to the Ayatollah, but potentially leaders of the Israeli military, yeah, very likely. This is why the wings of Zion, Netanyahu's plane, is currently flying over Greece. And yes, the Greeks right now, they could do the funniest thing ever. They could. But we know the Greeks will not be doing that because Greece at the moment is an occupied country. Like so many European countries, the Greek parliament is occupied by Freemasons in the majority, liberals, and people of a very degenerate background. So as much as Greece is a majority Orthodox Christian conservative country, it is well and truly an occupied entity. As much as they are independent, there is still a yoke. It's not an Ottoman, it's not a Turkish yoke. It is literally, it's a Talmudic yoke, or as we say in Russian, Zhidovskaya iga, which is exactly, I think, what's, as some of the Russian saints actually foretold, which will be placed over Russia, like a Talmudic yoke, I think is the correct term. And that's, I think, what many countries are experiencing now. So nevertheless, I think I'm waiting for some reports out of Hezbollah, out of Lebanon. Apparently, the Israelis are claiming the Lebanese prime minister and the Lebanese president have asked Hezbollah not to respond. They've said, we're not involved in this war. We don't want Lebanon to be tracked. But listen, Joseph Aoun, the president of Lebanon, does not have any sway over Hezbollah at the moment. Hezbollah only listens to, again, the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Berry. And so Mr. Berry, the Speaker of the Parliament, he is a Shia Muslim in Lebanon, and he has the connections to Hezbollah leadership. And mind you, even keep in mind, the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament being a Shia Muslim, if the Ayatollah was killed, he's his religious guide, his beacon as well of faith. So this is how impactful this was. All Shia Muslims around the world at the moment, if the Ayatollah has been killed, are mourning his passing, and it's quite a big deal. So many of them, most likely, I'm not saying they'll all be viewed as enemies of America or Israel, but potentially Shia Muslims around the world will be well and truly agitated and they will be maybe even portrayed as potential collaborators with this evil so-called terror sponsoring regime in Iran. Yep, that's what's happening.
Well, we're over 4 hours in. I'm not sure when we can, I don't know how to land this plane. The train is, the locomotive is going. I'm not even shoveling coal into it. It's just going on its own at this point. We got more Iranian missiles towards Bahrain and the UAE. We're getting more impacts on Tel Aviv. 4 impacts in central Israel alone. So yeah, whether or not Khamenei is alive, we will be looking into this. Let me share the Telegram again. Got to keep going back and forth. There's a moment of an Iranian missile striking central Israel. More photos from the Situation Room. What was the report in? Yeah, it was Tasnim and Mera news agencies. This was 30 minutes ago, reporting that country's Supreme Leader Khamenei is steadfast and firm in commanding the field. This contradicts reports from Reuters and Israeli media that he was killed today in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. And the Israelis were immediately trying to say that it was the Americans that killed him. It was the Americans that killed him. I think in their mind that would make it a lot more justified of an operation. So that is, this is all, we're living through history. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to share. I wanted to share this one prophecy, which not 100% happening right now, but very much, I think, very important context. From St. Paisios says, someone asked St. Paisios, will there be a world war? Remember, this is in the 80s when the Soviet Union was still a thing. Will NATO strike the Poles, the Czechoslovaks, and the Belarusians? And will the Russians attack the Germans? And the elder shook his head and said, everyone will abandon the Russians and side with the Jews of America. The Russians will burn them. And that's exactly what happened. The Soviet Union collapsed, and the Czechoslovaks, I guess everyone but the Belarusians in this image, which I'm assuming St. Paisios would just agree that those are just Russians. The Czechoslovaks, the Poles, the Balts, even the Ukrainians have turned on the Russians and are, and that's exactly what's happening. And who could have predicted that when the Soviet Union was still around? It's an incredible, incredible prophecy. And he understands the Jewish nature of it as well. So always appreciated that from St. Paisios, truly an incredible saint. Yeah, these are old news, nonsense reports. Of course, Anthony Westgate, Metropolitan Jovitos Right Again Award. Feel free to send any more super chats, everybody. We are answering any and all questions. More good footage coming out of Tel Aviv. Let's get that pulled up. Boom. Tel Aviv's turned into rubble. Finally, some justice for Gaza. That is, you can imagine being Palestinian and seeing this. It has to be immensely cathartic. I almost wish we could invite Isaac to the chat here, but man, we're well over 4 hours in. I can't imagine we're going to be going too much longer, but again, it's just you can't look away. It's not like when the stream goes off I'm going to stop keeping up with it. So it's, got to keep everything in prayer, because all of this it's going to get overwhelming here. U.S. Army, Qatari Royal Army Patriot SAM battery fighting off an incoming Iranian ballistic missile attack over Doha. I don't even know where Isaac is. Maybe I'll send him a message. Yo. It's Saturday. I don't know if he works Saturdays, though. Sometimes he used to. But I think he has a different job now. But for those that aren't aware, it is almost 12:45 in the morning, Tehran time. What's the difference between Tehran and Tel Aviv? Tel Aviv is still 11 p.m., so they're an hour and a half behind Tehran. So that's what's going on there. So dark of night, we've got 7 more hours of darkness for missiles to fly. So I think this evening we'll be all monitoring that situation. But I know David Patrick Harry is live. I know a lot of different people are streaming this. Obviously, I want to thank you for making World War Now your World War III information hub, because it's what we do best. northern Iran. So obviously there's going to be Azeris here are celebrating the supposed news of Khamenei's death. The IRGC announces this has targeted the Israeli naval base in Ashdod, Israel. This coincides with the earlier Israeli report that a ship was struck in Ashdod. So all over Israel is indeed being hit. I've been sitting in this chair for hours and hours. Dmitri and I have been very much locked in. I want to remind everybody, please subscribe at worldwarnow.co. That is our home base. If you want to get access to all of our episodes, including the live streams, you can even watch the live stream on Substack. As you see, if I click right here, I'm not going to do it because it would double up. But the situation right now, we can, if you're getting overwhelmed by all the news, you can check out all of our Ether Hour content by clicking the Ether Hour tab right here, tuning into all of our recent conversations about the growth of Orthodox Christianity in America with Ben from Cleave to Antiquity, our discussion all on the situation in Russia, Ukraine with Andrei Afanasyev, frontline journalist there, incredible conversation with Dr. Matthew Raphael Johnson, massive analysis from George McMillan, probably one of the most relevant ones if you want to really see the deep energy politics that go into this conflict right now. Watch this video analysis with George McMillan. And of course, we've got Rasputin Archive in chat. You can check out part 1 of our series that we will be continuing soon all about Rasputin, correcting the lies and slanders all about him. So get behind the paywall at worldwarnow.co. It's linked down in the description below. So help us out, support the show. This is the best thing you could do to keep the analysis coming. And of course, go to the Buy Me a Coffee at buymeacoffee.com/worldwarnow if you want to support us with one-time donation. Thank you all again so much. Here we have anything new from Al Jazeera. Says here, nope, still just the explosions over Doha we're keeping up with. Islamic resistance in Iraq claims responsibility for 16 operations against enemy bases in Iraq. So the PMF are mobilized. The Shia militias in Iraq are operating. It all seems to be, look, we should probably get used to this because I don't think we had the 12-day war already, and this is going to be longer than that. So we got to prepare for weeks of this kind of analysis, unless Trump seems to really be emphasizing, we can do this off ramp soon. That if you're implying the off ramp right at the very beginning, that's not necessarily a sign of confidence.
No, certainly not. And just recently, I'd have a look because I did want to get a confirmation as to who President Volodymyr Zelensky would be siding with, right? And it does turn out that he has tweeted officially in Persian. So thank you that X has a translator built in. Volodymyr Zelensky is siding with President Donald J. Trump, and he's also throwing out the accusation that, look, although Ukrainians have never threatened Iran, the Iranian regime has decided to side with Putin and supply him with Shahed drones. Not just the drones themselves, but the technology. Iran has also provided Russia with other weapons. And so, yeah, Zelensky's basically saying that Russia and Iran are, in fact, defense military allies, and Ukraine, in that regard, stands with America and Israel, which he hasn't said Israel explicitly, because I think that would be a little bit too on the nose, no pun intended, for Zelensky to, agree with his co-religionists in Israel. But we know he does stand with Israel well and truly and very strongly. He has said that he wants to turn Ukraine into big, or was it little Israel? Like that, the quote was given very early on in 2022 during the war, when he was really letting his true nature shine. So that's quite, I think, considerate of him to, drop the mask for a little bit. But people, propagandists online, Conrad, have been, of course, very happy that potentially the Ayatollah has been killed. Patrick Bet-David, for example, has posted a video on X where you have Donald J. Trump's, beating the Ayatollah in a slapping competition a few hours ago. It's just all this sort of really pathetic memery about the Ayatollah's passing, when he, in fact, if it's true that he was killed with his family, I mean, that adds an extra level of callousness and disgust to the entire thing. And let's just say Prime Minister Narendra Modi basically is completely not interested in what's going on in Iran at the moment. I think, obviously, for the Indians, like, consider that Narendra Modi recently visited Tel Aviv and revisited the Holocaust Museum and visited Israel, Conrad. I think that was a major impetus. Probably the Israelis directly had a conversation with their Indian compatriots, and they've actually communicated the fact that, look, we're planning to do something in the near future. Probably didn't give the Indians all the details, but they said, look, we need you to stay on board. We want you on the same page. Do not break your relations with us. Things might happen in the near future. Who knows? Like, as you know, there's complex negotiations. So that's probably a big clue. And in fact, what can India receive from Israel? Well, clearly they can receive that political support. they can almost guarantee for Israel and the American adherence to Indian export and import policies. Maybe Trump will go easy on the fact that India is still importing Russian crude oil, all these other benefits. So yes, the Hindus are in the same group. They're ganging up with their hombres, the Talmudic Israelis. So it's a very interesting alliance, but that has been solidified pretty much this week when we saw Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, visit Israel. So that's very concerning for BRICS. I mean, we spoke about BRICS in relation to Venezuela, the kidnapping of Maduro and the American attack on Caracas. What was the BRICS response, and what will the BRICS response be to this attack on Iran? I think the reality is that BRICS well and truly is strictly an economic networking union at the very least, and maybe at the most, in fact, because if you look at their particular reaction to recent conflicts, it hasn't been as adequate as maybe we would hope. So yeah, again, as I said earlier, in relation to the United Nations, ICC, ICJ, maybe even the Foreign Ministry of the Russian Federation, none of these international sort of bodies will be responding adequately to any sort of criticism. So that's quite sad, because we were all hoping, look, 25 years of President Putin being in power, at least several decades of Xi Jinping being in power, things seem to be going fairly well. There does seem to be a multipolar coalition against the American unipolar world order. Doesn't appear to be as potent, at least at this point. I think, Conrad, we're still in the infancy of multipolarity. And whilst we're in the infancy of it, the Israelis and the American military-industrial complex will try to take as much as they can in the Middle East. They want to divide the world before things, shall we say, break apart at the various poles.
We have Abbas Araghchi, I guess this was 40 minutes ago, saying Khamenei is alive. Middle East Spectator, the analysts, they personally believe he's been martyred, in their words. So this is a very pro-Iranian source. They think he's no longer with us. I want to thank £5 from cans or euros, and that's €5 from Canned Spam. Thank you, sir. $10 from Jonathan Kelly. Get these guys some Monster Zero Ultra. Got to fuel up for the ongoing analysis. Seriously, it's 3:15. I haven't eaten since dinner last night, which was Lenten anyway. So I'm just exclusively being fueled by my hatred for Israel. That is what is keeping me going right now. So super chats as well, of course. But I've got to bring up the Telegram again. Big breaking news. Things going on. Of course, scroll up a little bit. The RGC announced that it's targeted the Israeli naval base in Ashdod. We said this. The RGC has announced the targeting of the IDF's naval base in the Haifa port and shipyard in the area, the Ramat David Air Base, the Kiryat Ministry of War Building, the Beit Shemesh Military Industrial Complex, and the Ashdod Military Industrial Complex. The IDF has stated it used missiles more advanced and precise than that of Operation True Promise 3. Iranian attacks have resulted in damage at Dubai International Airport, which was likely from interceptions and shrapnel, but still one of the most busy airports in the world is now definitely shut down and even taking damage. Al Jazeera is reporting explosions at Baghdad International Airport in Iraq. We're going to hear UN leadership believes the Middle East is on the brink of being dragged into a series of events that no one can control. And here we have visual confirmation of a ship that was struck by an Iranian missile out to sea. So major escalations here. Reports explosions at Baghdad International Airport. So yeah, full regional war at this point. And again, a few more hours of this level of strikes on this level of countries. And like the UN said, nobody's going to be able to control this escalation ladder. Anything new from Al Jazeera? It says White House says Trump called leaders of UK, Kuwait, and Turkey. The update comes after Trump earlier called the leaders of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, as well as the head of NATO. Gulf countries in the region had appealed for diplomacy in the weeks ahead of U.S.-Israeli attacks. Yeah, then some confirmation about the IRGC targeting the base in Haifa. Qatar's foreign ministry has summoned Iran's ambassador. In a statement, the foreign ministry said it summoned Iranian ambassador Ali Saleh Abadi, where it expressed its strong protest, deep displeasure, and categorical rejection of the targeting of Qatar's territory. Foreign ministry official told Abadi the actions were a violation of international law and Qatar's sovereignty, as well as a threat to security. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before hosting CENTCOM. Qatar, not exactly you're not exactly an independent actor here.
Hosting both Hamas and CENTCOM at the same time. It's possible.
Is that multipolarity? Is that what that is?
Maybe that's the multipolarity that we made along the way. Maybe that is it. Yeah, no, it's quite curious. Allegedly, 3 hours ago, Abbas Arakchi and Sergei Lavrov have spoken over the telephone. So it's good to see, obviously, Abbas Arakchi well and truly in that driver's seat. The saddest thing is, I think, Conrad, is that we saw footage of Abbas Arakchi smiling and saying, the conversation's actually going places. By Monday, we're going to have another chat, and, things are going okay. And then suddenly, boom, unprovoked attack, which I agree, entirely unprovoked. And it's just completely insane. And obviously aiming for the figureheads of the Iranian regime. It's completely callous and just very venomous, calculated strikes from the Israeli serpent, and again, its ally, the military-industrial complex of America. Just very, very disgusting. And I think Russia's completely in its right to criticize it. Allegedly, there's been another Russian government statement that states that the West is deliberately ignoring the child casualties caused by the U.S. and Israeli strikes in Iran. But this sort of virtue signaling, like again, we can virtue signal all day about how the West is evil, bad, yada yada yada. It's like that actually doesn't do anything. That's just couch talk or kitchen talk, as they used to say. In the Soviet Union, like it for the Russian Federation, if you're in one of these leading military positions, you can do more than simply discuss the West's hypocrisy or double standards. That's what RT has been doing for the last 20 years. You can actually make a practical, pragmatic, realpolitik, that, wow, that term has been used finally, actual change on the ground by sending Wagner to Bashar, by sending, Russian more military support for Iran than has already been sent. So I'm not a big fan of like the calling out the West on its hypocrisy and double standards. We know. We literally saw Trump and al-Shara al-Jalani together in the White House. We know the West is full of double standards, and simply criticizing the West is not going to actually achieve much because, it's the West is well and truly at this point, whatever we call the West is sanitized against foreign criticism, and it really doesn't actually hit its mark. I think. Well, for many of us, we see it, and it really the double standards do discuss us. Like they discussed us quite potently. But we don't actually like the fact that a lot of our governments in many English-speaking countries and many of the countries of Europe actually hold these sort of barbaric, cannibalistic traditions, right? And they do side with Israel in a lot of these conflicts. Well and truly, that's the case. But simply, I think if you're in a position of China, if you're a BRICS country, notice India at the moment, obviously siding with Israel 100%. But if you're a country like China or Russia, you can do a bit more than simply criticize the West, especially at such a key moment like now. This may be, as you said, Conrad, the beginning of a longer than a 12-day war. It could be an 120-day war. It could be a very elongated military process, and things can begin to be executed like now. So I think there is a cooperation pact signed between Russia and Iran, in January 2025 after Trump's inauguration. That is true. That's on the books. The countries are in a military union. We'll just have to see what exactly Russian help in the end will look like. So really awesome.
Hello, can you hear me? How we doing?
Yo, what's up,
What's
Isaac?
up, guys? How we doing? It's been a series of happenings, hasn't it?
I mean, we've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and
Yo, live for 420 base and 420 filled.
yeah, Hitler's birthday, man. But I wanted to hear your thoughts. We're probably going to have to land the plane here at some point. We don't know. Like in theory, we could just stay live forever. So we're going to have to figure out how to wrap it up at some point. But wanted to hear your thoughts. We're getting completely. Iran says he's alive. U.S. Israel says he's dead. Realists in Iran that are still pro-Iran seem to think he's probably dead. What do you think?
I don't know. I really, really don't, because like it's what Trump has said. He said the story seems to be true, or Netanyahu says, "Oh well, everything seems to indicate that he's dead," right? And then there was this strange claim that they got a photo of his body or something, which is like, I don't know how you'd get that, where you'd get that, but no, overall, I don't know. I will wait until the Iranians officially say something about it, one way or the other. What I will say is that I prepared for the possibility of his death, and if I was ready for the possibility of his death, so was he. People forget the man was 86. He knew that he was going to die at some point, like very soon. And breaking launches towards Israel detected. Based I guess it's starting again because it was a bit of a break. But no, I think I think we will find out. He was prepared for his death. I'm pretty sure they've already got like contingencies in place. It seems like all of this is actually kind of like a dead hand scenario where the Israelis attacked, they struck targets, they assassinated people, and then there was this automatic Iranian response, right? An automatic Iranian response where they were prepared for this and they were prepared to launch immediately. It seems that initially they were expending uh, older ballistic missiles on targets, specifically in the UAE and Dubai. They were using drones to attack American radar stations, actually, which was really interesting watching. I saw that video of that one radar station. I think it was in Qatar or in Bahrain that got blew up, and that's like $250 million gone right there. Um, and now they're using the hypersonics. Now they're using the hypersonics to do serious damage. No, if he's dead, God have mercy on his soul. If he's alive, then hopefully he'll be able to lead on. My understanding is that he basically trusted everything to the IRGC. He basically is that prior to this, he said, "Okay, I am going to trust the IRGC." It's obviously the reports I've heard have said that if he's dead, he will be replaced by someone even more hardline, or at least as hardline as he was. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. But God have mercy on his soul. God bless the people of Iran. I will say this: the fact that one of the first targets that was struck were like those two schools, and I think in Minaj, or I forget how to say it, in southern Iran, and like 160 school children were killed. Like, disgusting, absolutely disgusting and vile. And yeah.
We got President Trump. President Trump claimed, or Israeli Channel 12 says President Trump has seen a photo of Khamenei's corpse. No idea what that means. I already, like you said, Isaac, I speculated, how would they have that picture? Fox News is saying more than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in the opening strike. And we're still getting more and more reports of ballistic missiles launched towards Israel. So that's what's going on. We got €5 from canned spam. Just wanted to support the bunker. Goy's finally up 80 years. It's true. Could the 80-year curse be being realized as we speak? Very likely. Very, very likely. But Isaac, I guess the question now is what is the Palestinian response? What we saw, of course, Mahmoud Abbas condemn the Iranian strikes on on the Gulf states. So what are the Gazans going to be thinking? What are they going to be thinking in the West Bank?
The same thing they were thinking the last time this happened. Like when they see the Iranian missiles overhead in the West Bank and even in the Gaza Strip, they're cheering them on. They're happy. I want to remind people like that the PA is despised and hated throughout the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Obviously, it has only single-digit approval numbers, and that's primarily because all those people are either work for all those people that that approve of the PA that are polled either work for the PA or the relatives work for the PA. That's how unpopular it is, and that's how despised it is. And no, I'm not surprised that Mahmoud Abbas would do something like this. That he'd say something like this. He's treacherous scum, and he's ancient himself. So hopefully he's on the way out soon enough, and maybe I don't know, maybe something better comes from that. But no, the Palestinians, from what I understand, they support this. They despise the Gulf Arabs. They really despise the Gulf Arabs, and in particular, I mean, and I want to let know that like if you look at the videos on Twitter, like the actual, like especially in Bahrain, like they're cheering this. Like the people in these regions are cheering for the bombing. They like it. They love it. And so the governments may not like it, but the people that they represent love it. So that's what's clear from what we can see.
Yeah, because I think one of their positions is obviously the government, our governments, our ummah has invited these kuffar, Americans to build their bases on our home soil, right? And it's kind of weird because on one hand there's this rhetoric that these are these white crusaders, right? They're kind of hanging out here. On the other hand, it's like our government's letting them be here, and we just want them removed. We can't remove them ourselves, but maybe our Shia Muslim brothers can do, can do that for us. And suddenly it's, yeah, the bombing commences. And yes, it's like the reality is the Gulf states, all these American bases littered throughout them, like ever since the Gulf, the Gulf War, basically, it does appear very similar to, what you see in South Korea and Japan. It looks like essentially an occupied peninsula, really, the Arab Peninsula. And the reality is, in some ways, like they are under the boot of America, and I think by proxy, Israel, through the influence that the Talmudic community has over the Americans. Maybe not directly, because remember the first Gulf War, one of the big contentions was the Gulf states on paper did not want to ally with Israel against Saddam Hussein. They saw that as too disrespectful. But I think they're quite flexible when it comes to working with the tribe, with the Zionists, but only through America to make appearances look a little bit more savory. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really clear. Like, I have this at my gym. There's this guy who's actually a Saudi, and we were discussing this, and he was sitting here trying to give me this spiel of like, oh well, you guys have been fighting. We need to do it a different way. Look at the Saudi way. They're trying to use leverage and money, and I'm like, dude, like, come on, like, you don't even believe this. Like, you don't even believe this, and it's no, I mean, like the the Ummah as a whole has just proven itself useless and worthless. The Iranians have proven themselves willing to actually, and just the Shia population in the region has proved itself willing and able to take the fight to Israel when necessary. The Gulf states, the reason why the Gulf states are so stable is because they have capitulated to Jewish American hegemony, to Judeo American hegemony. That's just what it is. It's the reason why they're so stable. The thing is that now that the UAE has been targeted, all that money, I bet you my life, and I pray to God it's the case. All that money, all that investment that flows into Dubai from Europe and America and other places, boom, it's gone. And if you guys know the game Spec Ops: The Line,
Rings a bell, but not familiar. No.
it's a video game from like 10, 15 years ago, and it basically takes place in like Dubai wasteland, right? You play like this American soldier in like a destroyed Dubai or whatever, and you have to like do stuff there. It's just like I tell my friends, like the Iranians are making Spec Ops: The Line a reality in your black pilling. Like the Iranians are taking a video game and turning it into a reality by wasting Dubai away in your black pilling. No, that's just what's going to happen. Like, I mean, like the Dubai will lose investment, and people are going to leave if they think it's not safe. And I remind people, 88% of Dubai is not even Arab. It's all foreigners and foreign-born people. So, yeah, let them suffer. I enjoy it. The Qataris, they can suffer as well. The Saudis thought that they could get away with what they were doing. My understanding is that they were actually hosting some AWACS that were being used by the Americans at the airbase in Riyadh, and so that's why the Iranians struck them. And of course, the Iranians struck Jordan because the Jordanians are just cocked and cowardly. So yeah, it's good. It's awesome. The Arab people as a whole, the Sunni people as a whole, like they like seeing the Gulf get hit anyway, at least in the Levant, right? And we know that a lot, like in Bahrain and Qatar, people are enjoying this. But no, the Sunnis are watching while the Shias are acting.
Many such cases. I've always found Sunni Shia relations somewhat interesting because Muslims will largely deny and downplay the differences to outsiders, but to each other they matter. They tend to matter more than people might think. But nonetheless, certain groups stay Sunni despite the fact that they've been betrayed in every kind of political, theological way that a Muslim can be betrayed. They still remain part of the Ummah or whatever it is they're claiming still. How you can claim the Ummah exists as this is happening right now, I don't really know. But of course, the Turks have acknowledged that they are next. In the midst of all of this right now, major strikes. Tel Aviv seems to be the target for the evening. It seems to be that they waited, they did all these other things, struck the bases, struck all of Israel lightly, and now they're focusing on the head of the snake, as it were. But what are your thoughts? For those that don't know, Isaac is our resident Palestinian friend. He comes on the show a decent amount to tell us about these sorts of things. He's got a good perspective, Orthodox Christian based, World War Now patriot. But I want to hear your thoughts, Isaac, on what do you think Erdogan is thinking right now? Because of course Al-Jalani literally, like clearly he cooperated, not just like cooperated, but like coordinated with this, a full aerial refuelings over Damascus, clearly allowed to happen. What do you think?
Well, he coordinated. Yeah, he did coordinate, but there's not much else he can do. I have some friends that are worried that what's it called, that this will that if Hezbollah gets involved somehow, HTS will use it as an excuse to invade Lebanon. But like, no, people have to understand is that like Syria is basically a barely existent state. Nothing is going on with in the sense of like the HTS security forces can barely control like Damascus and the Homs, Hama and Aleppo area. They're now they're trying to regain control of the northeast, and they're starting to like make inroads with the Druze, but overall they don't really control the country very much. HTS is not really involved in anything besides allowing Israel and America to use their airspace. Erdogan is like, see, this is the thing about the Turks is that I don't know what the hell the end game is. They're very crafty, right? And you never seem to really know what they're trying to do, at least for me, because the Turks were making gestures towards the Iranians, and obviously, the Turks and the Turkish-Israeli relationship has soured over the past 6 to 12 months. But at the same time, I'm thinking, come on, this is Turkey. Like, I mean, these are like they were the first to recognize Israel, and like the embassy in Istanbul is still, or Ankara, excuse me, is still there, and they're still trading, and the social and economic relationship still exists. So, like until I start seeing that change, like I just do not trust anything that watermelon seller says. Right now, I feel what's happening in Syria is not like a precursor to conflict, but like rather Israel and Turkey kind of just trying to negotiate the margins and draw the borders for themselves of what their side of Syria is and what the other side of Syria is. With that being said, I mean, I don't know. Erdogan might see it as an opportunity for him to say, "Oh, look at the Gulf, they suck. Oh, look at how evil Israel is." Once again, the mighty Turks must fulfill the manifest destiny of the Ottoman Empire and become the true leaders of the Ummah. I mean, I don't know. Like I can never guess what the Turks are trying to do, but honestly, if I was to say, if I was to make a prediction, I think it's all a lot of hot air. It's all a lot of bloviating. The Turks will avoid being involved in this, and eventually they will rebuild public normalized relations with Israel. I just do not. I just don't trust them, and half the time I just can't tell what they're doing.
Yeah, I think. Look, I think at the end of the day, Isaac, like I think the Syrian analysis is exactly right. But this is why, and I said this on stream a few hours ago. Now it's becoming quite the marathon run here. But it is, I think, entirely a domino-like effect. What happened, our episodes in relation to Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and what came to pass in Syria when you, Conrad, and GSP had that episode in December of 2024 analyzing the Syrian, the end of the Syrian revolution, so to speak, the Syrian civil war, its sort of conclusion, very well and truly in that same week. That analysis was so poignant because it led essentially to what's happening now. Without that secured airspace, with a dangerous Syrian regime in place that doesn't just let Israeli planes freely fly by to then drop bombs tactically on Iran, I think it wouldn't have been, like what's happening now wouldn't have been possible. June 2025, 12-day war wouldn't have been possible. People just don't appreciate how much Dr. Bashar al-Assad has actually done for essentially keeping the axis of resistance somewhat functional. And that's the crazy part, is we watched it almost happen live, like a domino effect. I mean, it's tragic in a way.
It was horrible, but yeah, I mean, like people don't understand the reason why the reason why the Americans never really struck, or the Israelis struck Iran within Iran. A lot of it had to do with Syria. Like people really don't understand that there was a serious like multi-layered air defense that the Israelis did not like. I mean, when when the Israelis attacked Syria, they rarely actually went into Syrian territory. They did it like from 50 to 100 miles away from the border using standoff munitions, because like multiple instances, whenever they did, like the Syrians would shoot down F-16s, the Syrians would shoot down their fighters. And so, yeah, and that's why we're in the position we are now. But it's unfortunate, but the hope is, at least for me, is that the Iranians will be able to bloody the American nose, bloody the Israeli nose, and just make it clear to them that we're not messing around this time, right? The 12-day war, we showed you we could take a punch, but we were willing to we were willing to play, to play a bit of a kayfabe to put up appearances. But now we're done. At least that's how I'm seeing it. Now we're done. If you want, it's called like if you want to fight us, then we will fight. And it's like it's kind of like Steve Witkoff was like when he did that puzzling when he said I think on NBC or Fox or what it was, he was like, I just don't get it. Why won't the Iranians capitulate? And it's like the Americans are kind of like shocked. It's like, wait, you're fighting us back? Like, why are you doing this? We're the Americans, right? I think Juche Respecter was in a podcast with Sean Patrick McCarthy, and he basically made I don't know if it was the battle. He made a reference to either the Battle of Kulikovo or there was this other battle where the Russians with Prince Ivan had met against the Tatars up against the river. And what would happen is the Tatars was sort of standing there, kind of puzzled that the Russians were fighting them.
The standing on the Ugura River by Tsar Ivan III. Yep.
Yes, and the Tatars eventually just left because, like, they were like, "Oh, these guys actually want to fight, but we're the Tatars. We're the descendants of Genghis Khan. Why are you fighting us?" And then, it's called, and then Prince Ivan was like, "Yo, bet," and they just left. I think that's what's happening here, but at the same time, I really feel that the Iranians are going to want to punish the Americans and make them realize, hey, actually, we're done with this. We're done with this. And so we'll see. I don't know. Is there any? I saw something on the World War Now Telegram. Is there anything going on? Or oh no, that's just President Trump. Oh, that's just President Trump. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. It's not great justice for the people of Iran, but for great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world who have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. Jesus Christ, he writes like a boomer. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems. Like just the way the all caps, just the way he just capitalizes things. Working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or could have been killed could do. This is Trump has announced the death, but have the Iranians announced this?
No, at this point, the most senior, like Conrad will confirm, Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, so probably the person in the highest position to communicate things to the outside world, has said Ayatollah Khamenei is alive. So then that's a big contradiction, because Abbas Araghchi is not someone to beat around the bush or to post fake news. So very surprising.
Hey, maybe the Iranians fed a fake image of the Ayatollah being dead. I mean, again, I still think it is perfectly likely that he is no longer with us.
It's possible. I mean, it's very possible. But until the Iranians confirm it, I'm just not going to say anything one way or the other. And again, it's like I said, if I was prepared for him to be killed, he was probably prepared to be killed. Like, he very likely was prepared. They were like, okay, this is what happens if I die. These are the procedures and protocols that take place. The Shura Council will be in control until we elect a new person. And again, he's basically just left everything to the IRGC, not to Pezeshkian, because essentially over the past year, it's been very clear that the IRGC and the national government have been melded into one structure, where the IRGC is in control of serious political positions and whatnot. And so as a result, no, I mean, if he's dead, he's dead, and God have mercy on his soul. If not, then it'll be really fun to see. I actually would like to see both Netanyahu and Trump have egg on their face in this manner. It would be really humiliating. Well, for them, but it would be really funny for me.
Of course, you guys, if you look on the screen, you can see. Obviously, we just read the Trump nonsense. But the Ayatollah's Twitter account posted in the name of Haidar, and it seems to be an image of missiles flying down from the sky. So obviously,
goes hard.
Anyone could have posted that, but some could call it a sign of life, especially considering no Iranian sources have confirmed he is dead. Middle East Spectator is speculating that they think he is dead, but between Abbas Araghchi and what was his name, the member of the Iranian parliament, right here, Hamid Rasai, member of the masjid, he said, I write with information that Imam Khamenei is in full health and wellness. So again, nothing from Iran that indicates that he's dead, but again, who knows how they would play that out. Apparently breaking, Prince Sultan Air Base in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia is currently under Iranian ballistic missile attack.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Dmitri,
You love to see it.
I know Dmitri's going to have to leave us here, so Isaac and I will land the plane in the next 20 minutes. Dmitri, any final words you want to leave the audience with as World War III is here?
Yeah, no, of course. I think generally speaking, this is a big tragedy. I think it's literally the death of international relations and diplomacy, just another nail in that coffin, which has been half buried the entire time. Obviously, the United Nations completely useless and pointless, and it's just very sad seeing like the Trump administration take the deep Zionist dive, really just off the edge of the cliff. I think it's bad for just American conservatism and, I guess the American right wing in general. It's a very bad look because we know, and Isaac can probably highlight and underline all this, the two-faced hypocritical lies that Iran is the main sponsor of terrorism. Like, you just hosted, Al-Qaeda members in the White House, period, full stop. But in any case, whether or not it comes out whilst I'm offline that the Ayatollah has in fact, if he's still alive or if he's in fact been killed, murdered, essentially, it was actually an act of murder. He has not been, held accountable for any sort of crimes, hasn't been tried. He was in fact killed before even any declaration of war, killed by either the Israelis or the Americans, just like the snakes, like the snake tactics that have been used. There's nothing honorable about a preemptive beheading strike. I'll just say that much. This seems to be a tradition by the military-industrial complex and the globalists and the Talmudic tribe, but there's nothing really heroic about it. So it's it is quite disgusting, and I do think Iran's retaliation, like my opinion is, this is the beginning of most likely something protracted. But most definitely, there are probably people, and I mean, Isaac and Conrad, you'd agree, behind the scenes, maybe, I know there are some sort of covert talks probably happening. They're trying to maybe bring around peace, but as to whether or not the leaders of the RGC will agree, especially after the humiliating, the disrespectful attacks upon the Iranian people. I mean, this puts into question literally Iranian sovereignty and the future of Iran as an independent sort of political entity. Like, it's one of the worst things that Israel and America could have done is literally kill 200 people in the first few hours, including young children, it seems, like when those classrooms and school was hit, because this essentially almost sets the matter back that there is to a point of no return. And that's all that diplomatic jibber-jabber by Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who literally two members of the Talmudic tribe wouldn't really trust them in the first place. Yeah, it kind of really throws a wrench in the entire talk. But yes, hopefully Iran stays strong, it makes the correct decisions, and generally speaking, at the moment, Israel is well and truly positioning itself as the main enemy of mankind at the moment. The state of Zionism is absolutely evil.
Amen,
Definitely.
brother. And enjoy
care,
church.
gentlemen.
Pray for all of us. Pray for the world. And I hope we'll be talking to you soon, man.
All the best.
Take care of yourself. Enjoy yourself. No, I think in terms of all of this, it's just really just telling of just how, because my understanding is that essentially the Iranians had offered like terms of nuclear enrichment better than the JCPOA, better than the Obama deal. I know that this Omani diplomat on NBC or CNN has said as much, and yet this happened anyway because it turns out the whole thing was a ruse and we were just going to strike them anyway. And apparently Trump had said, "Oh, we were going to do this anyway, and we had planned the time to strike them." And it's just really showing that like there is no negotiating happening here, and like people need to get it in their mind, like the rightoids and they need to understand like actually betraying people like this, acting in this scummy manner, just trying to kill heads of state, trying to kill foreign officials in this manner to get them to capitulate to demands that they were willing to offer anyway. It doesn't make you look strong; it makes you look cowardly. And I think again, it's just really interesting watching how the rightoids have turned into have turned into 60-year-old MAGA boomers, 70-year-old MAGA boomers on this, all over Twitter. I think it's gross. I think, honestly, by the end of the day, they're just cooked goy cattle. And no, it's why I'm just sort of personally, why I'm just sort of sick of that sphere, especially like
all
once,
sorts of
once
all
I
these
found out
people
that
who
one of the
say,
first targets were those two schools and like 160 little school children, like girls, dead. And everyone's like, no, based actually, well, they were third worldists, actually, this is cool, and I'm gonna pretend it didn't happen. But if it did happen, it was based, but it didn't actually happen because it was a air defense missile from 1,300 miles away. That just like no, like this is every aspect of this is and how the so-called dissident right on Twitter is responding to this is just gross to me, and I despise it.
Prince Sultan Air Base is currently under attack, and we have here Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announces in a statement the targets of the fifth wave of Operation True Promise 4, a U.S. MSP supply ship near Jebel Ali. Reportedly, ship's been disabled with 4 Iranian drones.
I'm sorry, Conrad, if you're speaking, for some reason I can't hear you.
I don't know. Tell me in the chat if everyone else can hear me. If not,
I cannot hear you at all. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, but
here, give me a second. Let me leave and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Let me try to let me try to rejoin.
Let me know if you guys can hear me.
No, here, let me refresh. I'm gonna refresh.
Okay, it sounds like everyone can hear me. All right. But of course, a U.S. MST, a U.S. base in Kuwait hit with 4 ballistic missiles and 12 drones with confirmed casualties. A U.S. MST class combat support.
Yo.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear? I can hear you now. I don't know what happened.
We got a U.S. MST class combat support vessel serving as a fuel tanker in the Indian Ocean struck with a Qadr 380 missile. So Iran's hitting targets in the Indian Ocean as well. Seems that they have broad capabilities across their entire geography, if that's what I'm seeing here. U.S. airstrikes against missile sites in Khosrow, Tabriz province. American-Israeli airstrikes pounding the Shahin Dez county in West Azerbaijan province near the Turkish-Iranian border. At least 6 waves of strikes were reported since earlier today. So, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be... At some point, I wonder that these guys all have multiple moderators on their channels and stuff, but at some point, they're going to have to... I wonder how many days do you go before you stop reporting on every single individual strike? I mean, I guess never. Someone's got to report on it, but...
Someone has to do the autistic work. Apparently, I'm on this channel called Palestinian Lounge, and apparently in Home City, some Syrians started celebrating the news of Khamenei's death, and he responded by saying and they're celebrating by firing bullets into the air, and then he responded by saying not a single bullet aimed at Israel, by the way. And it's just, again, it just sort of goes back to that, to that bullcrap.
2 Israelis killed in the latest Iranian missile barrage. I mean, to them, that's the equivalent of like 5,000 Goyim. So this is like 6 9/11s, basically.
This is like 6,000 9/11s at this point, dude. It's just miserable and it's horrible. I feel so bad. I feel so horrible. I'm gonna cry. No, it just really just looks like it's just a matter of just they're just gonna keep lobbing missiles. They're gonna keep fighting. We'll find out pretty soon, within a day or two, I think, if Khamenei is dead. I'm looking on Twitter. Apparently, Arakchi said that he's alive. Arakchi is on NBC News a couple hours ago. He said, some guy was like, "Sir, how can attacking U.S. military bases abroad be justified?" Then Arakchi is like, "Because they're attacking us. These U.S. military installations, facilities, bases are being used to attack us. We're under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under attack from you. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. I am sure that the people would understand that we are not the ones who attack the Americans. We are defending ourselves." And it's like, I don't know. It's just really weird that the American mind, or at least like the zogified mind, can't seem to like understand this. Yeah, I think it's just going to be for the next several hours. We're just going to have to just wait and see and just monitor the situation.
But at the end of the day, both with the prophecies and with the plans that the Jews have revealed to us, this is just the next country. I mean, the countries, Isaac. I mean, what did the dossiers all talk about? You had Libya, Syria, Iraq, Iran.
Iran,
Yemen.
Somalia, Sudan, Libya, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. Right. It was these seven. It was these seven countries, and it was all supposed to end with it was all supposed to end with Iran because it was Iraq in 2003, and then it was Somalia, and then Libya and Syria and Sudan when Sudan was broken apart, and now we have since 2014, like the crisis in Yemen, and eventually Syria fell. Syria collapsed and fell, and now here we are with Iran being the final bulwark against Jewish domination of the world.
We got Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi announces that Ayatollah Khamenei, which he nicknamed the Zahak of our times, has been erased from the pages of history forever by the United States and Israeli air forces. Well, that's irrelevant to me. He's not a reliable source, so there's that.
Apparently in 1980, because the Crown Prince was a pilot and learned how to fly by the in the Imperial Iranian Air Force. Apparently in 1980, he actually offered to fly for for the revolutionary government when Saddam invaded. How things change. Let's see. Visual confirmation of Iranian drone impact in Dubai. I would love to see the Burj Khalifa destroyed. I would love to see that. I would love to see that collapsed.
Be a real lesson, some Tower of Babel tier lessons there.
It really is. It's just a representation of just opulent decadence in the worst way, and I just can't stand it. Nebenzia at the UN, I think a Russian UN representative says that demands that the United States and Israel immediately stop their aggressive actions against Iran. So we know where the Russians and the Chinese are on this, which is good. My understanding is that at least Chinese ships are in the area. I don't know if Russian ships. I know at least Chinese ships are in the area helping the Iranians.
Yeah, I think we're going to probably land the plane here as we get up to 5 hours. But I think as we tear down, as we scale down this coverage of the initial strikes and of the start of this war, I think the next step is going to be, we see here calls on channels belonging to the cells of the National Disciplinary and Security Committee, which is part of the pro-Pahlavi Eternal Guard groups, to start the preparations for mobilization for imminent action. We're going to start seeing the beginnings of whatever the protest and whatever the attempted resistance on the ground is going to look like. And I think we're generally going to see how Israel maintains in the next few days against what I think is going to be. I mean, the initial announcement said the Iranian response will be escalating hour after hour, day after day. So in theory, we're still at the bottom of the ladder right now. So we're watching all of this very closely. Isaac, do you have any predictions, final words for the audience here? We've had pretty solid viewership the whole stream. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And if you have any final super chats you want Isaac and I to answer, send them now before we land the plane.
I would just say real quickly, ideally, I think the Iranians are going to do, this is a once and for all existential thing for them. And I think they're going to just hit the Americans with everything they've got and just make it clear, like, no, we're done. We're done with you, we're done with Israel, and we're going to fight back, and we're going to make you capitulate in some form or another. We're not capitulating, you're capitulating. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping they're going to do. It just depends on how internally strong the government is, and I think it is. And I think especially after this attack after the attack from that girls' school, I think just the Iranians as a whole are just they're rallying around the flag.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing in comms, there's definitely going to be a rally around the flag effect. I don't know. There might be. I mean, what would a civil war look like while you're being bombarded in this way? Obviously, it's happened somewhat in the past, but never at this scale. And I would be surprised if the opposition would be able to mobilize at that level. So the Basijis are going to be needed now more than ever. They're probably going to need to be called up to be the ones doing the strike soon, and definitely going to be needing to enforcing the order and then enforcing the will of the revolution, as it were, in the street. So I encourage everybody to pray to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, to the saints, Saint Paisios, Elder Ephraim, Saint Porphyrios, the saints that talked about this, Eldris, Galactia, who prophesy, look, natural disasters might be coming America's way very, very soon, because we are not going to escape judgment. Do not think so, to say the least. But for anybody that hasn't already, you want to learn more about what we talk about here, check out the eschatological visions of the blessed. We're going to be having Jonathan, who put this all together, on soon. We're going to be having Father Peter on soon. Expect to see me on Father Peter's stream soon discussing World War III. Of course, I'm going to do the last round of shilling. worldwarnow.co, get behind the paywall, access all of the Ether Hour episodes. It's the best way you can do to support us. So as the stream is wrapping up, check out Ether Hour. So much incredible content that really does set a fantastic baseline of knowledge for what's going on right now as the Third World War unfolds. Because here at World War Now, we've been covering what we consider the ongoing Third World War since late 2022. So getting close to 4 years of this analysis. So we have been around the block. Isaac's been a key member of the squad for a few years now. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Unfortunately, been live for 5 hours here. So if anyone's just tuning in, you can watch the 5 hours, scrub through it. It's a lot of great analysis from Dmitri and I. And Isaac joins us here at the end. So again, thank you all so much for tuning in. Check us out at worldwarnow.co. Be sure to follow us on X at worldwarnow_. Follow me on X at GnomeRad. I finally hit 12,000 followers. Get me up to 20,000. Maybe this war will finally get me up into that next tier of followers. So again, thank you all so much. Keep me in your prayers. Keep Isaac in your prayers. Keep Dmitri in your prayers. Attend church tomorrow. There is no excuse to not go to church tomorrow unless you're dying. You have to make it to church tomorrow. I think Isaac would agree that this is probably the most important thing anyone can do. We need to be praying. We need to make sure that all this is in God's hands. So
Yeah, go to church, man. Go to church tonight if you can. Confess. Go to church tomorrow and commune.
That's how we do it, man. We got to be getting the body and blood, and as many people as possible need to be praying in communion with the saints. So again, I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Not seeing any final super chats, so huge thank you to Porphyry, for H. Brasi, Yarn Chicken, Brother Brovet, Gerardo Gonzalez, Rasputin Archive, Chris Brunock, Brother Brovet, Andronikov, Jonathan Kelly, Anthony Westgate, Mead Enjoyer, Nick Bucci, Ewar Mapping, Adam Siki, Mr. Moss, Silver Sight, Canned Spam, and everybody else that's sent and supported. If you want to support more, visit the Buy Me a Coffee at buymeacoffee.com/World War Now. But I want to thank you all for tuning into this mega stream. We are right at 5 hours as we are wrapping this up. I'm working on 3-4 hours of sleep, so might get a little bit of rest in here, but it has begun, and nobody can dispute it anymore. The world war is now. So share the stream, share everything if you can. It really helps us out. Like the stream, and I will see you in the next few days. Things are only just beginning. So we'll see you on the next one. God bless.